So I'm going to call the meeting to order, and would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Well, good morning, everybody. We're looking forward to having our new board member, Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond, with us, and she will join us tomorrow. So I'll be presiding over the meeting today. So at this time, I'd like to open the meeting with a very special and kind of moment to acknowledge Carrick Ashley. This is his last meeting, and we want to thank him for all of his years of public service, especially his leadership and partnership with the State Board during his tenure as the Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction. It's been a pleasure for the board to have worked with you, Carrick. We wish you really well, and we'll follow your travels and your pursuits. But we'd like to have you come up if you want to make a few comments to the board. It's a very, very special time working with you.
Thank you. As you know, I'm not very shy, so I always have a few words to say. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, for a couple more days. 40 years is a long time to do anything. The last 25 in this building. And I've been blessed with a lot of people who have helped me along the way and have been good mentors and good leaders, colleagues, starting with my dad, who was a principal and an assistant superintendent, and my brother, who was a principal. My master teacher, Peggy Ewing, who I still keep in contact with, a retired first grade teacher. And one semester, she taught me everything I needed to know about teaching, and that teaching was much more than just a profession. My wife, Jan Mare Ashley, just retired in December with little fanfare, but she helped an awful lot of kids, especially English learners. Since December, she's been at home working on a dashboard for me. Let me be clear, she's expecting progress every year, or I'll be facing some serious differentiated assistance. People in this building, from the superintendent down to the supervisors and colleagues I've had, very talented and dedicated professionals. I will say that it's been an amazing ride, especially the last 10 years. I get tired just thinking about all the work that we did in partnership with this board, starting with new standards, new assessment system, new data system so that we could support LCFF and LCAP, new accountability system, new system of support now. So I've never been more positive or optimistic about the direction that California is going in education. I think this board has also had great leadership among members, as well as the president. I do want to single out Karen Staff Walters. She doesn't seek credit, she doesn't get enough credit, but she steers an awful steady ship behind the scenes. So thank you, Karen, for being a good colleague and partner. You know, I've always tried to work by two philosophies. One, work hard and play hard. This is really hard work, and so you just have to find a way to do it with a smile, with some laughs, have a little fun along the way. The other is to hire good people, give them just a little bit of leadership, and then get out of their way so they can make you look good. And so I do want to recognize the directors that I've had the pleasure of working with, because they've done a great job making me look good. And it's been really a pleasure to work with them. So I'm going to leave it there. We've got to get the show on the road, as they say. So I will leave you with keep the faith, resist when necessary, and always keep the kids of California as your guide. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Carrick. So I'd like to announce some changes in the agenda. We're going to open up State Board Priorities, item 15 this afternoon, and at that time we'll take up the minutes and hear our liaison reports from each of our board members, and then we'll reopen the item tomorrow morning again to hold the officer elections. Item 20 has been postponed until the May 2019 State Board meeting by the petitioner, so it will not be heard tomorrow. We have Spanish interpreter services, both for item 17, accountability, and item 18, Magnolia Science Academy, and those will happen on Thursday, tomorrow morning. There are 3 public hearings on our agenda. 1 will be heard today and 2 will be heard tomorrow. So item 6, College Preparatory Middle School, La Mesa, Spring Valley. And item 18, the renewal of the establishment of a charter school. That's for Magnolia Science Academy, Santa Ana. And then item 19, the renewal petition considering Thrive Public School. So those 3 are public hearings, 1 today and 2 tomorrow. On the consent calendar, there's a handout on the table in the lobby with the proposed regular consent items. So regular consent items are 7 through 14, and waivers 1, W01, and then 3 through 13 on the waivers. So just to remind board members, if you wish to remove any items from proposed consent, would you advise our Executive Director, Karen Staff Walters, by noon today, Wednesday? And then to board members, letters from the public on matters before the board were aggregated and filed in an electronic folder sent to you last week. And by the way, the PowerPoints were posted as well, so if you need any of those. We appreciate the public's continued cooperation in emailing all the meeting-related correspondence to the State Board office on the Friday immediately preceding the board meeting. The State Board meeting can be accessed fully through an electronic agenda, and there is 1 full print copy in the lobby. An audience, remember that speakers should sign up at the table just outside the room. There's binders on the table. For each item has a separate page, so signing on the page is very helpful, and we can keep track of the particular speakers for each item. Item 16 is a general public comment item during which members of the public can provide comment on items not specifically listed on our board agenda. All public comment is limited to 1 minute per speaker. And so in order to ensure that everyone gets their minute, the timer at the podium will flash a red signal when the 1 minute time limit has reached. Audience, if you want to submit any materials to the board, please submit 25 copies to Amy Bubico, who's sitting right there. And present that just before you speak. All speakers, please introduce yourself and tell us what organization you represent prior to speaking, if that's applicable. And speakers reminding also that brevity is really appreciated, so you don't need to repeat the comments already made. You can also tell us that you agree with the comments made by the person, and we'll understand that. There's additional seating with the TV monitors in room 1103 down the hall and room 1801 around the corner. So if we have overflow, whichever day we do, there'll be some additional seating. And board members, just to remember to turn off your microphones when you're speaking, turn them on when you're speaking and off when you're not speaking, and then speak into the microphone so we can properly record your comments. And if you need to recuse yourself, please do so before the item of discussion begins. So we are now on to item number 1, approval of indicator 17 of the annual performance report for special education.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Wright, Director of the Special Education Division here at the Department of Education. And before I start talking to you about our report with lots of words, I wanted to share with you the spirit of how we see this report. And today I'm going to ask you to approve this report to move it along to the Office of Special Education Programs as part of our federal requirements. But first, I just want to talk for a minute about the spirit. And really, I think we can all agree that all the work we've been doing together is really grounded in the idea of equity and access, and really under the hypothesis that if we are committed to one coherent system of education that really serves each and every student, then we really have to cultivate that system and set up the right conditions. And I was asked by our chief deputy yesterday, how is this helping kids? And it was a really important question, because sometimes we're really busy working on the system and we think, okay, how is it really translating to help kids? And it really got me thinking about, what are we doing here? And I believe what we're doing here is we are setting the conditions to be able to create an environment all the way down to the classroom level to really think about how we include each and every student and ensure their great outcomes. So as good parents in the system at the state, if we're setting up things down to our templates and our paperwork and all those things, each one of those things drives practice, as we all know, in our schools and districts. And so as we're thinking about all the work that we're doing in the special ed division, we're grounded in that idea that we are here to serve each and every student, and how are we going to make our system the most coherent and aligned so that our districts are spending their time working on the student outcomes. So this particular report is a continuation of last month when we were here together, and that was around the indicators for the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, indicators 1 through 16, which you approved at your last meeting. So this state systemic improvement plan is considered indicator 17. It's the last piece, if you will, to the puzzle around what we send to the U.S. Department of Education. And so it's really a multi-year plan. We are in the very last part of that plan, and this is really us sending an evaluation about what our progress looks like. And I'm proud to say that we've made a great deal of progress in our state over the last few years around ensuring that we include students with disabilities. And it's interesting that we are item 1 today, because when we're talking with our districts, what we're hearing is when you intentionally plan for students with disabilities from the build, even down to the master planning, districts are seeing better results. So what is the annual performance report? It requires that we send this annual performance report every year about how each individual LEA is doing in our state. And it includes these indicators, including least restrictive environment and some of the indicators that overlap with our current dashboard. So the 7 indicators in total are what we report, and those are posted online. Now, what I will say is that some of those indicators, which I'll show in a few minutes, use older data, because that's what's required, than our current dashboard. And so we've worked really hard to try to align those, and I will show you how we do that in a moment. So you approved the first 16 in January. This plan covers a 6-year period. So what we're getting ready to do is create a new plan, and we don't have the basics of what we'll have to have in that plan yet. We'll wait for the U.S. Department of Education to let us know that. But it does provide a new opportunity to take stock in where we are and then move forward with the new plan. So it's been developed in phases. Again, we're in the last phase, which is implementation and evaluation. So I would say, have we completed the plan? No, we're still working on alignment. This is really the first year that we're actually in action with aligning all of our monitoring activities to the dashboard. I will say that our county offices and our districts and charter schools have been very patient with us as we try to make that alignment. As you know, the first year of anything doesn't always go without a hitch, but between our staff in the special ed division's patience and everyone really coming to the table knowing that we all want to do what's best for kids, we're working through those things now. So what I've been sharing with many of our superintendents who've called and asked questions is that we will be working over the summer to improve all the processes we had this year in our own continuous improvement. So the basis of setting up this plan was really grounded in the fact that our whole system was changing. So this was before I got here, but LCFF was just being developed, the local control accountability plans, everything was just being birthed. And so this plan became a way for special education to sort of integrate itself. At the time, special education funding was not folded into the formula. It's still not, but this was a way for us to talk about how can we make sure to set up the perfect set of conditions in order for special ed to be at the table. So the original theory of action was if accountability efforts and resources are aligned to ensure that evidence-based improvement strategies are included in the LCAP improvement plans to meaningfully address students with disabilities, then the performance would improve. That was really grounded in the realization that all students are general education students first, and that many of them, most of students with disabilities, were already in one or more of the LCFF student groups. So these weren't a separate set of students. These were the same students. In fact, 71% of them were already in the formula. So they were earning the base as general ed students first, maybe some supplemental. And then in addition to that, they're students with disabilities. So really, this conversation is about the same kids, and it's up to the adults, which is why we're working on this, to make it aligned and make sense. So the system was in transition. The changes to the infrastructure were vast, and really the task force on special education told us they really wanted one coherent system of education. So we had a nice set of momentum, as you know, which has sort of brought us where we are today, which is really with this report covering this last phase. Now, I think you have a chance to go through and see how it's organized, so I'm not going to go through that. But I just want to give a few highlights, because it's not just the work we do in the special ed division, but it's really the work that we're doing across all of our agencies and entities. And we've had some really nice signals from the governor's office and from finance and from others, policymakers, which resulted in bringing on not only the SELPA leads as part of our system of support, which is really exciting, but also has some requirements now that SELPA plans be aligned to the rest of the system. So that work is currently in process in the division, where we're working with SELPA and other agencies to set up more transparency around funding and other things. So what did we also do? We also aligned our calculation methodologies for monitoring with the dashboard. So like I told you in the past, it was different calculations, and it was also different years. So we aligned the calendar as well as the activities, and this is kind of hard to see, but what this shows you is where you see the only blue side, that was really how it was, or that's how our federal requirements lay out what we have to report. But for our technical assistance and monitoring, we're using the dashboard data so that it makes more sense for districts as they're walking through improvement to be using current data. That has been a huge shift. So again, all the blue side, that is what we have to report, and that's what you see, that's what districts will see in their APR. But in terms of what we're monitoring for is all current data. So in terms of monitoring, we do have some very specific requirements under the IDEA related to monitoring. They call it a system of general supervision, which mandates that the state ensure that every student with a disability is receiving their entitlement. And so we do that through a variety of ways. Part of it's through our monitoring activities I was just talking about. The other is through our complaints and investigations process. So you'll see on there that we currently have 6 reviews that we do in order to walk districts through basically our monitoring activities of general supervision. Now, what we've done is we've integrated that monitoring within the system of support. So this is fairly new this year, where we're really trying to, and many of you have heard about PIR and asked questions about performance indicator review. That's one of those activities that really takes the dashboard data and looks at it, and really requires districts to look at it from a students with disabilities standpoint. What we are allowing districts to do is use their LCAP language. So if they've already addressed these issues specifically in their LCAP, they're able to use that, or if they're doing a performance indicator plan, they could also use that in their LCAP. So hopefully one day it'll all be completely integrated, but we're, again, setting the conditions for that to occur. So in terms of other things that we've done as a result of some of this work, we conducted, and Shiloh's out here in the audience, you've met her before, a number of data training workshops for local educational agencies that were selected for differentiated assistance. And that went over very well. And that actually cultivated a lot of the work that the SELPA leads, the capacity leads, will be doing throughout the state in terms of building capacity around data quality, data analysis, helping to integrate. They've done a lot of crosswalks between the LCAP process and the special ed process. So those, I think we're moving in the right direction there. We also started to look at all of our contracts at CDE. We have contracts that provide, contractors that provide technical assistance related to all of our indicators. Many of them are county offices that we contract with. So we've started to have them meet together to really align what they're doing and for everyone to be sharing ideas and resources in a greater attempt at alignment and no duplication. And this is just a list of some of the contractors to give you an idea of some of the things that, that we're working on. And every year we'll be reviewing our data. We review our data to see what areas are areas of need in the state. And so we've just moved some for next year, and we'll work with stakeholders over the summer to determine what other areas we may want to have contractors to do some providing of technical assistance. And those contractors, I'll just say, are also aligned in terms of the state system of support. So they're all being grounded in that state system of support, so we're not having a separate special ed TA system. We really want that to be integrated in the work with Carla Estrada and CCEE. They're also very aligned with this whole ideology. So in partnership with the collective, we've been working on all kinds of things. We have engaged in a lot of different work groups. Carla and I have been running the special education stakeholder group of many of the providers to be able to start aligning and really getting our technical assistance up to par. And in terms of the questions that we asked, we used a cascading logic model because I will say that many other states looked at this state systemic improvement plan as a very different type of sort of research process. So they may have specifically looked at 7th and 8th grade boys in math of students with disabilities instead of the entire system, which is kind of what California took on. But we felt it was a wise choice because it was a moment in time to be able to really take advantage of that opportunity. And so we believe it's definitely paid off, and we've been speaking a lot nationally to with other states about our process and how we used this vehicle to really get push forward equity for students with disabilities. So in terms of the data that we've been using, we, because this is an alignment activity, it's hard to track directly to student outcomes at this point. We're still in the process of aligning. But we're hedging our bets that this will result in not just positive outcomes for students with disabilities, but positive outcomes for students in general. It's the all boats rise. And part of that has been grounded in our California MTSS efforts and sort of accentuated with our Supporting Inclusive Practices project, which you heard, I think you heard from them before, at last meeting. So we continue to work on data quality because we are only as good as our data. So if we're using that to inform all the activities that we're doing, we want to make sure that it's valid and reliable. We're really excited that next year our special ed data system will be, in fact, part of the larger CalPADS data system. That will allow us the opportunity to be able to discover so much more and have such more depth around our data. So kudos to both the CalPADS team and our own data team with Shiloh leading, that we've been able to really make that happen, and the state's really made that a priority. So we're looking forward to that integration. So in terms of, has this yielded any results yet? We do see some fluctuation. We did have some increases in achievement last year, and we had some decreases. So I don't have any, we haven't researched exactly why that is, but we will continue to work on our students with disabilities. And really part of the hypotheses overall is that if we have students that are receiving more access to great Tier 1 instruction, then our students will do better on assessment. And we've seen that play out, and I hope to bring back some additional research that some of our other folks have done. I know Ventura County has done a fairly large research study that's really shown the students that have more access to general ed are doing better. They're having access to their grade level standards and being challenged. And so that's what we'd like to see. So if we have that foundation of great general ed, great MTSS, then we can really build those great special ed programs alongside of that to really give students the accommodations that they need. So for next year, we're continuing to work with the SELPA leads to refine their role, and we all continue to evolve together. We will continue to build on our partnerships. We have a great partnership with CCEE. We also have great partnerships with many of our other state agencies who really we depend on in terms of encircling kind of that whole child model. That's Department of Rehab, Department of Developmental Services, Department of Healthcare Services. We interact with many of them and have developed great relationships to be able to serve our students well. Because again, these are all the same kids. So we will continue to work with our contractors, and we will continue to use data to drive our continuous improvement process. I want to give a shout out to my entire special ed team who's been working really hard to try to give good customer service in a time when everything is changing. And so we're excited about what's to come. We will continue to align our monitoring processes. Again, we will be on a continuous improvement process. If you all hear things that we need to know, we are committed to evolution. And in terms of launching, so for the data system for next year, we will have so much better data to provide to you because we will have that integrated data, and we won't have these two systems that could have opposing information about the same kid. So I'm asking you to please approve this plan and move this forward so that we can get our $1.3 billion and that we can continue to serve children in California. No pressure.
So, Kristen, let me just say thank you so much for your leadership in this work and for your effort to align. I like the alignment and coherence, which has, I think, been on the direction of this board of trying to connect all the pieces. So I think we'll start first with board member comments, and we'll start maybe, and we'll go around. If you have a clarifying question or a comment that you'd like to make, take one, and then we'll move on, and then we'll come back and see if we have any more. So Member Rucker, I'd like to start with you.
Okay, so Kristen, I want to thank you for your presentation, and I think you read my mind as you were putting the presentation together, because the questions I had was about the alignment and the assumptions we have about what this new plan is going to mean as it relates to creating the alignment among all the elements in our system of support. And the question I specifically had was, and I do have a second question, but I'll just start with this one. On the assumption of the alignment, from the beginning when we started looking at these LCAPs and I started reading them, special education students were invisible in the conversation that districts were having about improving student achievement. And so what I just heard you say in putting this presentation to us for this plan was that between the work that's being done in your network and with your SELPA leads and with the county office leads, that there's a different conversation that is happening with LEAs. And so my question is, so for the county offices that are doing this work very directly with districts as they look at and address their LCAPs, how much of this information in this plan are they aware of that actually is informing the conversations that counties are having right now with districts concerning their LCAPs?
It's a great question. I would say that they are absolutely using these data to inform, and I've been to a few county-wide convenings where counties brought in all their LEAs to work on to look at their data together. So maybe they brought their superintendent and some school principals and some of their leadership team, which always included special ed. And part of the activity is this crosswalk of making sure that they understand the relationship and are able to do that deeper dive around the data. So it's absolutely happening. And the level of questions that we're getting are completely different now than they used to be in the past.
And are they being held accountable in some way for what is revised into their LCAP?
Yeah, so as part of the our performance indicator process, we receive evidence. So part of our job under general supervision is to receive evidence from LEAs that this is actually occurring. So like I said, it can come either way. They can use the PIR plan to inform their LCAP, which we hope they do, which is why we actually even aligned all the data when the data comes out to align with the LCAP process. And then some of the folks from my team are working with the LCAP team to make sure that it's aligned at our level. And it goes back to, how does this help kids at the end of the day? We're trying to set up the conditions for the conversations that you're talking about. So we see it happening, and we're hearing from SELPAs and districts that it's happening, and we're getting a whole new level of questions, even from the superintendents, about the special ed data.
Member Ortiz-Laconi, do you have comments? I'm just going around. Okay, fine. Member Burr?
Thank you. I also want to express my appreciation, Kristen. As you mentioned a number of times in there, the department is working very closely with the collaborative on many of these issues. The collective is, a very true partnership. Kristen and Carla Estrada made a presentation to the collaborative at our last meeting that was very helpful along these same lines. So just an appreciation. The other thing I would like to do is just highlight your slide like 8 and 9 or somewhere in that neighborhood. I don't know how easy it is to get back there, but I know we first talked about this as we were trying to talk about integrating, and the first year we had dashboard data, and by far the largest category of students that were causing LEAs to need differentiated assistance were students with disabilities. And I think initially people went, oh my gosh, that's this very discrete category of kids that we have to work on. And I think, unfortunately, kind of perpetuated this notion of, oh my gosh, if we could just figure out what to do with special ed kids, we'd be better off. But what this shows is those children, and you said this very eloquently a number of times, there are kids. They're all the same kids. They're not discrete kids that are struggling. There's an overlap here. It talks about, based on the funding formula, the next one, which I thought was about the percent of students with disabilities who are in one or more LCFF student groups. It's almost 3/4 of the students. So we have to keep thinking about it that way. And so the work that you're doing is so critical to align these systems to say, we've got to focus on this. These are not separate little kids that need separate little services. They need access to general education in the most profound ways. So I just want to say how much I appreciate that, and I think we have to keep this front and center when we're thinking about it.
Thank you. Member Sung?
Thank you, Kirsten. I just want to also echo my colleagues' comments as well, that this item was excellent. I just loved how we are now really working on that alignment and coherence, and so it makes a lot of sense. I just wanted to also point out that as we're looking at data for student achievement, I think it would be also helpful for us to look at funding models for supporting special education students. So we have a system of SELPAs right now that pool resources together on a regional basis, and then we also have districts who are also single district SELPAs. And at this point in time, when we know that, and the LCAP is not just a academic goals document, it's also a fiscal document as well. So kind of understanding how we're supporting special education students through the funding pieces, and then how some of this shared funding happens on a regional basis, and how those are going to students. And especially at this point in time when we know that special education is very expensive and costs a lot of money, what are some of the drivers in how we're pooling resources to be able to best support students, and how does that impact on a regional basis versus a single district basis? So I think it'd just be good as we're looking at data, to look into that a little bit more as well.
Thank you. Member Sandoval?
I want to thank you for a very clear report, the way you framed the alignment and the coherence, and then in your report now, the relationship between the work that's happening among not just the department, but all of these different entities. So the collaborative, as well as the fact that you're working within curriculum and instruction in the department, because all of these things fit together, and it's about relationship. And I think you're the right person at the right time. And I just want to acknowledge and celebrate your leadership, because we're seeing in a very rapid time frame, I think, some real results and improved systems that are benefiting kids. And that's what this is all about. And I also want to acknowledge the letter that we received from Advisory Commission on Special Education Chair Gina Plate, just also supporting the report and the plan and recommending approval, which is something that I also am going to support. And I would be prepared to make a motion in support of this report, so we can accept that.
Member Cardenas? Okay, so I think now we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for board comments and clarification.
We have one public comment, Michael Flores Castaneda.
Morning. Wow, I was waiting for a longer list of names. Thank you. Good morning. Michael Flores Castaneda on behalf of California Teachers Association. I'm also an elementary special ed teacher in Arvin, Kern County. I teach moderate severe kindergarten through 3rd grade. And we see the data in our district, and we already know that our students with disabilities are always the lowest performing of the subgroups, and understandably and rightfully so, right? But like I asked my administrators, what are we doing about that? What are we going to do for them? We're concerned, on behalf of CTA, we're concerned about the concepts submitted today that they don't appear to be connected to the rest of the work in special ed down at the local level. Unique to California are our systems of SELPAs and the role of the county offices and the support that they monitor and advise to the districts. We don't feel that the concerted activities suggested here today seem to transcend to the district and the site level. The district and sites don't understand the urgency of it, and nor are they quite catching the linkage to the LCAP. For example, in my district, I remind my administrators, like I ask them, what are we doing about this? But my students are also those low-income English learners. They are LCAP students, but unfortunately, when they submit the plan, anything that is designated for students with disabilities or for special ed students, the county kicks it back because it's not what LCAP is intended for. So if you all, as the board, could help us make that link a little stronger, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no more comments, then let's go back to any board clarifications or additional comments. Anybody else? Member Ortiz-Lacon?
Kristen, do you mind maybe addressing that public comment? I also wonder, I think this is great, and you have my support, but I do have a question because I do wonder how there's obviously an overlap between our students with disabilities and our LCFF groups, student target populations. But we know that what's still unclear to me is how do we support and address somebody who's a student with disabilities, who's low income, who's an L student. You know, I understand the multiple identities, but I also understand that there's a different approach to each of those identities. The majority of our students with disabilities are Latinos, just by virtue of the population, right? We never really address or talk about students with disabilities as Latinos. We always talk about them as students with disabilities. So for me, I understand wanting to align this. There's economies of scale in making sure that we address our students through their multiple identities, but I am a little concerned that we may leave out some of their needs because we're leading with students with disabilities versus an English learner. And I think the public comment spoke to that, right? We were still very trained to think in silos.
Yep, I think it's a great question. And I appreciated Michael's comments too, because I think that is our challenge, is making this really relevant at the local level. And that's the point. So again, we're at this level, right, trying to do intentional activities to create the conditions for coherence. The next level is to make sure that it's happening and then to get that feedback when it's not. And so we have gotten feedback already that there are things that don't make sense. And so those are the things that we're working on to not have that occur next year. We want this to make sense for our districts and our schools so that they're not spending all this time just doing activities around compliance. This was the whole idea of why we're doing this. But to your point about what I think of it as is the intersectionality between a student and all the things that they are, right? All their multiple identities. And one of the things that the IEP process allows us to do at its fullest potential is it allows us this entitlement that says, let's focus on the whole child, right? So in my perfect world of an IEP meeting, you would have this incredible person-centered, person-driven plan that takes into account all these things. It's grounded in an entitlement around IDEA and making sure that they get their needs met as students with disabilities, but it's recognizing that there needs to be other people at the table. An ideal scenario for a student who's an English learner would be having that English learner expertise on that IEP team, making sure that it's not instead of some type of support for just their disability, that they're getting their ELD. And it's not one or the other, right? It's how do we wrap that around a student and create a plan. It's not just a plan about special ed. It's a plan for that student to make sure that all the right people are making sure, have that lens around what their needs are. So I would say that the power and benefit of the IEP is to really use that to bring all the right people together. And we've been trying to encourage that. And then actually, you know, the more that we think about providing the right kind of templates at the state level to drive that conversation, I think the more we'll see it at a local level. But I think that's what we're working on. You know, I think a lot of it is a big culture shift, right? This is a big change in our system of having two systems. We're trying to have one system. And so, you know, I completely hear what he's saying. I hear what you're saying too. I don't disagree with it. I think that's what we're working on.
Yeah. Member Rucker, you had a comment?
Okay, so this is what I was afraid of, and this is what I was actually assuming, was that we're going to have, first of all, I also support approving the plan, but my concern has been better articulated by Michael than I actually was able to articulate when I asked my question to you. My great concern is we're going to have this great plan, we're going to have these great ideas that look good on paper, but the reality is county offices don't seem to get the point that when districts put information or plans or priorities about special education students in their LCAPs, they send the LCAP back to the district and tell the districts to take the information about special education students out. And so my concern is, as has been pointed out again, far more articulately than I was able to explain it, special education students are those students who are covered also in the LCAP, yet we don't seem to be able to make that culture shift. How many years have we been working now on writing LCAPs and on making this transition and this culture shift from where we used to be and working in the silos to where we're supposed to be this year? When is somebody actually, where is the requirement or the impediment to tell counties, stop that, and here's what you need to do now? Because in giving your answer, you were very articulate. You even used a big 7-syllable word that, people may tell me I'm well-spoken, but I don't use 7-syllable words on a daily basis, so I was very impressed by that. But I think we need to get intersectionality. Yeah, intersectionality. Yeah, my brain clicks those things off. So when we get to that moment where we stop talking about intersectionality and use 2-syllable words, do it, that's probably what we need to be doing now, because we're not doing it at all, according to what we just heard from CTA. So that's my concern.
I hear you.
Thank you. Member Burr?
So this is a little bit of a preview to the next item, I think, item 2, which is the system of support. And my dear friend Tom Armelino, who's the executive director of the collaborative, is here. So no pressure, Tom, but this is the work that the collaborative is supposed to be coordinating. And when we get to item 2, I'm going to call to your attention attachment 2, because it talks about all of these lead agencies, most of which, if not all of them, are county offices of education. And it's the work of the collaborative, along with the special ed collective, specifically with students with disabilities, to pull all this together. So while I hear Michael, and I certainly understand that, and I'm with you, Patricia, that I am so frustrated by having had this conversation about students with disabilities, at least for 40 years, that Carrick and I have shared working in education policy. Why does it take us so long? But I do think, and I think Kristen mentioned this, we are at a point in time led by folks who believe in this and know how to push the system to get where we need to go. But it's been a long time, and I think Kristen acknowledged that in the talking about this report. This has been, 6 years in coming, and included trying to get a data system that was a single system. So it's really hard work. This is pushing the rock up the hill. But I think we're there, but what it takes now is to get that information and implementation down to the local level and to reinforce what we've been talking about for many, many years. And right now, it is squarely on the shoulders of the collaborative with our partners, the department, the board, all the county offices, but we have to keep at it. And so I just want people to be on notice when you talk about item 2. We really need to hear how this is working and what kinds of training, what kinds of conversations are going on with these lead agencies to get this message across.
So, and I just want to add, and then I'll go to, we have a couple other board members. My experience in the training of the 40 years of training, it was a training initially for traditionally 2 separate programs, and even for English learners, another separate program. And so we are really in transition about first core instruction for all kids, the best instruction, an integrated system. But we still have people in the system who were trained and believe in separation. And so and as you train people for a new approach, first core instruction, they're still driving the train with the best they know of the training they had. So I do think we work at the policy level, but the transition to implementation in the classroom, in the schools, is much longer than most of us ever hope for and wish. But it is shifting a whole generation of the way we operated in schools for so long. And so I just admire the work. I appreciate so much your leadership and your commitment to this work. And I think, just as Mike Kirst would say, kind of persistence and humility, we have to stay the course, and patience, but we stay the course. And so hearing continuous improvement, one integrated system is, I think, what we all believe in. But again, I would share the frustration. That just takes a really long time. And with that, I think Member Sung, and then I'll go to Member Sandoval.
Yeah, just real quick, just in reference to this conversation, I want to just point out in the item or in the application, it does talk about AB 1808. Which requires the governing board of a district to consult with the SELPA administrators in their LCAPs. So it is weaving that back into, yes, you need to address this in the LCAP.
Okay, Member Sandoval?
I move approval of the State Systemic Improvement Plan as recommended by the CDE.
I'll second.
Any comments on the motion? Any public comments on the motion? No public comments, okay. All those in favor? Motion passes, thank you. So we're now on to item 2. Update on the development of the California System of Support for Local Education Agencies and Schools. Welcome. We're excited to have you here. This is the delivery of the system.
Pressure whatsoever. Right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Stephanie Gregson, and I'm with the California Department of Education, and I serve as one of the leads for the California System of Support. And joining me, representing our partners, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, is Ronnie Jones. Over the past 18 months, the State Board has been receiving regular updates and presentations regarding the California System of Support. You may remember my former co-lead, Melanie Shuppy-Green, as providing those updates and presentations. So since she broke up with me over email, I've moved from behind the scenes to the front working with our partners, and I'm excited and energized by the powerful opportunity this work provides us. So today's presentation has 2 parts. The first part will focus on a County Office of Education's work in coordinating multiple lead initiatives, and the second part will be a deeper dive into mathematics. I'd like to first remind us that the goal for the California System of Support is focused on capacity building and addressing inequities in student opportunities. To quote American author Robert Fritz, "The way to activate the seeds of our creation is by making choices about the results you want to create. When you make a choice, you activate the vast human energies and resources which otherwise go untapped." We are striving for all of us to activate and re-energize, tapping into those energies and resources previously untapped. Ronnie's going to now explain further how our county offices of education are making choices to activate and re-energize their resources.
Great, thanks everybody. I'm very happy to be here representing CCEE. I do want to just review a couple of things. Is that over the past 6 to 8 months, we have had elements of this system just coming into being. And so as you take a look at the graphic, which I know that you have seen many times before, you will see elements of the system of support represented. And in the past, we've given a broad overview of this system, and we also heard at the last board meeting that you wanted a deeper dive into several elements of the system, and that's our hope today with the presentation that we've created for you. And so I think that our colleague Kristen Wright really emphasized the fact that this system is meant to align many elements that maybe seemed desperate and separate in the past, and so we are bringing those together under the system of support. As you can see from the graphic, a couple of the elements that we have talked about before are the geographic leads. Those are the lead agencies, those are lead county offices that are coordinating the efforts of their county offices and building the capacity of the county offices within their geographic areas. The geographic leads is one of the lead agencies that is coordinated and facilitated by CCEE. An additional element is the SELPA initiatives, and so the SELPA initiative and the SELPA leads are also coordinated and facilitated by CCEE, as well as the Community Engagement Initiative. The other leads that are represented, the Early Math Initiative, the Equity Leads, MTSS, and the Regional EL Specialists are coordinated and facilitated by CDE staff. So just to help you understand that all of these elements are represented on one graphic, but it's the two agencies really coming together to work collaboratively. We have been working over the past, I just came on board with CCEE in the past several months, and so we have been working to do exactly what you asked about, to coordinate meetings and trainings and facilitate workshops with all of these lead agencies. We had a kickoff lead agency meeting on February 12th with representatives from county superintendents to their assistant superintendents and those who are actually doing the work on the ground from all of these agencies. And we have our second meeting coming up on April 9th, where we'll be bringing them all together again to really support them, clarify roles, understand what the work is, share the work to date across those processes. So today, the first perspective that we want to provide to you is one from a County Office of Education. And so we have San Diego County Office of Education who is here today in order to provide you with a perspective. San Diego County Office of Education has multiple lead agencies that are organized under their structure, and they have had to really think about the organizational structure of the agency in order to make sure that all of their systems are aligned in order to create the conditions for success of students. And so we will be hearing from them talking about their geographic leads as well as understanding how the equity leads and the regional EL specialist leads are fitting into that structure. And so I would really like to introduce to you Jeanette Rodriguez-Chien, the Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Leadership Services from the San Diego County Office of Education.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Rodriguez-Chien, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent of Learning and Leadership at the San Diego County Office of Education. And I was asked to come today to share with you how we're thinking about the system of support. And I'm very fortunate to work with an incredible team that has a really open mindset around doing this work. Trying to figure out where to advance the slides here. Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. So I wanted to talk to you about, first of all, the purpose and how we think about the work that we're doing at the San Diego County Office of Ed in terms of the system of support. We know that all of you and the CDE, CCEE, the people that we work with on a day-to-day basis, have this understanding and have talked to us about what the purpose of the system of support is. And what we've tried to do in our organization is align our thinking with that system of support framework. And so we've been talking a lot to our districts about moving away from compliance to being thought partners with our districts. We want to make sure that they don't see the system of support as a compliance piece. We want them to really see us as partners where we're coming alongside them and doing the work, doing the heavy thinking that they have to do to make changes in their system. So we also are thinking about how do we do that differently compared to the work that we used to do in the past. And so some of the things that we're thinking about is how do we have conversations with our districts where we're looking at their context. Each district has a different culture, a different set of needs, a different way of looking at how they're doing their work. And so we want to have conversations with them about their individual needs at their districts so that we can support them in a better way. We also have been talking amongst our team around how do we do this more boots on the ground type of with a different type of approach so that we understand the complexity of each of the system. We are also thinking about the purpose of the system of support in a way where we're customizing our support to the districts based on their individual needs and also based on the level of expertise that we have in our organization. So in thinking about that, we're thinking how do we best meet the needs of the districts, understanding again what their needs are, understanding what our levels of support need to look like, and then what levels of expertise we have in our organization so that we can come together to leverage those areas of expertise to work alongside the districts. So we're also thinking about how do we do this work because we just started, as you heard. It's only been several months, and we're thinking alongside with the implementation, how do we sustain it? Because one thing is to start something off, another thing is to have it be implemented, and another thing is for it to take root. And so those are all the things that we've been talking about in the organization and thinking about. We've been having a lot of conversations around how do we do this differentiated assistance support work that, again, is meaningful to the districts. We've been doing this work now for a year and a half. We did year one last year, year two, we're in the middle of doing this work now. And so we talked a lot about how do we refine the differentiated assistance process that we implemented last year, knowing that there was some feedback and input from the districts. Again, we want to make sure that this differentiated assistance work is meaningful for districts, that they see the value of the process, that they understand that this is a continuous improvement process that they're undertaking. And so we've developed a process that took into account their feedback and their input. And we also developed a process for this particular year, for year two, so that we're moving districts from thinking about what their needs are to taking action. And I heard very clearly, like, we need to do something, and that's something that we've incorporated into this year two process. That's one thing for districts to admire the problem, and it's another thing for them to take root and to actually start taking action. And so that's what we've been thinking about and doing with our districts in year two this year, is moving them away from just looking at the problem and identifying those needs to actually thinking about what do we need to do differently in our system. One way that we've been doing that is by implementing improvement science as our process and protocols that we use with our districts, so that they're looking at their root causes, but they're also looking at, again, what are they going to do differently, and how are they going to scale up the changes in their system to make sure that it's sustainable over time. Another piece of the differentiated assistance support is we've been looking at our teams across the organization. I heard earlier the word silo, and we've been trying to intentionally move away from those silos in our organization. In the past, we have been working in our Learning and Leadership division, and we know that our Student Support Services division has expertise that we weren't leveraging. And so we started having these conversations about how do we bring those other areas of expertise to work alongside the team that's out providing differentiated assistance. So this year, we've broken down those silos in the organization. We're working across divisions so that we're working as a multi-team or a multi-team support, where we're going out to districts and we're not looking at working in silos any longer. We're working across the different divisions in our organization. Another important thing that we started doing this year is we're assigning team leads that are working with districts who already have relationships with the districts. We didn't want to have teams go out and do differentiated assistance with districts with people who didn't have relationships with them already. We know the importance of trust, and we know the importance of having districts look at us as thought partners. And so we're very intentional about having leads that already had relationships with the districts so that they were more open and more vulnerable and having conversations. And the last part of the differentiated assistance support that we started really doing this year again is looking at a project management process. We have 22 districts in our county office that are needing of support for differentiated assistance. So you can imagine 22 districts is quite a number of folks. And so we have many, many teams. And what we wanted to do is keep consistency in how we're carrying out this process. And so we are also having lots of meetings and lots of huddles and lots of organization meetings so that we make sure that we're serving the districts based on their context, but also that we have some consistency around the process. So that takes a shift in mindset, right? I think I heard you all talking about how do we shift people's mindset to do this work differently. And so that's something else that we've been really focusing in at San Diego County Office of Ed is this shift of mindset. Again, going from this idea of being more supportive and having districts understand that that's what our role is a support, and that this process is not punitive. And so we're trying to change not just the mindset of our internal organization team members, but also our districts in this way. We're also focusing on systems rather than just isolated needs. And I think one of the major differences is that we're looking at, yes, we have students who have very particular needs and we want to address those, but we know that those needs live within a system. And so we're focusing on how do we look at our system, at our district, at our school site, and how do we make changes at those two levels so that we address the needs of our students. And again, looking more at adaptive changes, or what are the big changes that need to happen in the system versus those technical, more quick fix kinds of solutions to more the sustainable, broad type of solutions. Another mind shift, and here's the word that Member Rucker brought up, intersectionality. So we're looking at the intersectionality of student groups. We don't want our districts to look at special ed students, EL students, Hispanic students, other different student groups as isolated student groups, because we know that many of those student groups live in within different student groups. And so when we're having conversations with our districts and they're looking at data, we don't want them to just say students with disabilities have a need. We want them to say students with disabilities have a need, but some of those students are also English learners, and they're also Hispanic, or they're also foster youth. So that they're not just addressing the individual student groups. That's one way of doing it, but that we want them to look at how do we address the needs of the students based on all of their different identities. Again, going back to the coherent approach, I know you've heard that in the presentation earlier, but that's a mind shift. How do we do this in a cohesive and coherent manner? And then how does that align to the LCAP and the other plans that the districts have to implement and have to write? We don't want districts to look at the work that they're doing in differentiated assistance or continuous improvement separate from the documents that they have to be writing. It really should be an outgrowth of the work that they're doing. So I just wanted to share with you some successes that we found in this short amount of time in working with systems as a system of support structure. What we're finding as a success is the collaboration that we're having with other county offices of ed. I think for the very first time, we're having a lot of conversations with other county offices of ed around how they're doing their work. We're picking each other's brains on how to do this work better. And so that's a huge success for us. In addition to the collaboration that we're having with other GEO leads and the GEO lead agencies like CCEE and CDE. Another success that we've found, or we've been finding at San Diego County, has been the development of the processes, tools, and the protocols that we're using with districts. We have a comprehensive, coherent way of doing our work, and we're constantly refining it. Again, we're also in a continuous improvement type of mode, and so we're developing some resources and tools that we hope can be used not just in our county office, but that we can share with other county offices as a GEO lead, and again, across the state as being part of the system of support. Another success that we found is that, or has been that we're engaging our districts in a different way. And the feedback that we're getting from the districts is that this is a much more meaningful process for them. They're finding relevance, and they're finding that this is the differentiated assistance process, and the way that we're supporting them is a lot more meaningful. Thank you. So I just wanted to share, those are successes, but there are also some challenges. And so these are some of the challenges, and one of the, I think, biggest challenges that I just want to point out is aligning the work. Again, it's new, and we're really trying to get people to be more coherent. But the challenge is, how do we change people's mindset and the way that we're doing our work, and how do we build that coherence? Because we also have this sense of urgency to do things differently for our students. And lastly, how do we scale up this support? I'd already talked about maybe the possibility of sharing resources across the GeoLead region and agencies, developing networks of districts, and the work that we're doing together with our co-lead, geographical lead and organizations. And then also building the capacity of not just our organization, but building the capacity of the districts to do this work on their own. Really, that's what the outcome for us is that we're facilitating the support, but we want them to be able to have their own, or for us to help them build their own capacity to look at this work in this manner. Okay. And at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce Tony Mora. And Tony Mora is part also of the San Diego County Office of Ed, and he will be talking to you as the EL specialist lead, and he'll be sharing some of the work that he's doing in that work.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice President Strauss, board members, Deputy Superintendent Ashley. My name is Tony Moore. I'm one of the district advisors for the San Diego County Office of Education. I'm also a Title III EL specialist and Title III lead. To the clicker, the arrow. Before I get started, I just want to kind of ground us in some data points here. What you see on your screen is the 2017-18 enrollment by English language acquisition statewide. And what's important here is to look at the yellow and the green sections of the pie graph, which represent 38% of the English learners and reclassified students in the state. This shows why there is a need for Title III English learner specialists to support teachers and LEAs out in the field. On a personal note, I at one time was an English learner, so I know the struggles that one goes through to acquire a second language. Additionally, I'm a parent of an English learner who was reclassified. Title III English learner specialists are part of the system of support, San Diego County being the lead agency. There are 11 Title III English learner specialists throughout the state that assist LEAs. The purpose, the Title III English learners leads provide technical assistance to the LEAs within each of the 11 county superintendent regions. As mentioned previously in the previous slide, we provide technical assistance, and we could categorize those into three major buckets: coaching and capacity building. This is where we build the systemic level for continuous improvement in data analysis and data-based decision-making, high-quality instruction, program implementation, as well as LCAP and LCAP federal addendum development. The second bucket, stakeholder engagement. This is where we assist to promote parental involvement and community support. And finally, facilitation and resource connection, where we effectively develop partnerships and mobilize specialized resources and expertise. In the previous slide, I mentioned about the three categories. Here are some additional support that we as Title III English specialists provide to the field. My colleagues do more than what I say and have shown here. It all depends on the needs of the LEAs within the region. It is very customized support at times that we provide to those areas. Jeanette mentioned in one of her slides the key piece of collaboration. And I think that's one of the big pieces within the Title III EL specialist that has come from this work is a collaboration. And here are some of the highlights that have occurred within the last year. The English Learner Roadmap presentation. Title III EL specialists have presented on the English Learner Roadmap at the launch, at the Accountability Leadership Institute, at the Bilingual Coordinators Network meetings. And this has now enabled the rest of the Title III leads to take that information and take that back to the particular regions and disseminate that to the particular regions. Addition to that, we have worked as a group to really focus on Title III program evaluation. This is learning how to effectively evaluate a program. Addition to that, we have worked on English Learner Improvement Collaborative. This is bringing improvement science and second language acquisition to improve the outcomes of English learners. Multilingual Education and Global Achievement Dashboard. I will show you the next slide a little bit more about that. Title III Parent Notification Letter. This is where we as a collective got together and saw the need of creating Title III letters in multiple languages that the field needed. So we as a collective worked together to get those letters in various languages that different regions needed. The last item that you see on your screen is reclassification parent infographic. That's under current development. This is a collaborative effort that the leads are working on to create a parent infographic to disseminate to the field on the reclassification process, what is needed and what parents should be asking through the process as they get involved with their LEAs. This is the mega dashboard that I mentioned in the previous slide. I know it's hard to see, but I want you to look at and understand the big concept here. Most dashboards include LPAC data, CASP data. In our particular dashboard here, and what you see here is what we called our reclassification analysis chart. And what you see at the bottom quadrant is you see stars, circles, triangles, and hexagons. A star represents a student who has met the LEA's criteria for reclassification and should be looked at. A circle represents a student who is progressing on the continuum and needs attention. A triangle represents a student who is progressing on the continuum, needs attention, but is also at risk of becoming a long-term English learner. And a hexagon represents a student who needs attention and is also a long-term English learner. The color codes represent a student, blue, who has standard exceeded, green, standard met, yellow, standard nearly met, and red, standard not met. What's important about this is not that the teacher could get that information and make the necessary adjustments to instruction for the particular student. This system also enables you to enter local data from local assessments to make that powerful, more of moving the needle for that particular student within that organization. I was asked at the meeting for system of support. So as a lead, how do you communicate with the rest of the leads? And I answered them that at times it's challenging, but I think we have a good structure. We meet on a quarterly basis, face-to-face, with the rest of the regions and the department. We have established a standing agenda item with the department where we are able to report out the information from the system of support leads meetings and the rest of the items that you see there on your screen as well. Tied to the Title III English Learner Specialist funding is our effectiveness on our work. So as Title III EL specialists, we have metrics that the department is collecting. The metrics are both quantitative and qualitative in nature. And with that, I conclude our section from San Diego and open up to any questions you may have of Jeanette or myself.
So Dr. Shannon Morad, thank you so much for helping us understand the complexities of San Diego and the area you serve. I appreciated your slides, particularly the slide that you had, which was, and I just wrote these words down because it is about what we're about: collaboration, integration, engage, meaningful, targeted change, and capacity building. That seems to be all the work we're talking about, and I appreciate the ongoing work you're doing. We're going to have clarification from our board members now before we move on. So we're going to start on this side over here. Member Cardenas, do you have any clarification? Okay, Member Sandoval, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. It's always helpful to us to see how things are out living out in the field. One question I have is about materials and resources that you're developing to help build capacity. You mentioned parent notification letters translated into different languages. How are those materials made available to others in the field who may want to access those resources?
So those letters were actually created by all the other Title III leads. So the department actually created the Title III sample letter, and from that, it got disseminated to the rest of the Title III leads. And depending on which region needed a particular language, one particular region said, I'll take the lead and have my county translated in X language, and from there it kind of disseminated going forward. So that's how we kind of work collaboratively.
Okay, thank you. And then you also mentioned in your presentation the different buckets, and one of them was stakeholder engagement. If you could just elaborate a little bit on some of the strategies that you're helping to build with stakeholder engagement in these areas.
On that one, we're actually, I know that San Bernardino is the lead for parent involvement, so we're working with them, and CAVES also has reached out to us as citizens of support to actually kind of improve our support to the field in that particular region, and as well as system of support. I know they are part of our meetings going forward, the system of support.
Right, thank you.
Member Sun? No? Member Burke?
Thank you. I just want to express my appreciation to try to sort of flesh out what this all looks like on the ground is very helpful. I actually had two questions. One is on the first presentation, to what extent are you training or assisting your LEAs with data analysis? Because that seems to be a big thing. And I'll ask the second one. The second one is, if you could talk about the Title III lead coordination with the other leads, because I think Title III, at least in my view, is sort of seen, again, unfortunately, as this outside thing. It's federal money. We have to, and I am not a fan of the feds, in case you don't know. But it's something we have to do, and it's this, compliance thing. But the presentation, that data dashboard, if you will, that you showed is like, wow, that's fantastic. But, and I know my colleague wants to talk a lot about that, but so I'd just like to know, what's the coordination with the Title III leads and these other leads? Because I don't want us to fall into what we heard earlier from CTA, that counties are saying, well, we're not going to approve your LCAP, or special ed kids don't belong in there, or Title III kids don't belong in there. It's so important that all of this is seen as a seamless approach. So those are my two questions.
So to answer your first question around data analysis, I think you hit the nail on the head. We've been having the conversation across the state, and most districts are really struggling with how to look at data. So we've implemented a whole day, what we call a data institute, where we're bringing our districts together to really walk through different protocols where we're looking at the data, not just the system level data. We want them to really drill down to the student level data. But you're right, we're having a lot of feedback and a lot of observations around this need for data analysis. And more than just data analysis, some of the districts, especially our small school districts, they don't even have capacity to have the data that they need, the infrastructure that they need to look at the data. So more than just the data analysis, there's this need for really creating a data culture, and we've been talking a lot about that in our organization, is how do we as internal team members at the organization really understand our districts, and the only way for us to do that is to analyze the district data, but the districts are also struggling with this data piece, and so we're building out resources and protocols so that they have access to that, and when we facilitate that, we're building their capacity to do that. We're in the midst of having conversations about how do we, again, build the capacity through trainings for the districts, and that's something that you're going to see, at least from, I know in our region, we're talking about that as a geo lead, not just in San Diego, but Riverside, Orange County, and Imperial County. Like, how do we come together to provide these trainings so that everyone across the region has these resources, and that we're looking at data analysis in a very similar way?
In terms of the collaboration, besides meeting quarterly, with the department. We do Zoom calls as well. We have established a family, a real familia where we're able to pick up the phone, whether it's a text or was it email, and say, you know what, I need assistance on this. In my region, I'm looking for this or that. And it has come to the point where they know that someone within the 11 LEAs, the 11 Title III ELs, there's someone that's going to be able to support them, because we have been doing the work and some of them will have the resource to support one another. When we come here to Sacramento for our Title III meetings, we go to dinner together. That's how tight closely we are, because we have established that relationship. Some of us have been doing the work since Title III back in 2007 to someone that just came on board a couple of weeks ago. But we've all taken them in because we need each other to be able to move the work forward.
Member Ortiz-Licon?
Sorry, can I also just answer the question about how the work of the Title III leads will then be spread to the other GEO leads and the other leads? Because I think that was also part of the question. We actually just had our first all leads meeting, is what we're calling them, on February 12th, and we'll be having another all leads meeting on April 9th. And those will most likely be quarterly. We're still sort of working the schedule out for the rest of 2019, and we'll be scheduling those for 2020. And at those all leads meetings, that's the time where, again, the word collaboration, the content leads will be collaborating with the geographic leads to understand both the needs of the county offices and the districts, as well as the resources and materials that have already been developed for some of these leads, as Tony said, over the last many years, and for the newer leads over the last several months. And we'll be talking about how all of the leads can support the implementation of these materials, as well as how to scale those materials for their local context. So that's really where that work will take place, is at the all leads meetings.
Thank you, Jeanette and Tony, for this presentation. And the EL dashboard does spark a lot of joy in me. And so I thank you. I've actually seen an interactive demo of it, and there's a lot more that wasn't seen here, but I like that we could see when a student started or entered at that particular school. Many times that student has been in kinder or at that school since kinder, and now he or she's a fifth grader and still has not reclassified, right? So it really gives teachers and principals and others a better understanding of the student, and you're able to track them. So I'm wondering, I don't know that I saw this in the dashboard, but if a student has reclassified, can you continue monitoring their progress 4 years out? Is that something that is embedded in this dashboard?
Yes.
Yes.
We only had a certain amount of time, so many slides. So I needed
I know, I saw over there. Saw a timekeeper over there. Yes.
We had to just put one slide, and I felt that was the most powerful one, because most dashboards don't have that. But our great support staff at the county has that capability of now being able to monitor that for 4 years.
I actually went home with the deck, and I showed my husband, who's a teacher, and I said, this is something that Long Beach Unified should consider. But really, this is something that should be scaled for the entire state. And so I'm wondering, what are the plans to make this a statewide EL dashboard? How do we plan to use the CCEE, county offices, CDE? How are we going to use this tool? Because this is a very powerful tool. And if we want to bring visibility to our students, if we want to understand our students, then we have a platform already. We have something. You know, we don't need to try to figure out how to shed light on students that have been overlooked for so many years. So I am excited to hear how we're going to use this as part of the systems of support and how we're going to scale this.
I think our IT department, our division, would love hearing that right now. They developed this. This is in conjunction, obviously, with our division. They developed this tool for our districts, and right now we're piloting this platform with several of our districts, and they are finding it very, very helpful and meaningful. I don't, unfortunately, have the answer on how we would scale that to the state. I think there's probably people behind me that can answer that a little better.
Yes, and I do want an answer, so step right up.
So I know that we presented the dashboard at the Accountability Leadership Institute, and we've had interest from other counties as well and other school districts. And it's simply having access to the LAA's data to be able to introduce that into the dashboard itself. So there is the capability of scaling out and just simply working with the department and other agencies to be able to scale that out.
Right, and it's causing a caucus back there. So, if there is, phone a friend from the legislature.
I had to phone two. I had to phone two.
Are we making a bill here? Is this what's happening?
Well, but we can, do you have an answer?
I have an answer.
Okay, great, Stephanie. All right.
That's why I phoned two friends.
All right.
So one thing is that's the power of the all leads meetings, is that Tony will be presenting this to all of our leads. So that'll be a discussion that we'll have together about how do we scale up. And then we can further discussion at the state level of how we can incorporate. There's a lot of complexities with incorporating something into our already existing dashboard. So that is definitely a conversation that we can begin. But I think for right at this moment, having Tony share this system with all of the leads so that they can see the power and see how we can tap into that across the counties, it would be a great first step.
And I just want to continue highlighting this, because I think that if we leave it up to some who may allot funding for this, we're going to have some disparities. We're going to have some districts that really have a high concentration of ELs who will not have the tools to monitor progress or identify students. So ideally, this would be a statewide system, because I understand starting with San Diego County, others may opt to invest in this, but some may not. And we may be losing critical data and critical outcomes, and of course, students too, because of that. So just want to make sure we emphasize, highlight, and bold that.
The other thing that it enables you to do is to look at that dually defined student, if the student is special ed and English learner at the same time.
Member Rucker?
Okay, so I want to continue on the conversation with this dashboard, and I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to tell you, honestly, I'm confused by this. So the first time I saw the chart that showed and explained all the geographic leads, all the county regional leads, and all the content leads, one of the things I heard very clearly was what the appropriation was to support particularly certain county offices who were the math leads or who were the English language arts leads. How are you funded as being the lead for EL at your county office?
In addition, as a lead, no additional funding.
Okay, and what exactly is the funding you receive?
So each Title III English learner specialist gets a set amount of funding. To be a Title III lead agency, there's no additional funding.
So as it falls inside the system of support, are you receiving any additional funding to do the work that you're doing as a lead agency on this element of English learner concerns?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, the first issue about talking about scalability and scaling up to make this a statewide or systemic activity is to make the commitment of funding to support the work that you're doing. So I want to make sure that I say here that while the board doesn't have the authority to make the decision about funding, but we do have the authority to recommend very strongly that the work and the research you have done with creating this particular dashboard and to do this research is highly significant and very important to the students and to the work that we're supposed to be doing to support other districts. So I highly support not just scaling it up, but making sure that all districts have access to it and that funding won't be an obstacle for doing it. My second question is related to the work that San Diego County Office of Education does in their own LCAP. How much of your work informed what has been written into or revised into the LCAP that the San Diego County Office of Education has written?
So one of the things that we're working with our districts is to, again, look at their system, right? And one aspect of the system is their LCAP. Really, the LCAP should be the work should be driving what they're writing into the LCAP, as I mentioned earlier. And so when we're looking at the approval process and we're working alongside the districts and developing their LCAPs, the conversations that we're having with them, if they've been identified for differentiated assistance, is
I'm
showing.
sorry, I don't think I asked the question correctly. I'm talking about the LCAP for the San Diego County Office of Education, not the LCAP for the districts that you are working with.
Okay. So we're working with our alternative schools. It's another division. It's our student services division that oversees our alternative and continuation and community schools. They're the ones that are writing their LCAP for their schools. And so they have also been identified as needing differentiated assistance. So in the conversations, in the process that they're undergoing right now, they're using that information, those conversations in the identification of their student needs as a springboard to write actions and services into their LCAP. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm not asking the question correctly. Your county office has written an LCAP, is that correct? I'm not talking about your alternative schools. I'm talking about the LCAP for the County Office of Education written by the San Diego County Office of Education.
We don't write an LCAP at the county office. It's our schools that are within our county office.
And so the work that you are doing informs what the alternative schools are writing in their LCAP?
No.
Do they serve any of these EL populations?
No. So I hear what your question is now.
Okay, yes.
Okay,
I'm
so
not asking the question. Yeah, I don't think I asked the question correctly. I want to know, because you are the county lead, you are a geographic lead, and the particular subject matter that you have developed some very clear and specific expertise on is English learner. So I'm asking for the LCAPs that you have direct influence over, that your county office is monitoring. How has your work informed those LCAPs?
So the county offices don't write LCAPs for the work that we do. Our work as a county office is to support districts, and districts write LCAPs for themselves. The schools that live within the county offices are seen as our own LEA, which is another district, and so they write their own LCAP. So that's where the confusion was for me. But the answer to your question is county offices don't write LCAPs for the county office work that they do.
Okay.
Okay, Member Burr.
I'm going to try this, Member Rucker. I think the confusion is that county offices of education serve students, lots of different kinds of students, students with severe disabilities, students who are incarcerated. I've been to San Diego County many times. And under statute, you are required to write LCAPs for all those students that you serve. And I think what's confusing here, and honestly, I will say a little bit alarming, that because you're housed in the same facility with those folks that are providing services to our most needy students, we would hope, and I think this is what Member Rucker was getting at, that all the work you're doing with the other LEAs, not your LEA within the county office, is spilling over, and you're doing all of that work. Okay.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
Okay.
And that's what I was trying to explain, that is that the work that we're doing with the other districts, the continuous improvement process, the root cause analysis, the data analysis, all of those pieces that we're doing with the other districts, we're also doing with our own district or our own set of schools. And what they're gleaning from those processes, they're writing into their LCAP.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to help clarify for Member Rucker, because I was afraid we were getting a little derailed there, that I didn't want that to happen. Ronnie or Stephanie, could you go back and just show that, like the first or second slide that shows the graphic that I feel like, the round circle.
Circle one. I'm going to let you go the right direction.
Yeah, sorry. I always want people to be on this.
It's okay. Thank you. That one?
Yeah.
Yes.
So one thing I just want to, because this is helpful to understand, and honestly, because I know all of you have heard me say this, from the very beginning of this budget year, when we created all of these leads, I went, oh my gosh, how on earth is all of this going to be coordinated, and how are LEAs going to make sense of all this?
Right.
Because it's like, we're from Sacramento and we're here to help. And they're going to go, please.
Here, let me show you our graphic. It's very helpful to look at this picture. Not
exactly.
Really.
But so the couple things I wanted to be clear, because I think Member Rucker was also asking this question, especially around Title III, because we've we obviously have a very keen interest in support to English learners, and we know that Title III has been around for many, many years. So I think we added that on here to say, yes, we do have regional folks who are helping with English learners, been around for many, many years, and it's federally funded. So that's different than what happened in the budget where we put a bunch of state money into these other leads. So again, I hope people can kind of wrap their head around this. It took me a long time. But the one question I want to go back to is, again, this question about the EL dashboard, because I think we're all like, wow, this is fantastic. And maybe we need yet another friend, Veronica, here to talk to us about it. But my impression of federal money, and now they're going to be my best friends, is that they provide funding to support English learners across the state. And there's a very consistent mechanism for doing that. You explained it very well. And so I'm wondering why federal money can't be used to make sure that that dashboard is available to every LEA in the state, because it seems like such a powerful tool.
Yeah. We're going to need to maybe ask a friend, phone a friend on that one.
Who's not here.
Who's not here right at the moment. But I think that the question that we can answer is that this also goes back to coherence. And so when we started thinking about the system of support, we could identify the very specific initiatives that are funded by the state, particularly under the system of support, that could be on this graphic. But we also know that these other initiatives, like MTSS, like the EL Title III, like the Math Initiative, that those things are also part of the system of support, and we did not want to leave them out. So if we only brought together those who are identified specifically under state funding for the system of support, we would be missing large swaths and large elements of that. So I just want to say, yes, we acknowledge that that's what we were doing, was beginning to pull those elements together under this one system so that we do have more coherence across the system. And for example, the dashboard, potentially in the past, the dashboard could have been developed for ELs and then just stayed in that bubble of the EL world and not been shared and scaled across the state. This system allows us, regardless of funding, because I can't answer that question, to really take that information and share it out across the state so that we can begin to envision how do we scale that at a state level. And then also work, some things when you scale them at a state level, it takes a different lens in different parts of the state. So I would say that in the very northern part of the state, it's a slightly different lens around ELs than it maybe is in some of the other regions. So we can also bring that perspective back to the Title III leads, and it's an exchange of information going back and forth.
So let me just follow up, board members. We'll get back to you on the funding issue. There are a couple more clarifying questions. I know we have some other presenters, so hold on, because we have two more questions, I believe, for you. So Member Cardenas.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate the tools you guys are bringing to the community. I have a question. Can the dashboard that you have created be accessed by like community members and families? And also, like, how are you, if you do, how are you engaging families to understand the importance and how to navigate it?
At the present time, it is not accessible by parents, but if it's tied into a parent portal, it might be able to. It all depends on the LEA. But that's something that IT will need to work with a particular LEA to see if that's something that can be done.
So you see this
I would need
going...
to check with IT to see how that could be done. That's out of my realm right now.
So it's not currently accessible.
That's correct.
It's a pilot.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I just think it will be something very powerful for like families to see how students are doing, you know, how their kids are doing, just to see how the system works. So I really appreciate that tool. So really pushing for the families to have access to this, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Cardenas. Member Ortiz-Licon, you had one more question?
I do. You're also the equity lead, and I know that's a one-time funding opportunity. Can you tell us what that entails and how you're using your lessons learned and practices to disseminate, say, you know, this may be a one-time funding opportunity, but we're trying to institutionalize some of these practices and disseminate. So tell me a little bit of what does it mean to be an equity lead? What are you looking at?
So the system of support and the way that the structure has kind of been rolling out is, you're right, is actually happening after the fact, right? The equity leads were established before the system of support leads. And so the equity grant what we're working on doing right now is we're working with districts around equity audits. They're doing equity walks. They're really understanding who are the students in their schools, who are the students in their districts. We're looking at obviously data and identifying needs. And the districts and the schools are developing equity plans for themselves so that they can really implement some actions and different ways of looking at their system so that they remove some institutional barriers that, again, that are being revealed by the data and by these equity audits that have been taking place. And so, again, we're working with districts as a pilot right now. This is the first year of the implementation. We're working alongside Kern County Office of Ed to do this work and the National Equity Project. Next year will be year 2 of the grant, and then the grant funding will go away. So to your question about the lessons learned, what we're doing is we're learning a lot about how to work with districts. We're learning a lot about the process in which we need to take them through so that they really understand their needs and they do something about it, right? Once they find out what their needs are, again, it's about taking that action. And so what we're intending to do is we're gonna scale up the equity work regardless if we have funding or not. So we talked a little bit about, in the slides, building networks, and that's another way that we're thinking about doing the equity work across our county, is that we're gonna continue to build networks of districts and schools who want to be part of this equity work and help them go through a process where we're helping them look at, again, their needs, but more importantly, what they're gonna do about addressing inequities in their systems.
And are you bringing this information to the All Leads quarterly meetings? I read your mind.
Okay.
Yes, so we're going to have San Diego County Office and Santa Clara County Office. They're the 2 equity leads, and they've been doing 2 very different types of work around equity. We're going to have them present at the April 9th meeting to all of our leads and have a conversation and a collaboration time around how do we integrate their work and their lessons learned into the foundation of what all our leads are doing with our LEAs.
Okay, Member Rucker had one more question.
I know that the conversation about serving as the equity lead was not part of this item, so I'm going to ask that a presentation concerning your work as the equity lead be considered for a future board item. So I have made an executive decision. I'd like to share it with you. I'd like to invite them to come back so they could make that presentation to us.
Yes, our plan was to have them working with all of our leads and being able to share not only their individual work as county offices, but also what they'll be doing with all of our leads at a future board presentation.
Yeah, and so then when they come back, can you please make sure they explain what an equity walk is and an equity audit? Yeah, I'm very interested in understanding what that is.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So first, on behalf of the State Board and the San Diego and the CCE presenters, thank you so much for your thoughtful presentation, your outline for us to follow. We are not done with this item, members and public, because we have 2 more parts, but we're going to take a 10-minute break, okay? So we'll come back at 10:30 and continue this item.
Thank you.
So thank you. Okay, so we'll call everyone back to your seats.
Here we are. We got 6. The team just walked in the room.
Let's see. Member Rucker? Where's Rucker? I don't have Rucker. Ting. Where's Ting? Okay.
You can get started because Ting's in the room.
All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. We obviously all needed the morning break. So we'll remember to build in stretch breaks for all of us, for the audience as well as the board members and the presenters. So we had a lot of good discussion on the first part. This is a 3-part item. And so just thank you all as we continue. Okay, so if everyone could come to order. So this next part is a really significant component of the whole item. Is full of really deep, rich conversation. But this is about mathematics, which is an area that we've been focused on and seriously concerned about. And so this early mathematics initiative is an important consideration starting early for kids. So, well, let's see, I don't think, okay, I think I have enough people. Okay, so Stephanie, we'll turn it back over to you for this part. Oh, sorry.
So last month we also talked about mathematics instruction. I provided some updates around the math curriculum framework and our work on updating and revising that, some current research. And you also heard from Dr. Gianfranco Tonatore from San Juan Unified. You know I had to get that name right in there, right? And she's not here to hear it. Oh, man. So we're going to switch a little bit to the early math initiative because in addition to the county offices of education doing the outwork that they outlined today, the California System of Support is also focusing on supporting the integration of content areas across all leads. And we kind of talked about that a little bit today. But we are just getting started on this work. So here to share with us on the early mathematics initiative is Lupe Jaime and Matilda Sorio from Fresno County Office of Education and their partner Paul Reimer from the Ames Center.
Good morning, members of the State Board. My name is Lupe Jaime Milem. I'm the Senior Director for Early Care and Education for Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. With me is my colleague, Dr. Matilda Soria, also from the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, and Paul Reimer from Ames Center for Math and Science Education. We've mentioned how we've seen the scores of early math across all the different ages, and we realize that we're quite concerned about it. We were quite pleased when the State Department released an RFA in regards to early math and thinking of math not only on day one that they are at a school system, but even earlier, and how we can make a difference with our early infants through the continuum. As a result then, Fresno County applied for the grant with numerous partners, and we were able to be awarded this California statewide Early Math Initiative grant. Fresno County Superintendent of Schools is currently implementing with several other people or partnering up with several other individuals. One, Ames Center for Math and Science Education, which you'll hear from them today. You'll also hear from, not today, but also we have an independent evaluator, Wested, and this was critical because we wanted to make sure that we had a formative and summative evaluation of what we were doing to make sure that that it makes sense. For the state, and also taking some opportunities to learn from it too, and looking at scaling. And then finally, we also are doing professional development, communications, and resource to support the initiative to ultimately decrease the achievement gap in our California students. There's 3 overarching components to the early math. One is the innovative and demonstration lab that is in Fresno County. This is our site where we're testing and learning. The Lighthouse for Children serves children from birth as early as 6 weeks through preschool. And we felt that it was important to also ensure that we're looking at early math as early as our little ones, right? Including our pregnant mamas through our family engagements too that are coming through this Child Development Center. This is where agencies would be able to, across the state, be able to observe the project competencies and components in action In addition, the Child Development Center will serve as an innovative lab, what we mentioned, where teachers, students, parents, community members will have an opportunity to test the product and provide insights of how to improve across the duration of the lab. And the second component of this is the development of family and community resources, which will be designated for parents, community members, teachers. They include several things. They include interactive lessons and activities that families can engage at home with their children. So making sure that we demystify math and making sure that we're working through a strength base that every parent is a first teacher. We truly believe that, and we can support them in also making sure they are able to bring math to life with their children. Instructional videos, a math app, online math literature resources, and finally, rich and research and resource review. The third component of this is the professional learning and coaching, in which there is two pathways. One is a trainer of trainer components for coaching and curriculum and instruction staff across the state. And that is a method that we're going to use to scale across the state. And the second is training and coaching for teachers and practitioners who work directly with children from birth to 8 years old. I want to note that our approach is what we call a mixed delivery system, meaning that we recognize that children are everywhere, and therefore being able to tap into these trainers across the state through different venues, such as child care resource and referral, for example, who may have access to family child care homes, as well as our districts, as well as our TKs, and family, friends, and neighbors through other venues is important. At the end of this project period, the professional learning community and coaching model and materials and supplies will be accessible free on the California Early Math website. And furthermore, I think I want to add that the way we're also being able to connect this information is through our GeoLeads meetings. That seems to be a standing agenda item for us to continue to bring the information. Our superintendent is serving as a lead with the superintendents to continue to talk about the highlights of this initiative. And then we've also been invited to several other locations to continue to spread the word and ensure that it is across the whole state. So I want to turn over the next piece for Dr. Matilda Soria and also Paul to continue to further expand on this, on the early math.
All right. Thank you, Lupe. So as Lupe shared, Paul and I will provide an overview of the who, what, and why of the professional learning and coaching portion, which is truly the core piece of our project. We plan to select organizations across the state to participate in the professional learning and coaching piece. And in addition to participation, they'll also help us to test and refine the model before scaling up. We plan to target organizations who are chartered to provide professional development for the early care and education workforce, specifically those who work with children from birth to 3rd grade. Organizations may include, for example, county offices of education, school districts, and as Lupe mentioned, resource and referral agencies. We want to ensure that our sample of participants is representative of our diverse state, including geographic location, rural and urban communities, and also demographics of children and families, including our dual language learners and special needs students. We also want to ensure, as Lupe mentioned, that our mixed delivery system within the early care and education field is also represented. So, for example, we want to be inclusive of school districts in addition to family child care homes and family friend neighbor. Our selection criteria will also include prioritization with CDE priorities, for example, the local control funding formula, and then also Quality Counts California participation. Participating organizations will be selected via an application process, which will be released later in March, and selections will be made in April. And our independent evaluation partner, Wested, will help us to select participants, again, to make sure that the participants are representative of the entire state. So now Paul will share about the what and why of the professional learning and coaching piece.
Thank you, Matilda. The professional learning and coaching aspect of this project will be done through the Ames Center in Fresno, California. Ames has over 30 years of experience in producing materials and resources for teachers and students, and has also been developing professional learning and coaching around mathematics and science. The professional learning and coaching aspect of this project will be anchored around week-long trainings during the summers for participants to develop leadership capacity, to develop approaches to working with their workforce and community members, to underscore the importance of early mathematics based on what we know about early start in mathematics and the connections to later academic success and achievement. In addition to that, there will be then virtual coaching sessions that will happen with facilitators from Ames throughout the course of the project to help participants develop site-specific impact goals that align with the project's outcomes. Throughout the project, we intend to draw on and extend the research base around early mathematics, what mathematics young children should be learning, and how adults can best support them in that process. So to do that, we've also are working with a small group of doctoral students from our University of California, several campuses across California, to partner with us in both implementing and studying particular aspects of this program. And one of our goals there is to engage a group of emerging scholars in planting their roots in early mathematics in the state, to develop research agendas and enthusiasm about continuing this work. And then finally, we hope to address perceptions and practices that shape early mathematics learning, as Matilda and Lupe have said, to demystify mathematics at early levels, to shape mindsets, to again acknowledge that every child is a mathematics learner and every parent can be a mathematics teacher. So we want to work through improving, developing new ways of thinking about early mathematics among all participants across the project. Resources and materials that are developed throughout will be then continuously improved throughout the process and shared on the Early Mathematics Project website, made available freely, and we hope that those will be continually refined throughout the course of the project. So thank you. That ends this part of the presentation, and we'll open for any questions.
So we'll go around and ask some clarifying questions or comments if we have them. If not, we can pass to the next one. You don't have to comment, but want to kind of give everybody a chance. So I think actually I start on that side, so I'll start on this side now. Member Rucker, did you have a comment?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation here. I have had the pleasure of attending the Early Math Conference each year since its inception, and you do some exceptional work, not only providing the professional development, but also in doing the explanation about why this work is critical and critically important to the students and the teachers who are taking the leadership role in doing this work. My one question on this, again, it relates back to the practical aspects. What I've been hearing this morning so far in this item is a lot of crosstalk at one particular level. And I'm very concerned about how this is actually trickling down in a practical way so that we see it not only in the planning that LEAs are doing, but in a way that has a direct impact on what teachers are doing. And I do want to say and commend your project because I've actually seen that work happening and having an impact in classrooms. So thank you very much for the work you're doing. You need to work the other way and go up and help to infect the conversation about planning and the focus of continuous improvement in those school plans, because what's happening is that a lot of the teachers who are participating in your network and engaging in the collaboration, the professional development you're doing, they are outliers and often on their own in doing this work without support in their own schools. And so there has to be a way to support them and to build a network for them to continue the work that you are doing, and as a way of helping it to scale up not only in their schools, but across the region and across your network.
Thank you. Yep. Member Ortiz-Licon.
Thank you for your presentation. It's my understanding, if I hope I didn't miss it, you're in the process of releasing the RFA, right? So I would love for you to come back after your first year of implementation and let us know what you've learned, what are some of the opportunities and challenges that you've encountered, and of course, how we hope to scale this. But yeah, good luck, and thank you for coming. Thanks. Ricky?
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I love the notion of demystifying math for people. That's very important. And I also want to applaud what I heard about linking with institutions of higher education and planting those seeds with our graduate students and our teachers who are being trained right now. So congratulations on this important work. And I just think there's a longitudinal impact we're seeing the foundations here. But it's just smart to work that way and to connect with our institutions of higher education. We should all be thinking in that way. Thank you.
Member Cardenas. So we have other parts to this mathematics presentation. Let me just say, we know that this is complicated, and I think addressing it from all the different angles and beginning early with our youngsters before the gap actually widens is a really important process. And so I think we look forward to the continued implementation of this and the continued work that I know Stephanie Gregson and her team is working on with the update of our math framework and all the work that we're doing statewide to try over time to really impact and improve math education. So thank you all to our presenters. We're not done yet. We have another 2 parts to this math part. So Stephanie, please come back. Thank you.
Yeah, so it was one of the reasons that I was okay that the early MASH initiative stole one of my consultants for the power of their work. So as the system of support is continually being built out, we know that there are lessons learned and best practices that are happening across the state. We also know there are great things happening in our schools and for our students. But part of the goal of the system of support and something we need to work through is figuring out how the learning's happening across the state in those places are shared across our system. So the California Collaborative on District Reform and Twin Rivers Unified School District is an example of that. Today, the California Collaborative District Reform is here to share lessons learned from districts around mathematics, and Lori Grace from Twin Rivers Unified School District will share their team's work on to improve mathematics instruction in the classroom. So remember last month we had Dr. Gianfranco Donatore? Yes. This month we have Twin Rivers. So, just to know, we will continue to work with our geographic leads on how to share these practices across our system and across the state. So I'd like to introduce Joel Knutson from American Institutes for Research and Lori Grace, the Associate Superintendent of Twin Rivers Unified School District.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Joel Knutson. It's not exciting to pronounce. But I am a senior researcher at AIR, and I'm the Deputy Director of the California Collaborative on District Reform. And turning back to the graphic that Stephanie and Ronnie showed earlier in this item, placing LEAs at the center of improvement work, I've been asked to share some strategies, lessons, and perspectives from the local level. And to do that, I'm going to draw primarily on a meeting that took place in December in Long Beach of the California Collaborative on District Reform that brought together district superintendents and math leaders, researchers, state policy actors, support providers, advocates, and others. And the focus of that meeting was on addressing problems in mathematics performance, both overall levels of achievement and persistent achievement gaps among subgroups of students. So what I want to share are some lessons from that conversation that emerged from practice, but also reflect lessons that we've learned from decades of research on instructional improvement, particularly in the area of mathematics. The first area I want to draw attention to is the importance of exploring the problem in context. Part of that is looking at multiple sources of data. So it's not just looking at achievement data on state and federal tests, but also student performance throughout the school year and other information that sheds light on student experiences too. Could be survey results about SEL learning competencies. It could be empathy interviews that help us understand the experiences that students have in classroom schools and in their communities. It could also be learning about teachers' experiences with professional learning, their strengths, their areas of discomfort and need. It's not only multiple sources of data, but also multiple angles into that data. So we're looking not just as achievement data, but also growth data that help us understand the context where learning is accelerating the most. Looking at subgroups of students to understand where the needs are most pronounced. And also looking at things like school by school breakdowns, so we can understand where pockets of excellence exist that we can emulate and learn from, as well as pockets of struggle that need more support. And it's important to look at this evidence not just in isolation, but also leveraging the expertise that comes from local knowledge. So we're building on the knowledge that students and administrators have of their students, that teachers and administrators have of their students, of the communities where they work, and the context in which they learn. And all of this together hopefully leads to more data-informed, context-based strategies that understands and addresses the root causes of mathematics struggles and leads to more productive solutions. Capacity is at the heart of a lot of the conversation that we've had around the statewide system of support. And I want to call attention to a few areas of capacity in particular as it relates to mathematics. One of these is mathematics teacher content knowledge in the area of mathematics. And I want to draw attention to work that's underway in Long Beach Unified, where there's been an evolution of that approach over time. So the district has recognized for a long time that teachers need the content knowledge to effectively lead student learning in classrooms. But over time, they've also realized that efforts that began with training at the central office wasn't meeting their needs in the way that they needed. So they transitioned to doing more site-level support through structured collaboration among teachers on things like unit study and lesson study that enable teachers to work together to understand the mathematics they're working with, to plan units and lessons, to execute those units and lessons, and to debrief to make improvements in the practice. And in doing that, it's not just about improving the quality of tomorrow's lesson, but also changing the way that teachers view math overall. Another type of capacity is around continuous improvement knowledge and processes. And here I'll draw on some work underway in Sacramento City Unified, where there are teachers working in teams with the support of coaches from the central office and the core districts to use the tools of improvement science to improve what they're doing in classrooms. So teachers are learning how to identify the key problems that they're wrestling with, how to identify possible strategies to address those problems, and to use the measures of student learning and instructional practice that can help them reflect on whether or not improvement is taking place to refine their approaches moving forward. And that work involves a balance both of work specific to content and mathematics, but also the kinds of knowledge and skills needed to embrace continuous improvement processes overall. And that kind of shift often involves a shift in roles, especially from the support that districts provide from the central office, as well as a culture in the way people view their role as learners and as educators. Finally, I want to turn to leadership development. And again, I'll turn to work underway in Long Beach, where the district has brought together cohorts of administrators to help them understand what to look for in classrooms in terms of mathematics instruction and student learning. And that kind of work helps them not only provide better support to teachers, but also administrators to make better decisions about how to deploy resources to support the learning needs across a school. District leaders are also attending to structural barriers to equity. And I want to call out work that's been going on for a few years in San Francisco Unified, where after years of 8th grade Algebra 1 for all failed to reverse high core failure rates or disparities among students, district leaders consulted the research base, they talked to experts within their district to craft a new approach. And starting in 2014, all middle school students in the district take Common Core Math 6, Common Core Math 7, and Common Core Math 8 during their middle school years. When students transition to high school, classes follow a traditional course sequence beginning with 9th grade, where all students take Algebra 1, and there are opportunities for acceleration after that point. So it's a pretty dramatic change from an approach that used to rely both on Algebra 1 for all and on a pretty heavily tracked system of course sequencing and placement. But that system doesn't just turn to course sequencing and placement. It also builds professional learning opportunities for teachers to be able to deliver effective instruction in classrooms and curriculum that promotes and facilitates the kind of instruction and student learning that the district wants to promote. Early results of this effort have demonstrated lower Algebra 1 repeat rates, increased enrollment in advanced courses, and higher levels of college enrollment, all with greater increases for traditionally underserved students. The final topic I want to raise is the ways in which districts are ensuring systemic supports that can enable improvement at the school and at the classroom level. At the center of this work is a vision and culture centered on mathematics success for all students. So it's no longer okay for a student or a teacher to say, I'm not really a math person, or I'm not really good at math. Instead, there's an understanding that everybody can and should succeed in terms of mathematics. Again, that relies heavily on professional learning and leadership development, not only through one-off trainings, but supports that follow up throughout the school year, often in the form of structured collaboration during the school day and pipelines for principal and teacher leadership. All of this work recognizing that opportunities to talk about math are opportunities to learn math, not only for students, but for educators as well. We also see a careful balance between discretion and consistency. Consistency so that there are high expectations for everyone across a district, and that there are efforts to ensure equity and opportunity and outcomes for all students. At the same time, understanding and respecting the discretion that local educators need to use their own professional judgment to respond to the needs of the students in their classroom and the needs of their community. So that balance of tight and loose needs to be carefully thought out and designed in a way that's appropriate to the context. Communication with parents and community stakeholders is also important, especially when practices in math diverge from traditional approaches that people might be accustomed to from their own upbringing and their own experience with the education system. It's important not only to make sure that people understand what's happening in schools and classrooms, but the reasons why those things are happening, especially if those things are different than what people are used to. Finally, the discussion during the meeting in December referred to potential state supports, and I'll only refer to one of those here, although there were several that came up out of the meeting. That's the need for better teacher preparation. Again, returning to this notion of teacher content knowledge, one mathematics expert that joined us for the meeting estimated that teachers are about 3 courses behind in their teacher pre-service preparation, what they need in order to have the knowledge and skills to effectively lead mathematics instruction. So how do we consider the pre-service support that teachers have so that when they walk into the profession, they're able to lead instruction and student learning in the way that they need to? So with that, I'll turn it over to Lori Grace, who will share some of the work underway in Twin Rivers Unified.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I know my superintendent, Dr. Steve Martinez, regretfully could not be here due to illness, but I'm happy to stand in for him and talk a little bit about our work with math. So this is our theory of action that we utilized to really define the steps that we needed to take to implement our math initiative moving forward, really identifying what our system priority was, looking to an external partner when we did not feel we had the resources internally to execute that, and really looking at powerful learning for our teachers, for our administrators, and really how we as a district could help clear the path and engage our parent and community and leverage our early results and positive outcomes. So this was really how we identified the need, first looking at our overall state results, as you can see, are not positive, and really seeing those flatline, and these are our overall results, so you can imagine our results for some of our student subgroups who tend to struggle more. We identified a number of data points that we looked into deeply, not only our student performance results in many different ways, but also through our classroom walkthrough data and what we were actually seeing in classrooms across the district, as well as hearing voices from the building and our administrators really feeling they didn't have the resources and the support and the capacity to lead this work. As well as from our teachers and knowing how much support they felt they needed. They desperately wanted to see improved outcomes for their students, but didn't feel they had the capacity and were begging for something to really support them in that work. Some of our challenges that we faced upon implementing was really our timeline. We decided to implement in April, and we made the implementation in July, so we had a relatively short time frame. And we weren't able to process that through typical channels that we would through a lot of meetings with a lot of our folks. At that time, our climate was a little rough, as it is in many districts throughout the state. We were at impasse in fact finding. We had a new president of our CTA, or of our union group, and we had some teachers on special assignment who had some philosophical differences about how to get the work done. as well as our capacity of our leaders to really feel like they had the capacity to lead some of this work. And we had just adopted a new English language arts curriculum in K-6 and 9-12, so that complicated matters a little bit more for us. These were the things that we had tried and why we decided to go with an external partner in SWAN Math. We had already adopted Go Math in 14-15, and we did all of the typical things that you do with an adoption. You have the training from the different curriculum provider. We had clearly defined our scope and sequence. We had even provided deconstructed standards for our teachers online that were easily accessible. We had teachers on special assignment out there at every school working with teachers, helping them to implement. We had provided lots of math professional development, math talks being just one of those. We had strike teams of experts in the district who would go out and go to our schools and work on professional development. We had professional learning communities at every school site. We had a whole task force come together to define high-quality first instruction lesson designs. And we had provided intensive professional development for our administrators around math. And so there is a lot definitely in this slide to really look at, but this is the basic SWAN math model. But at its core is really the focus on teacher pedagogy and content knowledge. And so they have very high quality coaches who were all teachers in the classroom and then had gone and received additional training, professional development, and learning around not only coaching, but around content knowledge for math. And so although you hear a lot of the things that have already been described that are important in mathematics, that in this slide you see they include all of those things, administrator walkthroughs, training of our administrators, all of those pieces. It's really grounded in that ongoing incremental professional development for our teachers with high quality coaches meeting with them every single month. So as their content knowledge deepens, the instruction and the professional development around that content knowledge can also deepen with them. So from a district perspective, really why we decided to fully implement rather than go with a pilot of a few schools. One was really a moral imperative for us, how we could talk to our community and our parents about why some schools were getting something and why others weren't. We really just didn't have a good reasoning behind that when we knew the results around SWAN Math in other districts had been so positive. And we really wanted to have a large-scale direct impact on our teachers, and I think you've heard some of the presenters speak before about, isolated teachers who didn't find support within their buildings. We wanted to make sure that all of our teachers in our district had a common language and a common framework around math to talk about. And this really allowed us to have the same expectation for our leaders and allowed them to also collaborate and network together around the very same thing. And to build complete system coherence, not only around expectation, but around expectations of our students in a coherent way in the way we spoke about math. We also had lots of focused work around establishing our urgency with our school board and making sure that we really had a collaboration. A lot of times when districts bring in an external partner, they'll see that as, okay, the partner's going to go do this work and we're going to continue with our work over here. This really is about a partnership between SWAN Math and Twin Rivers. Also how we managed and enlisted our stakeholders. So not only our union and labor partners, but also making sure that we had that deliberate teacher content support and cleared the way, as well as for our principals and our site admin. So our messaging was also very important for our stakeholders, not only our teaching staff, but our leaders, helping our leaders understand why we were implementing, helping them have meetings and walks and participate in all of the coaching sessions. So they actually in the first year sat in, and again into this year are sitting in every single coaching session with the teachers. So they're hearing the same support and the support that the teachers are getting. So then when they walk classrooms, they can follow up and continue to support teachers in between those coaching sessions. We had parent letters that went out to all of our parent community, as well as our superintendent, filming videos. And we had a big social media campaign around SWAN Math, showing it in classrooms, showing kids engaging in it, helping to build support around that. So how do we know it is working? So these are our early results in the first year of implementation, and we know first years of implementation, no matter how great, are not as good as what you should see in years 2 and 3, and that's how our data is trending now. But we do show positive growth that actually exceeds our county average at 3%. And our data right now, our early data, is showing at least that, if not doubling that growth for this year. So we're hoping to see that realized for this year. So this shows our individual sites, and previously, our previous results, when you looked at the breakdown in sites, we saw very different results school to school, whereas you can see across our 21 elementary schools, we have much more a systemic impact in the first year of implementation, as well as our K-8 schools. So what are the lessons that we learned? For us, we absolutely learned that coherence in the system is essential. Being able to focus on less, having critical feedback loops from the classroom to the boardroom and back down. So we are hearing from our teachers, we're hearing from our site and building administrators, and we're communicating that to our board and community, as well as hearing what they're saying and bringing that back through the channels. Making sure that we continue the focus for our teachers. Many times we'll implement an initiative and move too quickly onto the next area of work because there is so much critical work to be done. Really understanding how we have to stay the course and keep that focus on our math initiative. Teacher capacity, the key to teacher capacity is ongoing, job-embedded professional development with expertise and quality versus internal familiarity. I think for us it was very important to recognize that if you don't have the resources internally, that it's okay to go out to an external partner and look for expertise in math. It is rare, and it is important as you move the work forward. Also, building the collective efficacy of our teaching staff. There is no greater impact that we'll have on students than to build our teachers' collective efficacy on teaching math and their ability to instruct students in a powerful way to show gains. And leadership development, making sure that our administrators are developing along with them. Many of our site principals did not teach in the classroom during the Common Core era, so helping them to really learn the important things there, and ongoing messaging of why. Why are we doing this? Why do we continue to do this, especially early, before teachers can see results? I think now we still message the why quite often, but the teachers know the why because they're seeing the results and gains with their students. And here's just one example of how our teachers are beginning to feel about math. And this was a very early quote. So more of our teachers were hearing this echoed by more and more of our teachers, and the transformation in our classrooms is just staggering to see. Our kids rejoicing in learning of math, and our teachers really feeling more confident about teaching math. With that, go ahead and take any questions.
So thank you so much. I want to add a comment, and then I'll start on the side for the comments this time. So I was at the December California Collaborative on District Reform, and for those who don't know, they meet 3 times a year for a couple of days. These are a lot of our larger districts, and are always around a problem of practice. And based on some research, they really get in reflective, and what Joel shared with just kind of looking at practices. It was very engaging and very thoughtful, and Twin Rivers was there as well, but Long Beach and Garden Grove and districts that do continue to participate. This process is over 10 years. They've just stayed together to really look at problems of practice. And so there is a place for people to come together and really think together about the common strategies. And so I just want to thank both AIR, who helps to facilitate this, and Jennifer O'Day, who helps lead this over, and the team over the period of 10 years, and also the work of Twin Rivers highlighting what does this theory mean in actual practice in a district in a coherent, focused way to actually improve capacity. And I just appreciate the Standard Steering Committee talks not just about teacher capacity, but leader capacity, that you can't get the change without helping support leaders to do the change as well. So I appreciated you highlighting, and for also the process that you're implementing in Twin Rivers. So with that, just I'm going to start on this side and see if there's any questions or clarifying comments on this part of the math presentation from, Hema.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. I like the social media piece that you guys are using, and I was wondering if you will start using Instagram in order to engage more young people, because young people use Instagram a lot, so that way students understand what's going on. And also, do you have the Twitter so I could follow?
We do have Twitter, as well as Swan Math also has Twitter, and we're working towards Instagram. Our folks in our communications office are working there. We're getting there.
Because, there's an option on Instagram that if you put it on Instagram, it goes on Facebook and Twitter, so you could do it all at once. Suggestion.
Thank you, Member Cardenas. I really appreciate that voice and that sharing. Member Sandoval, did you want to make any comments? Member Sandoval? Member Sung?
No questions, just a general comment of how much I appreciate you all coming and presenting. It's very inspiring to see how different LEAs are approaching this continuous improvement process and engaging all the stakeholders.
Member Burke? Member Ortiz-Lacon?
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking at this as a parent who has 2 kids in elementary and at sometimes struggles with the way that math looks so differently now. And so I was thinking, God, if I wasn't married to a teacher that was getting this training, I don't know that we would know how to support our child. A lot of it is in class. You talked about math talks, and I hear my daughter talking. She was like, well, 5, it could be 4 + 1, or it could be 5 + 0. And she's having her own conversations, right? So it's great. I actually have Common Core babies, and I see the shifts in them. But I do know, it's a new thing, Common Core babies. You heard it here. But I do also think, how can parents support this? I know we heard an earlier presentation. I think it's critical for us to have the tools to also support our students. So much of the math and these concepts are reinforced through programs like GG, right? And that assumes that people are connected or have access to technology at home. Also, GG, that penguin needs to give instructions because it's really hard to understand what it's asking the kids to do. So I'm looking at it through a parent lens. I appreciate the work that's being done with the teacher prep, which I think we still need a lot of work in that end, but also just thinking as a parent how we could better support parents so they could support their child at home. Thanks.
Actually, one aspect of the program is to provide parent informational meetings that gives them practical tools that they can work on while they're cooking dinner with their child. And so that is one piece that we've partnered together, and they've been some of the most well-attended parent meetings, as well as parent videos with a coach actually instructing the lesson for that night. So to your point, we heard very much of the same thing.
So my questions are from the lens of a educator who used to teach in a district that's now part of the Twin Rivers School District when they were unified. I want to ask you a question about 3 particular high schools and the information you shared about the change or the improvement: Grant High School, Highlands High School, and Foothill High School. And I'm choosing those 3 high schools in particular because those are very specific but overlapping communities where the students come from to go to those high schools. And the feeder pattern for those particular high schools changed once the unification occurred. And so I heard from the research that there is a difference in the level of teacher competence for teaching math as much as 3 courses behind. Is there a difference between the level of competence that elementary teachers have, not for content, but for teaching math, and what middle school and high school teachers have, not for content, but for teaching math, between the elementary, middle, and high school? And how does that inform the ways that you approach implementing this professional development? The reason I'm asking that question is because I do know, I looked at your LCAP and knowing that you were coming, I do know that there's a specific difference in the performance among those high schools and among those schools that are in the feeder pattern for those high schools. And they started in very, very different levels of competence based on what the scores say. So I want to make sure I'm not hearing a one-size-fits-all implementation, but that there was some differentiation that was purposefully planned for the professional development for the teachers in these schools.
So the beauty of this coaching model is that it can be individualized for not just every school, it's by grade level. So each coach meets with a grade level of teachers, which is definitely 3 to 4 teachers in a group, so you can actually individualize, and I've watched them and had the benefit of watching them individualize based on the individual content knowledge and pedagogical skill of each teacher in that meeting. So it's not only demonstrating for teachers and then moving to a more co-plan, co-teach model with them, it's actually breaking down the content where teachers are able to talk with the coach around the content, around how to implement the lesson, and it's teacher by teacher. It really is a good model that you can individualize.
Okay. And I heard you say during your presentation that the association was a partner, as a stakeholder and a partner in doing this work. That wasn't as clearly spelled out in your LCAP. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what the role of the stakeholders, all of the stakeholders were in putting this plan together and in going forward with the implementation? I particularly want to hear about the association.
So actually, you heard about the short timeline. So between April and July, we actually met with the association president.
Of last year?
Last year. Mm-hmm. And we sat down with her and looked at, we did an initial training on the initiative for our teachers, so initial training on SWAN math. And we sat down and SWAN had taken surveys that were, very paper, pencil, comment cards on all of them. And so we sat down and we looked at every single comment together and really collectively said, is this something that our teachers appreciated and saw value in? And because that was very apparent in the comments of our teachers, we were able to write a joint communication moving forward, so to really endorse the model. And so we sat down and talked about what the model was, and so she was able to write a letter with us that we were able to send out to teachers.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you. So thank you both for sharing the continued work on mathematics, both at the conceptual level around the community of practice around mathematics and the California Collaborative District Reform, and then the actual implication of a district that's dealing with implementation and sharing with us the specifics. So we're not done yet. We have another section to this item on system of support. So I want to thank you all and have Ronnie and Stephanie come back and show us this amazing tool, and then we'll have some public comments. Okay.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for all of this time listening. As you can see from the 2 slides that are here, we really wanted to provide you with details around the system of support. We have heard your feedback that you would like additional information about school boots on the ground implementation of the system, and we'll take that into consideration moving forward as we plan our presentations. But what we really wanted to reinforce is that each person that you heard from really talked about the collaborative nature of the work that they're doing within the system of support. And so although the last presentation from Twin Rivers is a school district level, we really see creating collaborative learning environments where we can learn from what Twin Rivers has done from the work of the collaborative to really move that up through the system and use those as learning opportunities so that we have collaboration at all levels of the system moving forward. And so the system, in addition to these collaborative efforts, also needs some tools to support the work that they're doing. And so now we're going to hear from Cindy Kazanis, the Director of Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division, about some of the tools that they've been working on.
Good morning. Cindy Kazanis with the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. I am here to show you a mapping tool that we first showed you last year, but we're developing it out, and we are ready, I think, within the next couple weeks, if not month, to make this available to the public. What I'm showing you is a display. We call this a story map. This is a mapping software from Esri, ArcGIS. I have a staff person that is our ArcGIS specialist. His name is Greg Dixon, and he put this together with the help of several individuals in my division at the request of the system of support. So what I wanted to walk through with you are some scenarios. What we need to do over the next month is to make this change this from a story map to something that can be publicly accessed and queried. So geographically, you can see across the state from this first map, we're in the blue, we are at level 1 support. In yellow, we're in level 2 support or differentiated assistance. So you can see there's not necessarily concentrations in certain areas. It's geographically all across the board. We have districts in need of assistance. And keep in mind, for 2018, we identified a lot of our county offices of education. So that's why you do see entire counties being identified as well. I'm going to walk through just a couple scenarios. I think I have 5 minutes, and I know you've been at this for a while. But I just wanted to bring up a couple of different views of the data. So this is the college career indicator. And the reason why you see a gray color, right, we don't have gray on the dashboard, but that is when we don't have at least 30 students represented in the student group. So obviously on the far eastern side of California, where we have very limited populations, we're not achieving those numbers. I did want to drill into Kern because we do have one of our largest high school districts, and of course this is a high school indicator. So for Kern, what we're able to do by selecting that particular district is we see, first of all, we get a link directly to their dashboard data, so we can go into the dashboard from there. But we also know at a glance that they're in differentiated assistance. We know their population, and then we walk through each of the student group sizes. And so this is a flavor of, again, at a glance, how our high schools are doing across the state from a district perspective. We've also had inquiries from the legislature, and in fact, yesterday, Mr. Sapp and I had the opportunity to go across the street and talk about the accountability system, along with Mr. Armolino. So we know that by our assembly district areas and our Senate district areas, there's interest in knowing how their particular population of districts that they're doing, how they're being served, and how they're performing on the dashboard. So just to hone in, I'm going to take you into San Diego. And of course, San Diego has a very large school district, high school district, Sweetwater. I think I can get to Sweetwater over here. Eastlake High is an example of Sweetwater. But in order to also show you not only a school, I can toggle into their elementary school district, their feeder district, as well as the overall high school district results. So again, just another lens into the data. I wanted to finish off with an indicator that is a bit more built out because there was very few changes between last year and this year. This is suspension rate. And this is an overall glance of the state and how districts are performing on suspension rate. But because we had the opportunity to hear from Twin Rivers just now, I wanted to show you how we are displaying, in this instance, a story between 2017 data and 2018 data. Now, this isn't possible for a lot of our indicators because you all helped us make a lot of changes to those indicators. But for 2017, which is on the left-hand side of the screen, we see that Twin Rivers, this is at the school sites, I know it has mixed suspension rate. There are some greens in there and a blue, but they do have a lot of reds and yellows and oranges. If I scroll over, we're going to see how that changes for 2018. And I want to show you right here at the bottom, what we do is we add schools. So do you see here? We're adding schools here because we added in our alternative schools. So that's what this story tells a viewer. Now, this is software that some people in this room use on a daily basis. I know Eric Crane's in the audience from the Comprehensive Center. He serves on a work group with us. But I think the general population probably needs a little bit of introduction about how to use this and how to use this appropriately. So we're going to take some time, as I mentioned, over the next several weeks, and hopefully, within the month, we'll have something that is available for the user to pop into. As opposed to doing a story map, we would do a user portal. Like, what do you want to look at? And there's things that you should look at geographically that makes sense, and there's others that it's too overwhelming. But I did want to show you what we're able to do visually, what you're able to see at a glance, if you're interested in just the northern part of the state, maybe the areas that was affected by the fires, you could go in there this year and look at results for this year compared to next year kind of thing. So that's where we're trying to, again, take the data that we have made publicly available, apply it to other types of software platforms that we think will be helpful for the system of support. So this is where we are at this point, and I'm happy to respond to any questions regarding this tool.
So we'll ask for some clarifying questions. Thank you, Cindy, so much. This is really impressive. So I'll start. Member Rucker, did you have a question or a comment?
Thank you very much for this. This is very impressive. I think this is absolutely a great application. I'm glad to see you're doing this.
Member Ortiz-Lacon?
Yeah, same here. I was excited. I think you previewed this last year, and I was super excited to see GIS as part of our system. So I look forward to your timeline. Can you tell us again when this will be rolled out?
Yeah, so in order to prepare this presentation for you all, we've realized that there are some things in the data that we need to make sure are in place first. So I think we're close. We're going to meet a couple more times internally, but what we need to do now is, like I mentioned, create a user portal. So this story map is probably not helpful for the general public. It may be helpful for you all going out and doing presentations to various conferences and such, but if I'm a parent and I want to look at, the region, it needs to be a different entrance to this platform. So that's what we're going to take the time to build out and get some opinions from others outside of the department that know this software well.
Ping. So, Nikki?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is wonderful. And I think that you're right. There's more work, of course, that needs to be done and how it's going to be useful. But I think the visual elements are more accessible to people. I can mine through lists of words. I'm good at that. But it's wonderful to have another way to review the information. So thank you for that.
Member Cardenas? So at this point, we're going to go to public comment, and then we'll come back to, one more. I'm sorry, Stephanie, go ahead.
Just want to close it out because this is important because of these. So throughout the presentation, you've seen these pictures. These are my students from when I was a teacher at Ethel Phillips Elementary in Oak Park. And this is our anchor. These are our whys. And so I want us to constantly remember these are our whys. And our work is about our students knowing that we are beside them, behind them, and in front of them, enhancing their opportunities for success. So with that, I'd like to thank you. This is the power of our work, and these faces right here. So thank you for your time. I'd also like to thank my co-presenters for sharing all their time and expertise. Much appreciated, and we welcome any questions that you have.
So this really is about building capacity to districts to implement programs in classrooms. And so I think we heard from the state policy level, from the county level, from the district level, and from the CDE. So thank you all in helping us continue to see how the system of support continues to build out. We'll go to public comments now, and then we'll come back to the board.
We have 7 public speakers: Nancy Brownell, Sheila Whitley, Angela D. Ramos, Lorraine Richards, Brian Rivas, Martha Diaz, and Liz Goulin. Please line up.
Good morning, all. Nice to see you. My name is Nancy Brownell, and I'm a director for the Western Association of Schools and Colleges now. In my recent work with you, I've tried to apply my learning in another context. And I just wanted to give some brief comments about the evolving system of support in a little piece from the WASC lens. So as you know, of the participation with the Department of Education, both Lupita and Tom and many of you may know, WASC has been a partner with the department since the 90s when we were much younger and had different color hair, some of us. But the notion really of a coherent, integrated, local, state, and federal accountability and continuous improvement system that we've talked about for so long, through the option now that of the districts identified for differentiated support, there were 190 schools in that first cohort that were in some stage of mid-cycle, full self-study, part of their accreditation process. So WASC has been partnering with CSESA and the county offices to help them understand a little bit about what the dimensions of that are, that needs assessment might be a choice that a district makes as they build their school plan. And we're partnering with the county offices, particularly some of the big ones, LA and Riverside, who have a lot of schools, to do some collaborative partnering to help their schools get better. So it really is happening in some places, and we hope to continue the building out the system in partnership with all the other agencies. Thank you.
Nancy, thank you so much. Sheila?
Good morning. Sheila Whitley speaking on behalf of California Teachers Association. CTA believes there is confusion between the identification of schools and the identification of LEAs, in particular, what list that they are on. We also think sites are unclear if the advisory role of the County Office of Education is still voluntary, or if there's some required work from the county offices. There seems to be a disconnect between the policy planning and the actual implementation. In terms of the documents and presentation for the public and how that system of support works, nowhere is there any explanation of the stakeholder involvement, especially of classroom teachers. The State Board and the CDE needs to realize that we are in a collective bargaining state and craft the toolbox in ways that mention this. Stakeholders have the ability to bargain the effects of these plans, specifically if anything that changes in working conditions or pertains to the collective bargaining agreement. Thank you.
Good morning. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for allowing the San Diego County Office of Education to present on their initiatives and specifically on the EL dashboard. As you have heard and seen, the EL dashboard is of great utility to the districts with regards to their work on English learners or for English learners. In addition to exploring how to scale the EL dashboard, we have two other recommendations that we would like the board to seriously consider. The first is to incorporate the EL dashboard into the technical assistance protocol for the 59 districts currently identified for differentiated assistance for their EL subgroup. The second is to have all of the county offices of education incorporate the EL dashboard in their work and support of districts and their EL subgroup. We believe taking these two steps will provide effective guidance and support for the districts with regards to their EL subgroup and support funding for the San Diego County Office of Ed Title III lead agency. Thank you, Martha.
Good morning, Marta Alvarez on behalf of AXA, the Association of California School Administrators. We are very encouraged by the collaboration that was exemplified in both item 1 and item 2 happening between the county offices, the CCE, CDEs, divisions across the entire department, and also with the State Board staff. We at AXA really appreciate the webinars that CDE and State Board staff has conducted over the past 2 months around ESSA and the California System of Support to better allow school district administrators to understand that connection between the statewide one system, coherent single system, supporting both schools and districts. We are planning at AXA doing some networking events for school administrators around professional learning communities. Our first one will be on March 27th at Yolo County Office of Ed, really trying to help administrators see that connection to what happens in the classroom every day. And lastly, we will be launching a webinar series in the near future looking about providing practitioners the opportunity to highlight best practices. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Lillis with Teach Plus. We also were very excited to hear much of the work that's going on, particularly at the San Diego County and the work around the EL dashboard and that support. And like our friends at CABE and Californians Together, look forward to talking about how we do scale that work and make sure it's reaching communities throughout the state. And also to the point that I think that Board Member Rucker made about making sure that as we're building this infrastructure, we really are looking at both levels, right? They're making sure that we're looking at the systems level, but making sure it actually also makes its way into the classroom, because I think many of our teachers are excited about the policy foundation, but don't necessarily see the change happening in the ground in their classroom and in their schools. And then also, as part of the LCFF Equity Coalition, we want to reiterate our recommendation of incorporating a fourth principle into the statewide system of support, which is engagement of local stakeholders. So we've identified three foundational principles for the system of support, and we think that the way we've talked about it, the engagement of local stakeholders is really a driving force, and we need to reiterate that. Thank you.
Good morning, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I'd like to echo the comments made by the two previous speakers. The presentations this morning on the system of support were really eye-opening and very inspiring, but they do underscore the need and importance of involving all those who need to be part of continuous improvement, and that does include community. So that, I think, reinforces our request to add the fourth principle of community stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. So that concludes this item. We don't have an action on this item, so we're going to move to item 3. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Member Ortiz-Lacone.
Sorry, because I know that a lot of the discussion has been based on the presentations, but I do want to go back to the actual item where we identify the LEAs as the primary unit of change. And so my question is, how are we supporting the LEAs to be the primary unit of change? And I know that we saw a lot of pieces of it, but I'll give you a concrete example. We released the bottom 7%, the list of the bottom 7% of schools that were identified. One, I had to reach out to staff and ask, do you have this list? I heard from somebody identified that there was a list that was released. I assumed that because I sit on the State Board of Education, perhaps I would have had access to this list before it went out, and I had no idea that it had been released. But the reason I heard about it is by a school that had been identified. And this school that was identified received a forward message from CDE, from their authorizer, the LEA. And I don't know if because they were a charter school, they sort of just forwarded the message 3 days before the list was released. But it really gave me pause, because I thought, if our schools are to look to their LEAs to provide support, and they get a forward message saying you will be or you have been identified, but no other indication of how they could receive support and technical assistance, then we have a problem. So again, this could be because of the local tensions at times between authorizers and charter schools, but I don't know that this was an isolated incident. So how are we informing our schools of the level of support or the supports that they're entitled to? We heard from a speaker that districts are confused. Am I on the list? Is it the LEA or just the school? That was a previous conversation we had. If we identify schools, do we automatically identify the LEA? Clearly, that hasn't been communicated to the field. Who's on this list? What does it mean? And so we could sit here and have great presentations and discussions about the system of support, but if schools don't know how to access that or what that means, that's going to be a problem. So can someone tell us how we are better preparing our LEAs to be that unit of change and support, and how they should be working with their schools? Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent. So this was one of the topics of discussion that we've had even from last year when we identified districts for differentiated assistance. In identifying the schools that we just did in January, that was also part of the discussion that we had in our February meeting with our lead agencies. So we don't, as a practice, we do not by normal practice communicate from the Department of Education down to the schools. Our point of communication is the district. So that's probably why that communication happened that way. We talk a lot about this communication. That's the whole purpose of these lead agencies and the state level meetings that we have. We talk a lot And we're very deliberate about the way that we communicate to schools and districts and county offices. So we communicate separately with county offices to know which districts are in their differentiated assistance list. We communicate with districts directly about what schools are to be given assistance, but we don't normally communicate directly to schools. I do want to make one point. We really have de-emphasized the idea of a list, and I know that there's interest in people having access to a list. But what my experience has told us is that when you emphasize the list, then it all becomes a part of being off the list. How do I get off the list rather than how do I improve what's happening in my schools? And quite frankly, what schools should be doing and what districts should be doing and what county offices should be doing are all the same thing, regardless of whether there's a list or not. They should be looking at their dashboard. They should be identifying services and actions that are addressed to their strengths and areas of weakness, and they should be addressing those. This idea of a list are just eligible schools, eligible districts to get some assistance in doing that. But the process should be the same. This is not about identifying the lowest 5% of schools. That's only a phrase that's used in federal law. 5% is not based on any evidence. It's just a number, a percentage that Congress came up with. And we're trying to de-emphasize the idea that only 5% need to improve and 95% are off the hook. Everyone needs to improve. Everyone needs to engage in this process of continuous improvement. Everyone has areas to improve, and everyone needs to direct themselves to that improvement. Knowing that they're eligible for a list is important to the school because they'll know that assistance is coming. But to the general public, it shouldn't make a difference as to what the school is doing, what the district is doing, and what stakeholders should be doing with those schools and districts, which is engaging in the continuous improvement process. But we do talk quite often about how we communicate with districts, and we'll continue to do that to make sure that we don't have these areas of miscommunication.
Thank you. Thank you. Go on.
Mr. Ashley. It's your last meeting, so I'm gonna let you go off. I so fundamentally oppose with some of the last comments you made, but I respect you enough because it's your last meeting to let that go. However, I do think, again, we have this entire system of support, and we need to make sure that the support reaches the schools that need it. And my only concern is if we're getting a forward email that says you're identified, but not one that says, this is how we, your LEA, will support you in this spirit of continuous support, that is a problem. And so I don't want us to march in place and call it progress, right? If we are not getting down to the local level, I certainly don't think that we in Sacramento could do that, but it is important for us to reinforce the message that the LEA has a responsibility to their schools and to their authorized charter schools to make sure they are aware of those resources available to them. So I'll leave it at that. The other philosophical differences we will entertain at a later point. Thank you.
Agreed.
You want to make a comment? Member Rucker, you had another comment?
Yes. Okay, so here's the thing. From the beginning, I have expressed my doubts about how this system of support was going to roll out, particularly, as Carrick explained, we have had a significant, we're supposed to have this significant shift in practice so that we are focused on this continuous improvement. So for that reason, I agree that the emphasis is not supposed to be on publishing the list and on understanding whether you are or are not on the list, because your obligation, your responsibility, and the expectation at every level of the system is that you are continuously focused on understanding what your data says about what is going on at your school. That said, with each successive presentation, that we have heard from county offices about the work that they are doing. And I appreciate the fact that we have a variety of county offices coming up and talking to the board about the work that they are doing. And I keep saying it at every meeting, I hear a lot of conversations about what they are saying to themselves and the conversations they are having among themselves. But I do not see where the support is in the system of support to the districts. In other words, I do not really see yet where districts are being included in this conversation. And with recent changes in legislation, I also don't see where the conversation has been expanded to include school site councils and the role that some school site councils at schools that have been identified for writing these plans or participating in this conversation should be. So I'm going to repeat what I have been saying pretty consistently. I am very clear that we are very busy doing a lot of things, but are we doing the right things? If we continue to hear from locals that there is confusion not only about the role of stakeholders, whether or not stakeholders are being talked to, whether or not parents actually see their input being reflected in the LCAP, whether or not districts understand what their status and their responsibilities are for revising and updating and working on their LCAPs, whether or not districts have even paid attention to the dashboard since it was published last December. What have they done in the 3 months since the dashboard was published? If it's still not clear that there's some urgent energy and activity around all of that work, but what we're seeing is pockets of discussion and activity that never seems to overlap to other areas, that we never actually accomplish this intersectionality that everybody is proud to talk about, but is not apparent in the work that is going on, we have a problem with the system of support. So I do agree with Carrick. It's not the list that's important, it's the work that's important. But I'm not clear, and I've had conversations very recently with 4 different county office superintendents, and they will break my legs if I name them, but one of them was Napa. I could take her. So I will say that. But one of them was Napa, and they are very clear that they understand they need to make progress, but they're not willing to make like a turtle and stick their neck out, because it's not clear that they actually have the authority or the autonomy to do the level of monitoring or engagement or direction to those districts that we think is supposed to be going on as part of this system of support. So we do need to, while we're working on this collaboration, we do need to be more particular about what they're supposed to be doing during those collaborative meetings and what those outcomes need to be, because we are at an inflection point on the implementation of this system of support. If it is not clear not just what the activity should be going on, but what the outcome should be among all these levels of collaboration and interaction, if it's not clear that there should be some clear and apparent work as a result of it that's transparent to everyone, we are not fully implementing this system of support.
Thank you. We know that the staff has worked really hard to continue to bring us system of support updates, and we know this is a process and a system in process. So I want to thank the whole team that came forward today to present and to help us kind of look at the deeper issues of connecting practice, and we look forward to continuing to hear more on how these issues are being addressed in the future. So thank you all who spent your morning with us to address this. Thank you, board members, for your thoughtful comments about areas we need to continue to consider, and thank you for our public comments on the areas. We're going to move on now to item 3 on assessment.
Good morning. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Yeah.
So I think I can still say good morning. I have a few minutes left. I can. So Michelle Sunner, Director of the Assessment Division here. Great to present to you this morning. As I always do, I have a rather lengthy information item that I provide you every time, and I know you all find it engaging and read the entire thing. So I'm not going to present on all of the topics that are within that item. So I am going to go in depth into one of the areas in that, which is really about reporting, but I do want to do a couple shout outs. One, thank goodness Carrick is no longer there and he's sitting behind me, so I won't actually tear up because this is a very hard week for me. So I'm so glad he's back there. And so just to honor Carrick, and what a joy and honor it has been to work for him. Thank you, Carrick. Also, within the item, we have to acknowledge so many individuals and organizations that have assisted in some of the things that you saw in the item. And one of them is our science specifications that were posted this week. And the support that I have received as we developed the science test has just been amazing. So I do want to call out some individuals. Helen Quinn and Jonathan Osborne from Stanford did assist us in reviewing those specifications. Jim Pellegrino from the University of Chicago assisted us in that review. And the California Science Teachers Association also assisted both Jessica Sacco as well as Jill Grace, who is the current president. So thank you for that. Some of them are posted. We'll continue to build out that, and we have heard great things for the educators that saw some early drafts of those as we did our trainings, and they really thought those would be helpful in terms of their classroom instruction. So just wanted to take that moment to thank them before we talk about reporting. So what I'm going to talk about, in case you wanted to follow it all in your item, is referenced under communicating results for the CASP and LPAC. But of course, this title's a little jazzier, transforming the reporting of results for today's families. And I think it really does call out what's important, which is today's families. So any of us that are out in the soccer field, honestly, that is not me, but watching your kids doing gymnastics, what are the parents doing? They're often on their phones. And so we are meeting parents where they are, and I hope that you can see that when we present our transition today. So in addition to changing our statewide assessments, as we have been doing, we've been busy improving how we report results to families. And I've been providing you those periodic updates as I do, as we've made changes and as we've modified our report over the years. So that's no surprise to any of you. We knew that we needed to bring how we report to our families into the 21st century. That was something that we acknowledged and wanted to improve upon. And so we conducted targeted focus groups. We were able to gather information from those focus groups on things that we needed to improve in terms of how we're reporting. The feedback that we received on those focus groups indicated a desire for quicker and easier access to score reports. They wanted more languages. That should not be a surprise. They wanted a more approachable way, and they also specifically wanted it to be electronic. I remember one focus group, this was one of the in-person ones, and it's such a joy when you sit behind the glass and they don't know you're there. And there was a father in this focus group who looked at our student score report that had a URL, and he said, what do you want me to do with that? You want me to type that in? Why can't I just click on that? And so that was, of course, one of the many aha moments of, yeah, they're not going to type that URL in. They want to click. They want it electronic. And so that was one of the many pieces of feedback that we got from parents. So in response to that feedback, we're making some changes. The first and most significant change is the move to an electronic delivery of our student score reports. Essentially, beginning this year, LEAs will no longer receive boxes of paper reports at the end of the year. Instead, they will access student score reports electronically, and they will be available, when students are done with all of the content areas for that particular report. So I'm going to go ahead and show a video for you today. It highlights the transition to electronic reporting, and it features John Ike. He is a parent and executive director of Westlake Charter School here in Sacramento. So let me go ahead. I hope that you find what John says.
Technology is everywhere in education, whether it's lab work in a classroom, using the internet to do research for a class project, or listening to music. No matter what the subject, technology plays a big role. Now, families will receive an enhanced student score report, and for the first time, be able to receive the report electronically. This change will offer a more dynamic way of providing information about how students are progressing in their educational careers, thanks to the help of parents, teachers, and school principals for providing their input.
So I'm a 20-year educator, and I really watched the digital platform kind of change that communication piece between home and school. It's really an important conversation because I think 20 years ago, you waited for the progress report, or you waited for the report card. Maybe there was an email that came from the teacher if there was a real problem, or a phone call home. But other than that, it was kind of dark until the report came in.
The electronic score reports offer many benefits to parents, students, and school districts. Convenience. Now, families will be able to easily and securely access current and historical electronic score reports from your school's student information system using a mobile device or through a computer. Receiving a child's test result will no longer rely on a one-time mailing that could easily get lost. Fast. Families will now have access to a child's score earlier than ever. The new reports will also be efficient. The amount of money it costs school districts to ship paper student score reports will be greatly reduced or eliminated. Engaging and more contemporary. The new reports will provide the opportunity to deliver more dynamic and detailed information about a student's progress because they are no longer limited to one sheet of paper.
One of the real benefits, it seems to me, is that now when you get the school report, it's online, and that offers hyperlinks that are available to take you to other resources.
The new reports that can be delivered electronically will also encourage the use of a school district's parent portal as a one-stop shop for families to access their child's information and progress. Talk to your school district about which parent portal they use.
I think with the online platform, the digital portal, every formative assessment, every quiz, every homework assignment that's graded online and placed somewhere for the parent to see, now the parent becomes a partner in that child's education.
The new reports are also more accessible. They are available in 5 different languages and with more languages added in the future. Change takes time, and there will be challenges along the way. The California Department of Education, along with Educational Testing Service, is working closely with all school districts to help support them with this change. Talk to your school administrators about how your school district plans to make these new score reports available to families and the use of parent portals. This change is exciting, and it's the right way for California to continue moving ahead.
Our parents live in the digital world, our students live in the digital world, and now their assessment results will kind of be in that world that they already live in. I think it really will leverage parent participation in a student's education.
So the big takeaway is really, in my mind, what John said at the very end, which is leveraging existing systems for family engagement all year long. And so I think that's what's exciting about this transition, and that really has an opportunity to change how our districts and schools are communicating with their families and work that they've already started locally. So LEAs will have the option to provide the student reports to families through their existing parent portals, as you saw in the video. Those are the same applications that parents are using right now to access their students' coursework, to look at grades, and most of those applications you can access on your smartphone or your tablet as well as a computer. The department, as well as ETS, has already worked closely with the providers of those parent portals. We've provided them resources and contact information and ability to check their system to make sure that their system and platforms are ready for this transition. We also, at the same time, recognize that not all LEAs and not all parents are ready for electronic reporting. So there are options for districts to continue to use paper if that is what they need for certain parents or their entire community. So in terms of accessibility, I think that going electronic is a really big win for us. We developed these reports to make them more accessible. What that means is we had to modify colors so that the colors were accessible, and we got to add more colors. Remember, we had all those rules before since they were in paper. We had to add more spacing. We had to increase the font. All of those things that we did for accessibility also makes them more engaging looking, right? And invites the parents to look at the reports. The hyperlinks have been added so that, you know, that lovely father that spoke up can just click on it and not have to memorize a hyperlink. As was mentioned, we get to add additional languages. These were mentioned in the video, and just want to point out that as funding is available, as we continue through the contract, we will look at supporting additional languages. And this is a huge win. If you'll look at the column for LPAC, you'll see all of those are new. We are so proud that we are finally able to offer the languages that that particular assessment needs. But it's not just the student reports that we are making changes to. In terms of our public web reporting, we wanted to have a central place so that individuals in the general public, as well as our parents, can get those results. So we used to have two different sites, one for LPAC and one for CASP. We will be transitioning to a central public web reporting site, so you don't have to go to two different places. That will be going into effect later this year, and I can go ahead and demo that probably later in summer. But you'll see it set up by content area now in this little view. And I also mentioned that we have our hyperlinks on those reports. So what do those hyperlinks actually go to? Well, one such resource is the Starting Smarter website. Starting Smarter website is a replacement to the one, and I'm going to blame Tony Alpert, who I know is behind me somewhere, for this horrible name of testscoreguide.org. We do remember that site. Not a very good name, right? So Starting Smarter is a much better name, and that's going to be that new website. You can see here kind of the look that that website has. We partnered with Smarter Balance as well as HCM Strategies, who did quite a bit of work and outreach to develop the look of this site. Families will be able to walk through their student score report. They will also be able to further support their child's learning. The site will have a contemporary look and feel, fully accessible, including availability in Spanish. The entire site will be in Spanish. The content is interactive. There's drop downs and selections and so forth so that you can have an interactive experience on the site. Through the Starting Smarter site, you can learn more about the content that is on the test. You can find sample questions that are on there, and those are all presented in a very parent-friendly manner. I want to take this time, another resource that you'll find on this site is called a Guide to Parent-Teacher Conferences, and a special thank you for the California PTA, who provided that resource for us so that we can have that up there for our parents. And we are continuing to partner with Smarter Balance as well as with ETS to build this site out for our other tests. So for our other California assessments that are in CASP, as well as for LPAC. So we will launch this site in 2 phases. The first is May of this year, and that will include Smarter Balanced ELA and Math, the alternate assessments for ELA and Math, and the LPAC assessments. The second phase will be in October. That includes our 2 science tests as well as our Spanish assessment. So as we complete the rollout, we will have information for all of our tests on this single place with a nice look and feel that matches the same look and feel of our student score reports, and it'll look like a nice, cohesive system. I'm not using that word, Member Rucker. That was a trick for me to use that word, and I'm not going to say it. As you see, our transition to electronic score reporting is just one way that we've been trying to make sure that the results are accessible as well as meaningful. So as we finish today, as I finish my presentation, I want to introduce you to one other enhancement that we are looking at in terms of finding ways to more effectively communicate with families, and that is the use of video score reports. So during the 17-18 school year, ETS and Spotlight Education, both of them are here today, they conducted a pilot test of the video score reports. I have a short video I'm going to show you. This is what was used for that particular pilot. So imagine this will probably have some changes as we think about the next pilot, but I think it will give you a flavor of what they are. And I did, just so you know, I actually, Malvang and ETS presented this presentation as well as the video score reports to our special education advisory group also.
Hello. Last spring, your child took the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. They took it along with about 3 million other 3rd through 8th and 11th graders across the state, and about 32,000 other students in Mount Diablo Valley Unified. Mount Diablo's vision is that all students graduate prepared for college, career, and civic responsibility. All students, including your child, Maria. CASP is like a check-in point for them, a chance to pause and see how they are progressing on their journey. CASP focuses on math and English language arts and literacy, which we call ELA. Let's think of this progress as like riding a bike up a hill. Let's imagine this is your student, Maria. First, they are riding up Math Hill. Their score places them on this part of the hill in 3rd grade. They are in the middle of the standard MET range. That means they are on track for their grade. Of course, they will be expected to learn more in 4th grade. So getting to the standard exceeded range will require more effort. It looks like they have a steep section in their way. That's an area where they are experiencing a challenge relative to the other areas. Their steep section is problem solving and modeling. That means that compared to the other areas in math, they should work on using problem solving skills. For example, using math to solve everyday problems that a 3rd grader might see. This is a great topic to ask their teacher about. Here's a sample problem-solving and modeling question for their grade. If they can get past this steep section, they should see their score improve.
Para ellos, una es escuchar o comprender la información verbal. Definitivamente, esa es una buena área sobre la cual preguntar a su maestro. Las habilidades auditivas incluyen la capacidad de analizar la información verbal. Esta es una muestra de un problema para su grado. Al igual que en matemáticas, deberán aprender más el próximo año. Superar las pendientes escarpadas les ayudará a lograr un mayor progreso.
해당하는 부분은 읽기, 즉 글로 쓰여진 정보를 이해하는 것입니다. 그것은 선생님에게 물어볼 좋은 영역입니다. 읽기 실력에는 이야기의 핵심, 생각, 또는 글의 의미를 이해하는 것이 포함됩니다. 다음은 해당 학년의 문제 샘플입니다. 수학의 경우처럼 내년에 더 많이 배워야 합니다. 이 가파른 부분을 넘어가면 더 많은 진척을 이룰 수 있습니다. 다음은 학생들의 ELA 점수를 주, 학군 및 학교의 평균 학생들과 비교한 자료입니다. 도움을 받으며 열심히 공부하면 모든 레벨에서 계속하여 동급생들을 능가할 수 있습니다.
With perseverance, students can overcome just about any challenge. We know that is true of your student Maria. But sometimes they need help. You can provide them with that help. Their teachers and their school district can support them as well. At the end of this video, you will see links to resources that are specific to their challenges. With perseverance and support, and by investing time and effort in areas that challenge them, they can reach the top of the hill. That may mean college, or it may mean a meaningful career. That is a long way off, but with your support, it is already in sight.
So, we obviously have a little work still to do on it, but the interesting thing is that was dynamic. You saw Maria's name, you saw Maria's score, and you saw information about that school and that district. So for a parent, that's going to be a meaningful experience to them. How we actually utilize these, we're still having conversations. I don't think these take the place of the reports that we already have, but there might be certain populations of families and parents that need this type of display, and maybe the fact that it's verbal is also helpful for certain populations. And so we're having those conversations, thinking about how they fit in, thinking about are there specific languages that maybe this particular approach is a better fit than maybe a translation of the electronic report. So those are all conversations. As you can tell, we are at the very beginning stages of that. We'll be conducting another pilot. But there's definitely an interest from some districts. I think we have somewhere around 7 who've volunteered for the next pilot, which they will send these in addition to the regular electronic report. So that is all I had to report out on. So I don't know if you want to take comments.
Michelle, what great work you're doing. And I just want to thank you on behalf of the board for continuing to help this be really relevant. We're going to listen to board members and we'll have some public comments. So Member Cardenas, do you have any comments or clarifying questions?
Just that I'm excited to see this. I appreciate the work, and I'm also happy we're saving paper.
Yes. Yes. Me too. Me too.
Member Sandoval?
Thank you so much for your work and your diligence in making sure that this data is meaningful to people and actionable. So thank you. And also for your ongoing consultation with individuals who are working with students with disabilities. So thank you very much.
Member Sung?
Yeah. So, Michelle, thank you so much for the entire item. It was very well put together, and it's great to see the progress. And I think I had mentioned to Michelle that assessment was one of the first pieces that was rolled out in our larger LCFF system, accountability system. And so it is the more mature. So we're at a point where we're beyond refinement. We're actually adding bells and whistles to it, which is really awesome. So it was great to see the video here. And then I just want to hearken on our last conversation on the last item that I am sure, because I wasn't here at the very beginnings of assessment, that some of the questions that we had around the system of support happened at that time. And now when you see 5, 6 years later where we are with assessment, I'm hopeful that we will be in the same kind of place from a few years from now regarding the system of support as well.
Thank you, Member Burr.
No, well put from my colleague Liaison Assessment. I think this was an excellent item, very well presented, and it is fantastic to see how far we've come, and it is really, this is an example of something that has reached maturity or is very close to it, so we need to be patient with everything else.
I'm excited by all the tools that you have brought forward, not only your presentation, but others as well. Really like the Starting Smarter project. I look forward to diving into some of those videos. And this last video, I just felt like, go Maria, vamos, tú puedes. So I think that it's going to be great visually to tell parents like this is how it works. So thank you.
Member Rucker?
Well, first of all, thank you for bringing all this information to us. And yeah, I do appreciate that we're at the point in our assessment conversation that we can start looking at the bells and whistles. Dr. Kirst had actually asked me to sit and meet with Spotlight when they started the pilot project. So I got to see the original video and give some input along with some other stakeholders about what we saw in the video itself and what it suggested. And so it's exciting to see the video project itself moving along and moving to this point. My questions with them at the time were far more technical, like how much information do you receive? How long do you retain the student's data? And, you know, all of those types, since it really does require a lot of information that's very specific and very particular about students that would go to a vendor outside of the district. They have very clearly thought this out, and what you see in that video requires a lot of human capital and a lot of collaboration among several reporting entities to make something so elegant and so simple work with a great level of sophistication. So I want to give my kudos to you on that. But as it relates to the work that's been done on the assessment system, you know, the metaphor that Board Member Burr used was about pushing a boulder up the hill. You know, again, the problem with being an English major is I know that story. Sisyphus of Corinth kept pushing that boulder to the top of the hill, and when he got to the top, it went back down the bottom of the hill again. So we don't want to keep pushing a boulder up the hill and keep failing and doing it for eternity. So I am kind of hopeful that we will move with the system of support along the metrics, along the trajectory that we have seen with assessment. But the difference is with the assessment contractors, when we, I don't think you were on the board at the time, when we wrote the assessment contract with ETS, we took parts of other systems and other contracts and put that into the ETS contract. I still remember the look on the vendor's face when we did that during the board meeting, but he may not have thought it was a good idea at the time, but it has really worked out well. So I think that we have, you know, done a lot of outside of the box thinking on implementing the assessment system, but as it comes to the system of support, we are really putting our faith and trust and in the efficacy of those who are charged with the responsibility to lead in the way that we've been able to lead on the assessment process itself. So I remain hopeful, but I will, you know, I will wait and see.
Thank you. We're going to go to public comments now.
We have two speakers, Martha Diaz and Jessica Sacco. Please come to the podium.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. We are very excited and pleased to see the creation of the electronic LPAC and video student score reports, as well as the parent portal. We thank the department for creating these reports and translating them into other languages, which we believe will be very helpful and useful to parents who don't speak English in better understanding and using these student reports. We have one suggestion, however, and that is to consider putting these translated materials on CDE's website so that other districts and parents can avail themselves of these student score reports. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jessica Sacco, representing the California Science Teachers Association. I'd like to thank the Assessment Division for the opportunity to participate and for the shout out in the item. It's clear that they have spent a great deal of time and taken a lot of care with the development of the item specifications, reached out to all the right folks, and found it to be a useful resource. I did want to clarify that the item specifications should actually not be used to inform classroom instruction. They are actually rather better used as a tool to better understand the CAST, the California Science Test, as well as when used in combination with the 2016 California Science Framework as a resource that could be used to inform the development of assessment items such as interim, benchmark, or other summative assessments that may be designed at the local level. I'd also like to just take this opportunity to really encourage the department to provide a professional development resource around how to properly use item specifications, perhaps a webinar, and we invite them to present a workshop at our conference if they are so inclined. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. We are so excited about the parent reports and the interactivity. Out of our 519 small districts, under 2,500, roughly 270 have superintendent principals. They don't have the capacity to have the trainings and the meetings that we would like to have. Having these kinds of tools is just fantastic, and I think it will serve them well. Both the department and the stakeholder group conversation has been phenomenal about feedback and things like that, and so I think it's just a really exciting time. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Marta Alvarez with AXA, the Association of California School Administrators. So we really want to acknowledge Michelle Center and her colleagues at CDE for all of the work regarding making these tools accessible to the communities, both for parents, for the principals, for the ones working with students to improve outcomes. We at AXA are part of a CDE monthly stakeholder meeting around assessments. So we have really appreciated the work that happens in between state board meetings to provide updates to the field and be able to know what's coming. Our principals are really encouraged by this new reporting system that we will have and the accessibility to the information. We look forward to being a partner with this work. I heard earlier comments about how do we ensure that what happens here at the state level also impacts what's happening at the local level. So to the extent we can collaborate with CDE and other state board members to get this information out to the field, we welcome the opportunity to provide a newsletter or any kind of content to get out these updates to the field. Thank you for all the work.
Thank you. So I want to thank the team for the continued work, and we'll continue to look forward to the continued updates. The board is going to recess for a actual 45-minute lunch. So we will, a rare opportunity at a state board meeting, where I'm actually going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:05, and we will start again with item 4. Thank you. So I'm going to reopen the meeting after our lunch recess and turn the meeting over to Ting Sung for item 4.
All right. So we're going to start with item 4, approval of the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, including allocation formula, specific funding amounts, and the number of grant awards. Here to present on behalf of CDE is Michelle McIntosh and Tom Adams.
Is that working? Okay. I'm Tom Adams, Deputy Superintendent for the Teaching and Learning Support Branch, as well as foot soldier of continuous improvement. You guys haven't finished your lunches, have you? Okay. Before we go on to this presentation, since I won't be up here later, I want to thank my colleague Carrick Ashley for his service to the department as someone whose work we all valued and treasured, and we will certainly miss you. And I promise not to cry unless my board item is in jeopardy. So, but in all seriousness, today we're going to be talking about, I think, there we go, about the Career Technical Education Grant. Just some historical data. Up to this point, $900 million in funds have been distributed between the years 2015 and 2018, with $400 million being distributed in 15-16, $300 million in 16-17, and in 17-18, $200 million. We were grateful that the legislature decided to continue this program with $300 million for career technical education, $150 million going to community colleges and the Chancellor's Office for their K-12 Strong Workforce Program, and then the department continuing that $150 million for the Career Technical Education Grant. Just some things to keep in mind in terms of this process. The department and its administration of it was very concerned about being timely to the field. We did begin the RFA process in December 19th, 2018, and closed it January 25th, 2019. Some of the things to keep in mind is we all know about the importance of keeping good programs and personnel in place, and that's one of the reasons why our target then was to actually bring it to you at the March meeting before March 15th. And so that's why, in part, why we are here today. I'm happy to report that we are recommending 337 awardees, and you would find them in 54 counties in the state. So given the limited amount of funds, it is a reduction from the previous amount. I think we did get some nice distribution, and we will see some good programs keep going, as well as some new ones. And so this slide here is really just the statute and outlines the process here, and what I call my existential slide for my board presentation. And that we need your approval today on these things, and we look forward to presenting more details about this. And here to do this is Michelle McIntosh.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Okay, so first of all, through legislation, there was $150 million totally allocated to this program. It's important to understand that there were 3 categories, including the small, medium, and large categories as provided per statute. The small category speaks to LEAs or consortia with under 140 ADA, and that was equal to 4% or $6 million of the total $150 million grant. The medium category spoke to LEAs and consortias that are 141 between 549 ADA, and that was equal to 6% or $12 million of the total $150 million grant. And the large category is 550 or more ADA, which was equal to 88% or $132 million of the total $150 million grant. Okay, so the allocation formula. So the allocation formula we used based on prior CTIG allocation, and then also in consultation with the Department of Finance. What we did is we took 70% of each category. That became your base grant funding, and 30% became your positive consideration funding. And there were 8 areas or 8 criteria for the positive consideration. So what we did for the base grant, so for each categories of the small, medium, and large, we took the total amount in that category, times it by 70%. That gave us a dollar amount. We divided that by the total ADA in the category itself from the proposed applicants, and that gave us a per pupil dollar. That per pupil dollar amount was then multiplied by each LEA's ADA, and that provided their base grant, okay? Then the 30% positive consideration, that works similarly. What we did is we had a total of 8 criteria. So each one of those 8 criteria represented a percentage. Because in law, there were 3 criteria that actually were supposed to be weighted more heavily than the other 5. What we did is we weighted those as 5%, and the other 5 criteria were rated at 3%. So what we did is we took that total amount in the category for positive consideration, each of the 8 categories, we multiplied that by either the 5% or the 3% from the total grant amount in that category. That gave us a dollar amount. Then we took that dollar amount, divided it by the total criteria. So however many schools ADA were in that criteria area, and that gave us a per pupil amount. That per pupil amount was then multiplied by the LEA number or the ADA, depending on what was in that criteria, and that gave us the LEA positive consideration amount. So that was the dollar amount, and that's how that was figured. So then we took the base grant for each LEA, we added that to all 8 positive consideration criteria that they had, and that gave us the total LEA allocation. Once we went through and we actually ran these allocations, we did notice that we still had about $17 million of the $150 million still left on the table. We didn't want to leave that money on the table, so in consultation with the Department of Finance, we spoke to them and said, would you allow us to go back and reallocate additional funds so that way we could make the small category and medium category whole to either their full allocated amount, what they would be allocated, or their match amount. And they said that they agreed with that. So we did that. Then the next thing we did is we took the largest category, we're going to call that's the big category, and we broke that up into 3. We did large category A, large category B, and large category C. And by doing that and reallocating dollars there, we were actually able to allocate more funding out to the schools and to the LEAs, and that actually left us with an amount of just over $800,000 left on the table. And we're recommending that we take those $800,000 and reallocate those on a per pupil basis to the last funding group. It's 137 LEAs in category C, to give them all a little tiny extra bump. So what you see here, once we did this, of course, we went ahead and we posted the allocations. We were excited to get the allocations posted. And then we found out, okay, we have four LEAs that were not in the correct category. So because of that, what we wanted to do, what we did is we went through and we actually pulled, it was in large category B, large category C. We had 3 in large category C that belonged in category B, 1 in category B that belonged in category C. We ran those total allocations again, and what that did is that actually changed the amounts in large category C and large category B. Okay, so by doing that, what it did is it actually gave everybody a little bit more funding. The majority, I think there were a few of the LEAs that will receive a slight bit less money, like $5 or so, but the majority of the LEAs went up in funding. So purposes for which grant funds may be used. So the CTIG funds are used to encourage and maintain the delivery of high-quality career technical education programs. This may include, but is not limited to the items listed on pages 3 and 4, along with the non-allowable expenditures, allowable and non-allowable expenditures on pages 4 and 5 of the board item. So the number of grants we're recommending is to provide 337 grants. 199 grantees were able to be allocated to either their full allocation amount or their match limit amount. The application process, again, we know this was a tight timeline. Our goal, again, was to ensure that we had some allocation numbers for our LEAs prior to the March 15th noticing happening. So yes, the application was released December 19th. It was due January 25th. It was a 2-part application. Part 1 of the application was for LEAs. It was just their basic information that they entered into our program grants management system. So they went in, filled out, said how much ADA they had and so forth. And then part 2 was the self-evaluation piece. So the self-evaluation was a rubric that was based on the criteria as legislated. It was worth 90 points. There was a 6-page narrative that was worth 2 points. It was basically, you've done your self-evaluation, now tell us what you're going to do with the funds and how you're going to spend your dollars. There was a 1-year budget for 2 points and a 3-year budget for 6 points. For a total of 100 points for the total application. And we did weight the self-evaluation more heavily because we wanted this to be an opportunity for LEAs to really look at their programs and see what they could do in the spirit of continuous improvement in building those high-quality CTE programs. And so finally, for the fiscal year 2018-19 CTIG grant statistics, I'd like to share that we are recommending 337 recommended grantees. There were 44 new grant applicants compared to only 17 grant applicants this time around. and 34 are recommended for funding. And then the LEAs represent 54 counties throughout the state. So the 337 recommended grantees represent those 54 counties, to give you an idea of distribution. What questions might you have?
I think we'll take public comment first.
We usually do just technical clarification first, and then we take public comment. So anyone want to? None? I just wanted to step back a little bit and just I know that this item, CTIG grants, have come up before us before. I think what makes this a little bit different is that this is now part of the ongoing funding of $150 million. But it is also while it is less than what has happened, what we've received in the past, it is meant to work in conjunction with the strong workforce program for K-12. And so the idea is that we have funding that allocated from the department and then funding that's allocated from community colleges, and that they should be we talk about coherence. They should be also working together. And just to put a plug in for our California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee has been working with both community colleges and CDE in ensuring that there is, as we grow in this program, to have alignment. So we're hoping to see that, we'll have resources from both grants that are supporting high quality CDE programs. Okay, so no questions from anyone around here? All right, then we will go to public comment.
We have one public commenter. Will Louis Stymus please come up to the podium?
Good afternoon, Louise Stymus from Sacramento County Office of Education. Thank you all for hearing this item today. And I just want to give a big, huge thank you to Michelle McIntosh and her team. Because of the short timeline, they did a tremendous amount of work to be able to get this on the agenda today before we go to layoff. So I know our districts really appreciate that, and I wanted to make sure that they got that shout out. And we, of course, recommend that you pass this item today. Thank you.
Okay, no other public comments? Okay, very good. So I will entertain a motion, or can I make a motion if I'm, okay. So this is an action item, and the motion would be to approve the allocation formula, specific funding amounts, and the number of grant awards, that's in attachment 2, then purposes of which the grant funds may be used in allowable and non-allowable expenditures. So I will make a motion that we approve. Okay, seconded by Member Feliz Ortiz-Lacon. All in favor? Aye. Okay, any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. So now we're on to item 5. And this is the approval of the California Computer Science Strategic Implementation Plan. And I believe Barbara Murchison will be our presenter. Welcome, Barbara.
Thanks. I've never done this before, but Patricia it's pretty fun. It's a good thing I didn't learn about this earlier. No. All right, good morning. Feels like morning to me. I'm still perky. Good afternoon, board members and Deputy Superintendent Ashley. Wow, I'm going to say that much longer. I'm Barbara Murchison, Director of the Educator Excellence and Equity Division here at the Department of Education. This afternoon, I will present to you the California Computer Science Strategic Implementation Plan, or CSIP. This is an action item. The CDE recommends that the board approve the CSIP today. So California Education Code requires the State Superintendent of Public Instruction to develop and the State Board of Education to consider adopting a computer science strategic implementation plan on or before July 15th, 2019. Code also requires the superintendent to convene a computer science strategic implementation plan advisory panel to develop recommendations to inform the plan. The statute, which is relatively detailed, calls for a two-part process. First, the development of recommendations by an appointed panel, and then the development of a plan based upon those recommendations. So to review, the statute required the CSIP, which is the panel, to develop a set of recommendations for a computer science strategic implementation plan that addresses at minimum the following topics: broadening the pool of teachers to teach computer science, defining computer science education principles that meet the needs of pupils in kindergarten through grades 1 to 12 inclusive, and ensuring that all pupils have access to quality computer science courses. The 23 panel members were appointed by the governor, the board president, the Senate Committee on Rules, the Speaker of the Assembly, and the superintendent, and were selected based on their expertise in computer science education. Once the panel was appointed, the CDE convened 3 two-day public meetings of the panel in Sacramento in March, April, and June. To inform the work of the panel, the CDE invited experts to provide presentations on various topics, including sessions on the draft computer science standards, and the status of credentialing requirements for computer science educators. These were all public meetings, and the CDE and CSIP provided opportunities on each meeting day for public comment. You'll recall that the CDE presented the panel's final recommendations to you as an information item in September 2018. Also in September 2018, the CDE presented to the Instructional Quality Commission, or IQC, a draft plan based on the recommendations of the panel. So right after we left here, a couple weeks later, we went to the Instructional Quality Commission with a draft plan based on those recommendations. At that time, the IQC recommended that the plan be put out for a 30-day public review and comment period, which took place in October and November of last year. The plan was posted from October 1st through November 9th, and much of the comment that we received requested that we update data and statistics in the plan to be more current, so we had a lot of experts weighing in, and to be very clear around our definition around computer science. Folks wanted to be very clear on what that was. So staff analyzed the public comments and made recommendations to the IQC regarding appropriate revisions to the plan at its meeting just this past January. At that time, the IQC unanimously approved all of the CDE's proposed revisions, and all of those revisions have been made in the plan before you today. So the plan is organized into the sections listed on this slide. In the interest of time, I will provide you with only a brief overview of these sections today. The plan includes the vision, mission, and principles as put forth by the panel. I'm not going to review each of the 9 principles. You have them in the document itself, but I think it's important to state the vision. The vision is to ensure that all students develop foundational knowledge and skills in computer science to prepare them for college, careers, and civic engagement. And the mission is that all schools offer rigorous and relevant computer science education equitably and sustainably throughout grades K through 12, and that all teachers are adequately prepared to teach rigorous and relevant computer science aligned with California's K-12 computer science standards. The Expanding Computer Science Course Offering section of the plan contains a number of recommendations for local educational agencies to expand course offerings. The plan recommends more robust offerings in kindergarten through grade 8 so that students are prepared for additional coursework when they get to high school. California's computer science standards are designed to promote integration of computer science throughout the curriculum, so LEAs should start by reviewing these new standards and identifying opportunities to infuse existing curriculum with computer science. This section also provides information regarding expansion of course offerings in high schools, including offering A through G approved course sequences in all high schools within the next 5 years. The plan also suggests that LEAs consider leveraging their LCFF funds to support implementation of computer science education. The Improving Access to Computer Science Education for All Students section of the plan supports improving access to computer science for all students and contains activities for both LEAs and the state to consider. The plan recommends that partnerships with community organizations be strengthened to create opportunities for expanded learning and scholarship, internship, and mentorship, and that tools be created for teachers and school counselors to help guide underrepresented students into various computer science pathways. The educator support section of the plan provides information regarding how to support computer science professional development for teachers, counselors, and administrators. Activities include working with institutions of higher education to recruit potential computer science educators, and creating local communities of practice for computer science so that teachers working to implement computer science can all learn from one another. Consistent with our local control-based education system, most of the activities detailed in the previous 3 sections are intended to occur on local and regional levels. However, there are some activities in the plan which are best completed at the state level, so we have economies of scale. These are captured in the systemic improvement section of the plan. For example, the plan states that the state will provide guidance regarding instructional materials for computer science courses and will design systems to help LEAs evaluate how well local implementation is proceeding. This section of the document also includes the state identifying successful early implementers so we can share those best practices from everyone to learn from. So finally, I want to bring your attention to Appendix A. Recall that in September, when I presented the panel's recommendations to the board, several members expressed some concern regarding the costs associated with the panel's recommendations. So to ensure that the board does not get crossways with the budget process and in consultation with board staff, we moved the panel recommendations that would require significant fiscal support into Appendix A. This way, the expert advice of the panel remains as a resource to legislators and philanthropists who seek to invest in supporting computer science education, but it is clear that in approving this plan, the board is not requiring these investments. It's very exciting to note that some of the recommendations in Appendix A are already making their way through the legislative process. For example, Assembly Bill 20 calls for a computer science coordinator at CDE to support implementation of the CSIP. Assembly Bill 52 calls for the plan to be updated periodically. Assembly Bill 182 and Assembly Bill 1410 both call for updates to teacher credentialing to allow more teachers to teach computer science. And Senate Bill 675 proposes that the board administer a grant program promoting the teaching of computer science courses. So it's gratifying to see that the recommendations are already being picked up by the appropriate folks to advance computer science education in California. So additional information regarding the computer science plan, development process, including meeting agendas, schedule of significant events, is available on the CDE Computer Science Strategic Implementation Plan webpage, and the link is provided on this slide. So we did revise the motion. Since we've posted, we've noticed a couple of little things that we think, continuous improvement, writing process, you can always make it a little better before it's completely official, that we would like to make before making the plan official, moving it over to the legislature as required by statute. We noticed that the pagination and the table of contents, somehow this 508 process is very challenging. From one place to another, the pages are fine. The next time you see it, everything's off by a page. I'm like, oh, right? So we want to make sure we fix that. We noticed that we use the word indicator in a couple of spots, and we know indicator means something very specific here in California, and we do not want there to be confusion about the word indicator. We'd like to swap in the word metric instead. We think that's more precise and will make it more clear what it is the plan is asking for folks to do. So a couple of minor technical edits like that. We want to make sure it's clean before we send it over to the legislature. So here's the revised motion. The CDE recommends that the board approve the California Computer Science Strategic Implementation Plan, pending board executive director approval of any technical edits. As you've seen in the letters that you've received around this item, both California and national stakeholders are very supportive of the plan. If the board approves the plan today, The superintendent will make all necessary revisions and present the plan to the legislature on or before July 15th per statute. I want to take just a moment to thank, it takes a village to make a plan. I want to take a moment to thank all of the people who played a part in developing this plan, the members of the Computer Science Strategic Implementation Plan panel, the IQC, the Educator Excellence and Equity Division team, our West Ed writing team, board staff, and a special shout out to former board member Trish Williams, who supported this effort every step of the way. And I think she's probably watching now from someplace.
She's here in Sacramento. She's in Sacramento.
So, one of our writers, Yvonne Cow, is with us today, and she and I are happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
So Barbara, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I know we have a deadline to meet legislative requirement, and I know you've worked really, really hard, thoroughly with a lot of people to get it to where it is today. So with that, I'm going to turn over to board comments. And so I ask each board member if you've got one comment or clarification. We'll start on this side. Member Recker, we'll start with you. You don't? Member Ortiz-Lacone?
That's great.
I do. And I want to start by saying that my heart is all in for this. I work with Latino youth across the country, and we're just getting ready to launch our first coding program, and we're very excited. I remember reading how this is meant to narrow disparities. There was a lot of figures showing how low-income students, students of color, tend to be excluded from this type of programs and courses, so I appreciate the intent. I do have questions about some of the recommendations, however. So when I scroll all the way down to the summary of the institutional or systemic improvements that will be needed, there are some that I don't quite know, these are outside of Appendix A, how they would be cost neutral. So I'll give you an example. The online curriculum and instruction steering committee, so it talks about creating materials, instructional materials, and developing an online platform. So I'm not sure how that would be cost neutral. I also feel that we're pushing some things down and expect the county offices and the LEAs to take on. And I'm wondering how they were part of the conversation. Did they say, yes, this is something we could totally do without additional resources and support? I'm looking at the idea of including CS education in the LCAP, and it's left to the LEAs and the county office. So the template's up to us, right? If it's not explicit in the template, who knows if it'll happen at the local level, but I also know that we've really hesitated to put placeholders on our template. So I'm more concerned about the actual implementation and what it means for us to approve this plan. What are we saying that we are committing ourselves to doing at the state level, and what are we committing the local and the county?
Thank you for that question. So the Curriculum Instruction Steering Committee of SECESA has had, I think they had a different name, it's Digital Learning or something. They already have a subcommittee that's somewhat dedicated to computer science. We had a member of the CISC on our panel helping develop those recommendations. So barely before we got the plan written, they had already converted that subcommittee into this online committee where they're really looking to support computer science education, as all the subcommittees have their areas of expertise, and we have a liaison at the CDE already supporting that work. So again, I don't think these are no cost, but they're costs that we can take on. The provide evaluation criteria, we're saying we're not recommending the type of evaluation criteria that one would find in a framework. That obviously is a large investment of funds and time and resources to pull together a CFCC and come up with evaluation criteria. But we do believe what the panel asked for is, could the state help us to understand what features to look for in a high quality curriculum that would support computer science education, rather than have each one of us figure that out for ourselves. We're not proposing an adoption, but I think we're suggesting that the state could pull together a group of smart and invested stakeholders, talk that through, and say, here's some things you should think about when you're evaluating curriculum for adoption. In terms of the LCFF, we're not requiring anyone to put computer science into their LCAPs, because this is none of, as with most things, these are not requirements for LEAs, this is just guidance. We've heard from folks, particularly folks on our panel, that once you've got like some good buy-in at the local level, this becomes a natural thing to do, to include computer science and how do we resource computer science education through our LCAP. So one of the things we're proposing to do is to identify and elevate some of those practices for folks who are interested in learning how to do this, how they might think about infusing computer science education into their LCAPs. Here are some examples of other districts and LEAs who have done this successfully. You might be able to learn from them something to think about, because I think it's important, and I know Member Burr mentioned this in September, we are not looking for another categorical program, and I think folks are starting to really understand if something's important to us, that the LCAP is the place where we make sure that that happens. That's how we resource our priorities. So it wasn't that anyone's required to put anything in their LCAP, it's just that's probably the best way of sustaining something in the long term, is to really consider how do we weave this through our plan.
Member Burr? So Barbara, I'm going to push on that a little bit because, and I wasn't quite sure what page Feliza was on, but I'm looking at page 16 of 37, and this happens to be the summary of recommended strategies for K-12 computer science course offerings. And there, in my view, if I'm looking at this and I'm at an LEA, I go, oh, you want me to develop pathways to expose K-8 students, meaning increase my instructional offerings. You want, if I have a high school, me to develop course sequences to ensure computer science proficiency, to offer additional approved computer science courses. Lots of things in there that are really expensive. And in my old days, working for the legislative analyst, I would call all of these mandates, meaning that if the state says we're going to do it, then I'm going to be up here with the bill saying, you told me I had to do this, now you got to pay me. And I'll just say for me, while I think computer science, it's so much a part of our lives, and I get all of the push toward it, but there are a lot of other topics that I might, as an LEA, say, I would really like to ramp up my visual and performing arts. I think that's the critical thing for my kid, for my students. And so I just worry about calling out a particular disciplinary and say, and we want to build our instructional program around it. And that's the way this reads to me. So I just worry an awful lot about the signal that we send by adopting a plan like this, that I could, start calculating it out, but would be billions of dollars to truly implement the way that we're talking about it. And candidly, what's called out in Appendix A is kind of around the edges for me. Develop a test for new teachers, develop a new credential. That's actually not that expensive. But to do this, where you're hiring teachers to implement a sustained program of multiple new courses, that is very expensive. And again, I don't know that it's my #1 priority as a member of the board. So I guess I'm not comfortable adopting it the way it's written. If there's some way to soften the language about this really is advisory, it's not that we're calling it out and then people are going to run across the street and get people to introduce legislation to do it, because that's just the way I feel it's written, to be a mandate.
Emerson?
Well, my comments were just a little, it's great framework and it provides really strong guidance, and it has also been my worry along the lines of what Board Member Burr is saying too. Reading it, I've been assured here that this is not a mandate, you do feel the pressure as an operator, like, oh, do I need to start doing this now? And what is that going to mean? And yes, the credentialing thing also heightens a little bit as well. So it's about stretching resources. Again, great framework, and really applaud the work that's gone into this. It provides great guidance, and if I were to start a computer program, I would definitely go to this. It provides great guidance on that. So, I would echo some of the concerns that have been brought up, and if there is a way to soften the language, it would be helpful.
Member Sandoval, Member Cardenas.
I want to say thank you for this work. I really appreciate it, especially the portion about students of color and women, because women of color, young girls of color, they don't have access as much. Like this year from my high school is the first time I got access to AP Computer Science, and that's a problem. And so I really appreciate this because some of my friends, just 1 year, and she didn't even finish a year, but she wants to major in it. And so this is really going to engage a lot of girls of color and really change the narrative of, like, these big companies like Google, and those demographics are going to change. So I really appreciate this and really pointing it out because it's very alarming but not surprising. Me going to my school is that the highest percentage of underrepresented students of color were half as likely to get any offer for a computer science course. And so I really appreciate pointing that out. And so I'm just looking forward to see how that is implemented in communities of color specifically. And I hope that in a few years, my sister could be like, oh, I already took a computer science class, I really hope that.
Okay, Member Rucker.
Well, I had originally planned not to speak on this item because I thought I was going to be the only one with a sour concern about the standards. But now that I'm not, let me add my 2 cents worth. My concern about the standards are similar to what Board Member Burr raised, not just about the cost, but about what the implementation of these standards or the adoption of these standards by this action today will mean. Last week, I think it was last week, I attended the State of Black California Forum that was sponsored by the California Black Legislative Caucus. And one of the panels talked about this very issue. And while we see an increase overall in the number of African American students who are getting the training in coding and other types of certification or degrees in computer science, they are still not showing up in the workforce because employers are still not hiring them for a lot of reasons. But beyond that, there still exists inequities in the types of access that students, particularly girls of color, need to have. I think that there's a disconnect between the recommendations that are shown in these recommendations and in this framework that is not really connected to the reasons why the access for students of color and schools across the state is inequitable. Improving teacher certification is not going to improve access for students of color. Increasing, and while I'm grateful to code.org for the work that they have done to bring attention to coding and the career development opportunities that coding creates, my concern about adopting a computer science model that once again segregates computer science to a course instead of integration into all areas of a student's day in ways that are meaningful beyond just coding creates a concern for me as well. So I agree with Member Burr. We need to take a look at the recommendations to make sure that they are truly connected to the intent for the reasons why we are being charged to adopt these standards. And so I'm actually relieved to hear that there are some concerns from other members on this panel today about what these recommendations actually say. This is actually the first real opportunity that we as a board have had to talk about these recommendations. And I have to tell you, quite frankly, I have some very serious concerns.
So we're going to go to public comments and we'll come back for continued board discussion. So thank you. Stay close. We'll see if we have any public comments first. Thank you.
Okay. The following individuals please come to the podium. Alexis Harrigan, Julie Flappin.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Minokal Harrigan. I'm with Code.org. Code.org is a national nonprofit dedicated to expanding access of computer science in schools and increasing participation by women and underrepresented minorities. We thank you for your leadership on computer science education, including last year's adoption of the K-12 CS standards. Computer science opens more doors for students than any other discipline. The average salary for a computing occupation in California is $112,000, and the state currently has 75,000 open computing jobs. Computing occupations are the fastest growing and among the highest paying, and yet only 32% of California high schools have access to computer science. When we dive deeper into that 32% and you break it down by rural versus urban, free and reduced lunch, and underrepresented minority populations, it becomes clear that California is a state of haves and have-nots for computer science. Strategies within the plan are focused on closing these gaps and expanding access to CS for all students, and in particular, traditionally underrepresented students. We strongly recommend you vote in favor for the adoption of the plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the board. My name is Julie Flappin, and I lead the CS for CA Coalition, part of Access, which is a multi-stakeholder group advocating for equity, access, and inclusion in computer science education in California, with particular attention to the needs of low-income students and students of color. As a public school parent in LA Unified and also as an education advocate, I was appointed by Governor Brown to serve the strategic plan panel. We urge your approval of this plan because it will ensure California prioritizes these three goals. One, equitable opportunities for teaching and learning rigorous and culturally responsive computer science education that is integrated in other subjects and is also a standalone course at the high school level. Number two, to ensure that computer science education is scalable across the state and not just in certain zip codes, which is what we know is happening now. And number three, make sure that computer science education is sustainable in the long term, that we're providing a foundation that looks at the time. We don't want computer science to be another flavor of the day, but really have a systemic approach to building the foundation to provide equitable access. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So we're going to come back to the board for any more clarifying comments that we have. Is there anybody other comments that board members would like to share? So I'm wondering, or actually believing that, Barbara, it might be the best to take the input from the comments from the board and from what you've heard and work with CDE and state board staff and do an updated edit and bring it back to us in May. I know we have a July deadline, but that way would give time to hear what the board had to say today and try to edit to reflect those concerns.
That sounds great.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I do that, Kim?
Did you want to make another comment? Okay.
Well, if you're going to do that, these are the things that I would really ask the board to think about and consider in directing the staff on this activity. There, as Sue said, I agree with her comments that many of the recommendations are read as mandates. There needs to be clarifying language added to this document that makes it clear that this is advisory and voluntary, and that districts have options for how they choose to use or work with these standards and to work with this document and implementing this plan. I think it's also important to understand the role of stakeholders in having these conversations. The second piece, and in the recommendations that are in Appendix A, having the conversation about the certification and those things. The minute you start talking about teacher certification, it starts to limit or even eliminate expertise and opportunity for the types of educators who can do this teaching and who cannot. So we have to be clear in the recommendations on why the certification is necessary and at what level or for what purpose the certification should be there. I think while I heard clearly from the speakers, both from code.org, and thank you for being here.
She's not code.org.
I was speaking
Computer Science for All.
From code.org, as well as the other speaker concerning the computer science, CF for what?
CS for All.
CS for All. While I understand that you believe that the plan is going to improve and increase access for all students, the data I have in front of me says that's not the case. And so we have to be careful in writing this plan that we are not overpromising what the specific deliverables in this plan and implementing it actually are. Because as I said, from the panels that were presented at the State of Black California Forum, the statements that both of those speakers made as it relates to the African American community are not true in reality today. That may be at some point down the road, but this plan does not, in the mega terms that are written into this plan right now, those are clearly not the deliverables, and I have a concern about that. And then finally, there are some terms of art in the plan that are inconsistent with other terms we are using. For example, equity is discussed in this plan. On the Joint Workforce Pathways committee that we work on, we have published a document with our general principles. We have a different definition of what equity is. I think any document that's coming from this body, that's being approved by this body, needs to have some uniformity in some of the terms of art that are being used, particularly the conversation explanation about equity. So I'm sorry to sit here today to give you this information today, but this is really and truly the first opportunity that we as a board have had to give you some input about our concerns. So I have very, very serious concerns about what's written in the document and some of the overstatements or overpromises that are actually written into the document. So I hope I've given you enough information to be helpful in that regard.
Member Cardenas?
Really thinking about, since you guys will be going back and taking that time to also talk to students that you guys want to engage to be and ask them, what does it look like to implement computer science in your district, in your school, especially young girls of color, Black students, we want to make sure that they're heard, because it's true, like we can't really see the full story by only seeing data. And so if we ask students how it looks like, we could eliminate those things. And I feel that a big part you need to add there is just when people are talking about curriculum and all those different factors, there needs to be a part about what does it mean to be computer science, that it is not white, straight males that can be a computer science, right? And that's the reality. So it's like the narrative needs to change all in all, and so really implementing that into this, because I feel that if we don't change that narrative, then it's true. When people go to their workforce, they're not gonna hire them because of the racial bias, And so really acknowledging that to actually, it's one thing to get the education, but to actually have that as a career is a whole different story.
Thank you. Member Burr?
So Barbara, just along the lines of Member Rucker's recommendations, as you go back and look at what the recommendation is relative to the LCAP, I would just want you to flip it around and say, what's the current statute for LCAP? Because we already have 8 priorities, a bunch of sub things underneath it. And I don't want this to be a backdoor for trying to add things onto the LCAP, because then whatever other projects someone might have, that's the way they would try to do it. And one of the things that the LCAP does require is a broad course of study, which is defined in statute. Does not include computer science, to the best of my recollection. So again, I sort of see this as a backdoor way. So I want to make sure that we're aware of that as other things come up, and that we're not creating a backdoor to add additional priorities under the LCAP.
So thank you for taking good notes, Barbara, on the feedback from the board. And so we understand that you'll go back and work with CD and State Board staff to try to address the comments. Member Ortiz-Lacone, you want to add one?
Yeah, just to follow up with what Board Member Burr said, when I saw that, I was like, oh, well, what if I wanted to include ethnic studies there? No, seriously, because I think that's, from my perspective, that's also something that would broaden and bring equity and what have you. But I do want to say this, because I know that there may be a sense of disappointment that this wasn't voted on today. And for me, it really is the language, just finessing it, because it does read like we're expecting LEAs and county offices to do A, B, and C. And I think it's a heavy lift. Working on a small scale coding project, I could tell you that there's a lot to consider. However, that does not negate the need for something like this. And I do think that the arguments made are very compelling. I understand that in the workforce, there may be other biases that are considered, but one of the things that coding is not just the actual engaging of technology. There's ways that it also is critical thinking. We use it with service learning. We use it to identify genuine needs in the Latino community, right? And we're equipping our students to use the thinking. Did I bring my own? Oh, is that your phone ringer? Interesting. So I want to say that there is a need for this. I support the need for this, and I understand why there is a call for this to bring coding to our schools. I do believe that it is one way to narrow achievement gaps and disparities, right? So I don't want the, I see the disappointment, and I'm sorry that we do need to consider this. Ay, Dios mío. See what happens when you give people technology, though? So I look forward to having this come back. And Trish, I know you're listening. We're sorry we couldn't make this happen today, but more importantly, this is something that we really need to consider because at the end of the day, we're doing it for our students.
Well, and let me just say, Barbara, we know this is a long and process take a while, and we know that we're better for the process. It just sometimes takes a little longer than some of us anticipate with all the public and board input, but we really believe that it will make the document a better document for us to move forward with. So I think you've gotten a lot of specific feedback. We know staff in both in the department and state board staff are willing to continue to work with you on it, and we'll look forward to seeing a revised update for our May meeting. So thank you and your team very, very much. And for all the work, we're committed to this and getting it right.
So I want to let you know that when we first convened the panel, it was like, we're going to have a plan, and it's going to, I'm like, this isn't my first plan.
Yeah.
And it is not likely, it would be amazing, that the board will approve the plan the first time it is brought to them. That has not been my experience, that the board will approve the plan on the very first time they see it. So although I think there are some folks who are like, yay, we are prepared. That's why I'm here today instead of in July or instead of in May, so we can begin the conversation. So don't worry about hurting our feelings. This was exactly what I needed, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay, well, thank you, board members, for that. We are going to move on to item 6, which is a public hearing. This item is a public hearing for College Preparatory Middle School in La Mesa, Spring Valley, and is to consider a material revision of the charter to change the admission preferences. So we're going to have Lisa Costanzo is going to present for us, and then we will have our public hearing. Hi, Lisa. Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm not used to being here today. It's an early day for me.
It's your warm-up for tomorrow.
I'll be back tomorrow, yes. Yeah, I do. Oh, that's probably why it's not working. There we go. Okay. Great. Good afternoon again, everyone. I am here to present item number 6 for College Preparatory Middle School, La Mesa, Spring Valley, and it is a request for a material revision. College Preparatory Middle School, La Mesa, Spring Valley was approved by the board back in March. They were approved to serve grades 5 through 8 for a 5-year term from July 1 of 2018 through June 30th of 2023. They are currently in their first year of operation, serving 240 students. They are in a leased facility and are in the process of building a private facility that is planning to open here in April. And it states tentative on the presentation because with all the rain, they said they're still kind of anticipating whether that'll actually be a go date for them or not. And they'll be here to speak to that too as well. So for material revisions during the term of a charter, the school may request an amendment of its current approved charter. May only be with the approval of the authority that granted the charter, so in this case, the state board. And material revisions are governed by the standards and criteria in Ed Code Section 47605. And just as a refresher, that's the area that does talk about the establishment of a charter school. So we as staff will look at the educational program again. We take a look at whether we feel that they are able to implement the program. We'll look at the signatures, the assurances, the charter elements. In essence, we do a full review again, and we take a look at the petition all over again. December 3rd of 2018, we received a request for a material revision to amend Element 8, the admission preferences, the admission requirements for college prep. The admission preferences would need to be revised in order for the school to maintain eligibility for the Charter School Facility Grant Program, most popularly known still as SB 740. This grant means approximately about $136,000 for the school. If the material revision is not accepted or not approved by the board today, the school will continue to operate because it is within its charter term, just without access to these grant funds. The CDE recommendation is that the State Board hold a public hearing to approve the request from College Prep for a material revision under the oversight of the State Board. And again, the request is to amend Element 8 for admission preferences. The recommendation is based on a sound educational program, demonstratively likely to successfully implement the program, and a reasonable comprehensive description of the charter elements. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools met on February 5th, 2019, and the Advisory Commission moved staff's recommendation to approve the request for a material revision. The motion passed unanimously by a vote of 6-0, with 2 commissioners being absent, and we currently have 1 vacancy on the commission. The little bit of background on the Charter School Facility Grant Program. It is administered by the California State Treasurer, the California School Finance Authority. It provides annual assistance with facilities rent and lease expenditures to charter schools that meet the eligibility criteria. Charter schools are awarded $1,117 per unit of classroom-based ADA, up to 75% of their annual facilities rent and lease costs for that school. Based on Ed Code Section 47614.5, CSFA, the California School Finance Authority, must determine upon receipt of an application eligibility based on the geographic location of the charter school site, pupil eligibility for free and reduced price meals, and a preference in admissions as appropriate, which is why the petitioners are before us today. So a charter school is eligible for this program and eligible for funding if they meet either of the following conditions. So the first one is that the charter school site is physically located in the attendance area of the public elementary school in which 55% or more of the pupils are eligible for free and reduced price meals, and that the charter school gives a preference in admissions to pupils who currently are enrolled in that public elementary school and to pupils who reside in the elementary school attendance area where the charter school is located. Or 55% or more of the pupil enrollment at the charter school site is eligible for free and reduced price meals. So College Prep does not meet the standalone criteria for 55% or for 55% free and reduced price meals at the charter school site to qualify for the grant. So in essence, then, they do have to qualify under the first criteria. So they are requesting a material revision to amend their admission preferences. The petition will include a preference for pupils who are currently enrolled in or who would reside in the elementary school attendance area of the public elementary school in which College Prep is located. As I mentioned, for the material revision, CDE did do a full review again. We took a look at the material revision request. We took a look at the petition for the educational program, including all of the charter elements. And then we also did a multi-year budget plan to take a look at their fiscal viability. We determined they did have a sound educational program based on the review of the educational program in the petition and a review of the charter elements. And then we also took a look at their ability to implement. We once again took a look at their multi-year financial plan. Also, since this is their first year of operation, we did have a first interim report that we could take a look at as well. And that report indicated that they have a projected positive ending fund balance of about $320,000, bless you, and reserves of a little over 14%. That does include the SB 740 funds of about $136,000. They also have positive ending fund balances and adequate reserves for fiscal years 1920 to 21-22. In summary, CDE staff is recommending approval of the material revision based on a sound educational program, their ability to implement their fiscal viability, and a reasonable comprehensive description of their charter elements. I'm here to answer any technical questions you have at this time, and the petitioner is here to present as well.
Thank you, Lisa. So I think we're going to have our public hearing, and then we'll get a chance after that. Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. So the hearing will now open. Let me explain that we're going to hear from the petitioners in favor of the proposed material revision, and they'll have 10 minutes. Then after that, we'll hear from the district regarding the material revision, and they'll have 10 minutes. Then after the presentations from both sides, there'll be an opportunity for general public comment from any individual who has not already presented. And the public comment will be limited to 1 minute. So the public hearing is now open.
You don't, okay.
Or do we have a slide presentation?
She does not.
No, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Calloway, and I'm one of the directors of College Prep Middle School of Mesa, Spring Valley, a proud SBE charter, one that was approved right here in this very room a year ago today, and a grateful, heartfelt thank you for that. I'm here today to, without sounding too much like the Department of Redundancy Department, to ask that you consider the approval of a change in element 8 of our charter, specifically the enrollment preferences, which will enable us to meet the new requirements of the CSFA to apply for SB 740 grant. Those of you who were with us here last year know that we were very excited about our move from our current facility, which is in the basement of a church with very limited space, to a new facility, a new modern facility that will allow us to grow and serve more students in the community and more families, and of course those students who are on our wait list. The SB 740 grant funds would be so helpful with the lease in our new facility and would allow us to direct more of our general funds to enhancing our program and preparing our students for high school and beyond. So in short, on behalf of our Tiger students, families, staff, all of us back in San Diego, we thank you so much for your time and for your consideration and ask that you approve our request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the district here? Is the district here? No? Do we have any public comment?
The following individuals please approach the podium: Angela De Ramos, Lorraine Richards.
Good afternoon, Lorraine Richards, California Teachers Association. You are under no obligation to recommend a material revision. The school has a history to play with authorization in order to be able to operate within the La Mesa Spring Valley. Do not allow this charter to make a mockery of charter law. Recommend denial of the material revision. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments? No. Okay, so now we come back to board for
You can
clarification.
close the public hearing.
Oh, excuse me. The public hearing is now closed. Now we're going to go back to the board. For clarification, any questions for Lisa and any other discussion items?
Just for clarification, so the school will be fiscally viable with or without this SB 740 grant?
It will be, yes. It is just helpful, yes. And as we continue to provide oversight, for us, the more fiscally solvent the school is, the better for their term of their charter term. So,
I also have a question for you. Lisa, I just want to be clear about the site or the location of the school. So this is a single campus, or are there two sites for this authorizer under this proposal?
under the state board school, it's one single site.
So they would actually, so if they're approved, the purpose of getting this approval is to get this grant so they can move to a larger site. They would not continue operating their school at this other site, so they're not going to be operating or expanding to operate or open another site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the reason, I'm not clear why we actually need to do the material revision for them to be able to apply. I wasn't clear with your explanation. Could you review that?
Sure. Yes, I can pull it back up too. But since we consider a change in admission preferences a material revision to their petition.
Okay.
So because of that, they do have to come back before the board because it is a change to what the board approved as their petition to move forward. So we consider it material. They have to come back before the board to request a revision to that, a material revision to that charter to then be able to move forward with that. So to us, it's considered a material change.
Okay.
To the initial agreement, which is the petition for us to provide oversight on.
Yeah, because I wasn't clear on that, because it sounded, as I read it, and I was confused as I read it, I didn't know if there was a ghost school, if there was an extra site, if this was something new that they were doing that would be different at this new site that was different from what they were already doing. I appreciate your clarification on that.
Okay, great. Any more? Member Ortiz-Lacone?
Thank you. So they currently have a student population of 234 or so based on grade schools. And for 2019-2020, the aim is 400. And so I did hear that there was a wait list. And I'm trying, one of the conditions of this is to serve the attendance area of where this school will be located, correct?
Correct.
So then how many slots will actually, one, it looks like they would have to recruit about 50% more of their student population. But if they have a wait list, how many slots does that really mean for students in that community or in that attendance zone?
Let me have the petitioner come up and answer that.
Thank you for your question. Currently, we have about 235 students. We have 60 students per each grade level. When we make our move to our new facility, we'll have room for 100 students per grade level. So as our 8th graders leave us, our 7th graders naturally grow. So if we have 60 students, say, just for sake of brevity, return to us, that would mean that we would have 40 additional spots open and then completely open 5th grade with 100 spots.
And I'm assuming you're recruiting in that particular attendance zone.
Yes, actually where the new location is right directly in that attendance area. Thank you.
Any more clarifying questions from board members? Questions? So I would entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Can I take a vote? Okay. So all those in favor of the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to move to the waiver consent vote first. So on the waiver consent vote, we are going to vote on waiver 1, waiver 3, and waiver 5 through 13. So that means we are not voting on 2 or 4 this time, okay? So are there any public comments on waiver 1, 3, and 5 through 13? None. Okay, do I have a motion? Do I have and we have a second? Okay, all those in favor? Okay. Got it. Okay, so now we're going to deal with waiver 2, a request by Mammoth Unified. Okay, a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice President Strauss, State Superintendent Thurman, board members. My name is Juan Mireles. I'm the Director of the School Facilities and Transportation Services Division here at the department. Waiver 2 is a request by the Mammoth Unified School District to waive the statutory requirements to use a defined, skilled, and trained workforce as part of the lease-leaseback project delivery method. Staff is recommending that the board deny the district's request on the grounds that the pupil or school personnel protections are jeopardized. And since the board has never considered a waiver of this type, I'll be providing a little bit more background for your consideration. The district had a successful local bond election in 2018, where voters approved Measure B, authorizing the issuance of $63 million for the construction, reconstruction, or replacement of school facilities. The district is now engaging in the planning, designing, and constructing of their projects. These elements are key components of taking a project idea and then moving it through the procurement process and ultimately building and finishing a project. This is what's commonly referred to as project delivery. There are several types of project deliveries. In this particular case, the district decided to use the lease-leaseback delivery method for their projects. In simple terms, or perhaps not so simple, the lease-leaseback method involves a district leasing its property to an entity that will be paid to build school facilities on that property. Once that project is complete, then the entity leases it back to the district until the end of the lease term. At the end of the term, then title to those facilities is vested back to the district. That's the essence of the lease-leaseback delivery method. Specifically, the district is requesting to waive Ed Code Section 17407.5, which prohibits the use of the lease-leaseback delivery method unless the district's contractor and its subcontractors are obligated by the contract to use a skilled and trained workforce. So what is a skilled and trained workforce, you might ask? Fundamentally, this phrase means that all the workers performing work in an apprenticeable occupation in the building and construction trades are either skilled journey persons or apprentices registered in an apprenticeship program as approved by the California Department of Industrial Relations, Division of Apprenticeship Standards. Skilled journey person is further defined to be a worker that has either graduated from an approved apprenticeship program or has at least as many hours of on-the-job experience as would be required to graduate from a program, or has participated in an out-of-state program approved for federal purposes. The law further requires that a certain percentage of the skilled journey persons on the job are graduates of an apprenticeship program. Many trades, such as carpenters, bricklayers, drywall installers, and roofers, among others, are capped at having 30% of those workers be graduates from an apprenticeship program. Other trades are required to have 50% of the workers be graduates this year, and that percentage increases to 60% next year. Again, these are the percentage requirements for workers to be graduates. All other workers can meet the criteria, but one of the other factors that I mentioned, such as having the on-the-job experience, being part of an out-of-state program, or being an apprentice. Ed Code Section 17407.5 was added in 2015 by Assembly Bill 566. Legislative analysis for this bill noted that it was sponsored, quote, to address issues such as the sole sourcing of projects to less than qualified contractors and violations of labor laws for public works projects by significantly raising the standards for contractors, increasing the quality of construction, and protecting taxpayers and workers on lease-leaseback construction projects. Additionally, Senate Bill 693, chaptered in 2016, consolidated several provisions of the law whenever a public entity is required to contract for a skilled and trained workforce. The district has stated that it cannot comply with the skilled and trained workforce requirements of lease-leaseback because there are simply not enough of those workers in and around the district. The district mentioned that the Tri-County's Building and Construction Trades Council is based in Bakersfield, which is 260 miles away from Mammoth, and that there are no active or applicable apprenticeship programs available to the district's contractor or subcontractors. Additionally, the district has also stated that they have already engaged and contracted with the general contractor pursuant to the lease-leaseback procurement process, which does include the use of a skilled and trained workforce. Staff also contacted the Building and Construction Trades Council to get its perspective on the district's assertions, and as laid out in more detail in the item, the Trades Council advised that its affiliated contractor associations have been previously involved with projects in Mammoth Lakes, and that they represent many skilled workers and apprentices throughout the region, including Mammoth Lakes, Bishop, and Bridgeport. We do have representatives from both the district and the Building Trades Council here today to answer more specific questions that you may have. And as I mentioned earlier, the board may deny the district's request if it specifically finds that pupil or school protections are jeopardized. But because the law doesn't define what pupil or school personnel protections or what it means to be jeopardized, to jeopardize such a protection, we looked at the plain and ordinary meaning of the words. We believe that pupil or school personnel protection means a protection to students and school personnel from some adverse risk or result, and that to jeopardize something implies putting it in danger of being lost. Considering all of this, we believe that the skilled and trained workforce requirement is a pupil or school personnel protection because it is reasonably tied to safety, adequacy, or craftsmanship of classrooms and other school facilities. We also believe that because the district's request would eliminate that protection entirely, the protection is jeopardized by this request. For all these reasons, the department recommends that the board deny the requested waiver of Ed Code Section 174.7.5 on the ground that pupil or school personnel protections are jeopardized.
Thank you.
With that, be happy to answer any questions. And again, the district and the State Building Construction Trades Council is here to answer questions as well.
Thanks so much. So we're going to go to public comment first, and then we'll go to board discussion. Okay?
The following individuals please approach the podium: Brooke Bean, Phil Henderson, Lois Klein, Cesar Diaz.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Bien, CBO for Mammoth Unified School District. Thank you so much for having us today. Recently, we passed a $63.1 million bond. This bond was the largest bond our community has seen. Mammoth Unified School District is very unique in many ways. Number one, our location, and number two, our weather. We are located 3 hours away from any major city, including Costco, Target, and Trader Joe's. We also have very unique weather. We currently have the most snow in the nation. With that being said, it creates a longer building environment as well. Currently, we have a wonderful working relationship with the town of Mammoth Lakes. We have been working with them jointly. They also have been working on projects and currently did a design bid build project where they had one responsive bidder. With that being said, we felt lease-leaseback was the best for our community. We hope also have reached out to our local contractors association, Mammoth Lakes Contractors Association, and our local Chamber of Commerce. So we hope that, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Henderson. I'm with Orbach, Suarez, and Henderson. We represent Mammoth Unified School District. Here's the rub, and Mr. Juan pointed it out. Lease-leaseback does require that those apprentices and skilled journeyman persons be on a project, but the penalties to the contractor and the subcontractors for not meeting those requirements can be $5,000 to $10,000 a month. And that means 60% of all those journey persons must be graduates, or else those contractors face those penalties. In the staff report that was provided that we saw as well, staff points out that they contacted the Trades Council, and I think absolutely the contractor and all the subcontractors that are going to be working on this project will absolutely be in contact with the Trades Council and all the hiring halls to try to get all those workers. But the obligation is still going to be on the contractor and all those contractors to hit those percentages. If not, a report's going to go to the DIR, and they're going to assess up to $5,000 a month and $10,000 for each subsequent month. So the risk right now, even though we are under contract for pre-construction services, doesn't suddenly disappear because we've pushed it to the contractor. The fact that we're under contract doesn't push away the obligation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lois Klein, and I'm the superintendent for Mammoth Unified School District. And I'm here today because of the education of our Mammoth children. Our high school and our elementary school were built in the late 70s and the early 80s. The high school, built in the 70s, has aging sheet plywood siding. Both schools have single pane windows, virtually no insulation, and roofs with patching on top of patching. If we experience what our town has recently experienced, our children will be shortchanged. We did consult with many local and state experts, the trades and construction management. Everyone who understands our unique situation agrees this is the best approach to get the biggest value for our children. We are only asking for a waiver of the skilled workforce requirement. We do want to use as much local workforce as possible. They are trained and highly skilled, just do not meet the Ed Code definition. I ask that you think about our students when you place your vote today. Please put children before bureaucracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Cesar Diaz on behalf of the State Building and Construction Trades Council.
What's your name?
Cesar Diaz.
Thank you.
On behalf of the local council as well. We represent the construction workers, men and women who are graduates of state-approved apprenticeship programs. Right now, we have about 65,000 young men and women in our apprenticeship. 65 to 75% are in minorities. What this has done is allowed for more California workers that are highly qualified and skilled to be able to access a lot of the public works projects. By the way, apprenticeship programs in the state of California are required to have partnerships with LEA. Over half of the 360 programs are partnered with K through 12 entities. So there's a unique partnership here. What we're saying here is that the lease-leaseback construction method has been abused and has been involved in fraud for a very long time. There has been lawsuits, there has been substandard work and of course working conditions for the construction workers. So the state of California and the legislature narrowly gave a provision to the school districts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Member Rucker, who's our liaison on this, for comments and then for board discussion.
Sure, thank you very much. As we have this conversation, you may be wondering, for my colleagues on the board, you may be wondering, why would any kind of legislation or policy or mandate concerning construction and who works on construction at a school be contained in the education code? Well, there's a specific reason for that. Not as I want to thank Cesar Diaz from the Building Trades for being here today, because he made an important point. Part of the reason why the options that schools have currently for the way that they can choose to contract for school improvement and school building is because it's part of our workforce development process. Our apprenticeship programs are linked directly to our schools in collaboration and partnership with these programs, not only to help develop the workforce, but to create jobs and job opportunities for underserved populations in the state of California. A waiver like this gives lip service to all the conversation we have been having today, not only about collaboration, intersegmental, whatever that is now, intersectionality, as well as understanding what it means to provide service or to pay attention to underrepresented or underserved students in our schools and communities. The CDE is recommending denial not because it's a cost-saving issue for the district. The CDE is not recommending denial because they don't like the options that the district has had. The district already has entered into a contract with a contractor, and in the statement of that, in the plain language of the contract, it says that the contractor is to use a skilled and trained workforce. So what is the purpose of the waiver if there already exists a contract that requires the very thing that the waiver is requesting the board to relieve the district of the obligation for? There's no evidence as a result that the waiver is actually necessary. It's required in the education code, and the CDE is recommending denial. And in the conversations that I had with staff on looking at this, it's not just an issue about workforce or protecting the safety conditions or the working conditions for the workforce. This is about the students and the educators who will be in these buildings once these buildings are completed. The skilled workforce requirement is intended to increase the safety of the facilities that are created for the students who will be housed there and the personnel who will work there. This was detailed in the letter. I want to draw your attention to the letter you received in your red folder from Assemblymember Patrick O'Donnell. I do support the staff recommendation to deny this waiver, not just because it is a protection for the workforce, it is a support for our apprentice programs, but we have to remember these buildings need to be created by a skilled workforce of construction workers so that the students who will sit in those buildings for another 40 or 50 years can be assured that the quality and care and standards that were required for the construction of that building, actually, we can assume that it actually was there because of who was in the room to do the work.
Thank you. Do we have other board clarification, questions for presenters or the petitioner? Anybody have any questions?
I'd like to understand a little bit more of the actual, this is a fiscal impact? This is like a major fiscal impact, or you simply just cannot get?
Juan, would you come forward, please, so we can clarify a couple questions? Thanks.
So this impacts the delivery method. Again, this is one of several that are available to the district, but it's how they actually build the school. And using the leaseback, which they selected, requires this skilled and trained workforce. The district is not obligated to use this delivery method. There are other options available to the district. But if they choose to use this one, the law requires them to use a skilled and trained workforce.
Is that clarify? Member Sung? Superintendent Thurman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to acknowledge the good work of our staff on this issue. And just to add emphasis, school districts do not have to use leaseback. It is an option that is provided to allow the district to essentially not have to bid out the contract. And so, but in exchange for that option, the legislation says you must use a skilled and trained workforce so that there will be no concerns about the quality of the work as it relates to safety. This district has said that for whatever reason, they cannot meet that requirement within the lease back method. Having said that, if they are not able to avail themselves to the requirements of lease back, they have the option to still pursue the work through other ways. They just would have to bid it out for any company that wants to bid for the work.
Thank you, Superintendent Thurman. Any other comments from board members? Member Burr?
Could I just ask a question then about that, Superintendent Thurman? If they were required to bid it out, would that then have a fiscal impact? Is it possible that it would cost more or less, for that matter, if they chose an alternative financing route?
Superintendent's shaking her head.
I would like to ask the
Superintendent,
or the
would you
CBO
come,
of the
or
district.
CBO, can we?
I understand both sides of the argument here, but I'm sympathetic, having been to Mammoth, knowing how far away it is and what the sparsity is. But so the question is, first of all, why did you choose this mechanism and you find yourself in this conundrum? And what other options are available to you that would not cost you more?
So we looked at all the different options and we researched them very carefully. Our town recently did bid out a project with a design bid method, and it came in way over what was anticipated and very, very expensive. And if that happens to us, frankly, we're not going to be able to do all the work that's required to be done. It does have a fiscal impact. And also, I'd like to address the workforce. We are a small school district. We have 1,200 students. We have 350 students in our high school. We struggle and have worked really hard to provide as good a CTE program as we possibly can. We have work construction. We're working on a welding program for our students, but they don't have an opportunity to become certified. The closest program for them to be certified is to go to Ridgecrest, which is almost 300 miles away. So we don't have the availability of those pathways that will lead to certification. But many of our students go on to become skilled laborers within our community and to have jobs when they're finished. So we're doing the very best that we can for our children, but we don't have all the available resources that you do other places.
CBO, would you want to clarify anything based on the questions?
Correct, that would be great. Yes, currently our town went out, they had one responsive bidder. So in that instance, the cost does go significantly up and we would have a significant financial impact. We have gone out on the traditional design bid build on painting projects, roofing projects as well, and we struggle. That is when we started to look at what are our options? What else do we have that is out there? We looked at CM multiple prime, which means we would have to manage all contracts, anywhere from 20 to 40 contracts that come through individually. You're looking at me. It is just me that does the budget. It's me that does all the mandated reporting. We have one other person that assists with payroll and APY. We are a very small district. So for me to now manage 20 to 40 contracts would be a challenge. The other area we looked at was design build, and in that instance, we would need to have multiple architects and contractors join together to come in on the bidding process. That's a struggle. Once again, when we went out for RFP for architects and we pushed it out to many, we received 2 back. So in order, we thought, to get the best ability to have the most contractors have the ability to apply, our local community, out of our kids that have gone through our construction trades program, we felt lease back, and we do still feel that lease back is the best option.
Member Sung, you look like you want to ask a question.
So given that these requirement is put in place to ensure the safety, ultimately the safety and quality of what is going to be built, how will you guarantee that if we were to waive this requirement?
Well, if we went with the other 3 options, that requirement is not in place, and those are still very safe options to go with. We would do our best to pull forward on that, and we would definitely make sure all the other requirements were met.
And we actually don't have a finished, completed, signed contract yet with the contractor.
In the contract for leaseback, we did put those requirements in. That is a requirement for it. That doesn't mean an amendment can't be done where that requirement could be pulled out of the contract, but we wanted to make sure that everything was properly put into our contract at the time of the written contract.
Thank you, Superintendent Thurman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to ask a few questions that might be helpful for the board members to hear answers to as they deliberate on this. You said a minute ago that you couldn't manage a CM program. Did you mean a construction management program? Just want to.
CM multiple prime, if we wanted to go CM multiple prime, which is one of the 4 construction delivery methods, that would become quite a challenge for a district of our size.
And I would agree with you. I don't think we would ever ask the CBO of any district to have to manage all the contractors, but I know that some districts are able to have a facilities manager who is a district employee who oversees essentially an agency that's like the construction manager who oversees the work. Is that an option for your district?
We currently have a construction manager on. If we were to switch that method, the contract cost would go up significantly due to the lack of the work that needs to be involved.
Got it. Would you say again for the board members the nature of the construction? You gave examples where you've bid out for painting and other things. What's the nature of the work that's at discussion at this time?
Major remodel. So we are looking at a major remodel of our current elementary school along with a 4-classroom addition. We're hoping to get all the students housed under one roof, mainly for safety. Currently, we have students in portables that have to walk through the snow with no running water. So it takes them about 15 to 20 minutes just to go to the bathroom. So and safety this day and age is critical. So we really want to make sure all the students are under one roof. So we will be doing an addition along with heavy remodel.
And
elementary first.
As you pointed out, when you all say students walk to school in the snow, that's not just a parent story.
Yes.
That's a real story.
And right now, we have leaking roofs into the classrooms.
Reflected and noted. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. You all used lease-back before. How were you able to meet the provisions when you used lease-back before?
We have not used lease-back before. This is our first bond of this size that has hit our community in many years. Our last bond was passed in '98. I was not there at that time, but that was not the delivery method that was used at that time.
What's the total size of the bond program?
63.1, and that is for K-12. So
Million? Billion?
Million. Sorry, I forgot. We're not used to billions in our district.
We aren't either, but we like the billions when we can get them for schools.
Oh,
We do like that too. So $63 million.
Yes. 63 million, yes.
And so if you did not use lease-back, you'd have to bid this out and essentially pay prevailing wages to whoever would do the work on the construction. Is that right?
Correct.
Got it. So that would mean the difference between the wages that people would receive who are skilled versus those who are not, more or less?
We have to use prevailing wage even with lease-back.
Okay.
The biggest difference being is that I think we would have a lot more people qualified to bid out the project. So, you know, we're going to have people that are we would have a lot more pool of people we could pull from if it wasn't just highly qualified.
I'm going to push just a little bit for the board. Would you share about your costs, because you raised a concern about costs? If you didn't use lease-back and you have to bid it out and you have to pay prevailing wages anyway, could you please enhance your answer about why the cost would be so detrimental or difficult, and then in the context of a $63 million bond, just to provide the board as much context as you can?
Correct. I think our largest issue, if we have to go the design bid build, is the fact that we could limit ourselves to potentially one bidder. Currently, when our town has gone through projects, that's what they've received. Also, when we've gone through our projects, getting qualified bidders is a big challenge. So I feel that lease-back would open that opportunity up for more bidders.
Madam Chair and members of the board, could we hear from our staff who want to add some emphasis here?
CD staff, Juan. Thank you, representatives from Mammoth. Thank you so much. We might ask you a few more. Thank you, Juan.
A couple of points. As it relates to cost, in terms of the bill, we believe that cost was factored in terms of a fiscal impact when the bill was originally approved, and that's one of the reasons why the requirement was phased in. The initial requirement for many of the trades was 30%, then the next year 40, right now we're at 50, and next year it's at 60. So we believe that that cost was factored in when the legislature considered the bill and approved the requirement. And then also, if the district is seeking state reimbursement from the state school facilities program. The program does give these types of districts additional funding because of their geographic location. So they would be eligible to receive additional funding because of the remoteness of the area. So there's 2 points that I wanted to make in terms of the cost, but we think that it was considered when the law was initially enacted, and there could be additional funding from the state program for these kind of projects.
I wanted to ask Cesar Diaz another question.
Mr. Diaz, would you come forward?
Okay, so I'm a little confused by what they explained about the issue about the availability of the workforce, the paying the prevailing wage, and the difference between amending this contract if they get this waiver, or putting this project out to bid and coming back with only a single contract. There were some things that were mixed in that conversation that didn't quite square with me. My particular concern is, I know that in the conversations that the staff had, they did not contact the Building Trades Council to get a scan or an audit of the workforce that's available to assist in doing this project, or that would be available for a contractor. Is there anything that changes in looking for workforce to do this work, whether it's the lease, or it goes out to bid for this contractor who will, according to them, pay prevailing wage either way?
Yes, prevailing wage applies to all the public works projects that the district would enter into for contracts.
So there's not an increased cost about the workforce because they pay prevailing wage under either scheme?
There should not be an increased cost, but I would warn the board that construction is inherently a industry that's plagued by the underground economy. And so when you have fixed contracts, often what you see is the savings come off the workers' backs. It's the worker that is getting paid less than the prevailing wage. And so in many respects, oftentimes when we go off and see investigations, it's the contractors underbidding law-abiding contractors that then are able to get the contracts because they plan on cheating workers from their wages. One of the other things I would like to say and stress is that leaseback is giving the district ultimate flexibility. They selected a contractor, sole source contract. They could have selected a contractor under leaseback with the qualifications per the contract. There is nothing that stops them from going out and finding a qualified LLB contractor that meets all the qualifications. We did some research from our database about the contracts that the district has put out in the past. The district has always been rural. As far as we went back, we saw contractors that were going to work in Mammoth Lakes Unified from Sacramento, Redlands, Auburn, Woodland. We see they pull contractors from all over the place. The contractor that they selected here is from South Lake Tahoe. We even have contractors that are qualified with the qualified workforce that are in South Lake Tahoe, that are in Reno, and that are also located all over the Bakersfield area. The local Building Trades Council there has 6,000 skilled and trained workers plus 1,000 apprentices per the Division of Apprenticeship Standards.
Okay, so what we have here, the bottom line is the district has the flexibility already to craft or amend the contract in the way that they need to under the option they have chosen. They don't need the waiver to make those amendments, which is what the superintendent from the LEA said is the reason why they need the waiver, so they can remove the skilled workforce requirement. But furthermore, the state already provides additional funding because of the geographic location and the size of this rural district to help them and amend or add on to or supplement the funds that they're already receiving from the state fund so that they would be able to get the support they need to move this contract forward. So it's a revenue neutral issue if they go forward with the contract as provided and without using the waiver. Did I overstate or misstate anything?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm recommending.
Wait a minute, Member Burr.
I just want to clarify, same thing. If they don't get the waiver and they have a contract with, as I understand it, maybe it's not completely executed, but you're ready to go forward, then they wouldn't be able to carry out the terms of the contract, if I understand it right, if they cannot get the skilled workforce as defined by statute, right? So they'd have to pursue a different alternative. I just want to be clear what the consequences are.
Contractor, that's on the contractor, not on the district.
Well, except if they have a contractor that can't
Juan,
fulfill the terms of the.
Hold on, let's let, Juan, would you clarify Member Burr's question?
It's to understand that the contract that they have entered does require the use of a skilled and trained workforce.
Okay.
So the onus is on the contractor to execute that contract.
Are you okay? Okay, so I entertain a motion.
I will move the department recommendation to deny the waiver.
Okay, let's vote. All those in support of the motion?
There were 6. Okay.
Motion passes.
No votes.
Are there any no votes? Member 1. The motion passes to support the CD recommendation. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to waiver number 4 under physical fitness testing.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Thurman. I'm Barbara Murchison, Director of Educator Excellence and Equity Division here at the Department of Education. I'm here to present Waiver 4. Washington Unified School District is seeking to waive Education Code Section 51222A. The department is recommending approval with conditions. Section 51222A establishes the statutory minimum requirement of 400 minutes of physical education each 10 school days for students in grades 7 through 12. The CDE conducts compliance monitoring to ensure that local educational agencies meet this requirement per Education Code Section 33352. The CDE conducted a compliance monitoring review in February 2018 and found that River City High School was operating under a 4x4 block schedule in grades 9 through 12 that did not provide each student with PE instruction for a minimum of 400 minutes each 10 school days. Therefore, Washington Unified School District received a compliance monitoring finding and was instructed to request State Board of Education waiver approval of Ed Code Section 51222A in order to continue operating River City High School under a 4x4 block schedule. Washington Unified School District's initial waiver application did not meet Board Waiver Policy 99-03, the minimum required physical education instructional minutes of 800 minutes every 10 days. The department advised the district of the PE instructional minute discrepancy and provided technical assistance. The district then determined that the best course of action would be to extend instructional minutes of each course period to meet the waiver policy requirement. They amended the supporting documentation for their waiver request in December 2018. Specifically, Washington Unified application states that River City High School students will receive an average of 436 minutes each week of PE instruction in the fall term, and on average 436 minutes each week of PE instruction in the spring term. The actual time that River City High School students are enrolled in PE meets the minimum minute requirements if added on an annual basis of 7,200 minutes. As background, State Board of Education Waiver Policy 99-03, Physical Education Requirements for Block Schedules, was last revised in July 2006 and establishes criteria for the State Board to grant waivers related to PE instructional minutes for the purpose of implementing a block schedule. The intention of this waiver policy is to ensure that students engage in consistent physical activity as required by statute, while also providing local educational agencies the flexibility to operate instructional settings under a block schedule when deemed necessary. This policy requires that LEAs requesting a waiver provide evidence that the PE instructional program at each school requesting the waiver complies with all federal and state statutes. The policy also requires that the district is monitored each cycle, selected as part of the department's program monitoring process. The department is recommending approval of this waiver request under California Education Code Section 33050. Education Code Section 33051B will not apply, and the CDE recommends that the district be required to renew this waiver before August 13th, 2021. This recommendation will allow the district time to implement and consider applying for permanent block waiver status, and it also allows the department to monitor the alignment of Washington Unified with the State Board of Education Waiver Policy 99-03 guidelines. The district must also create a uniform way for the school site to document and report the district evidence of compliance. The district will collect documentation that provides evidence of compliance for each waiver criteria applicable to Board Waiver Policy 99-03 each year. This waiver request was supported by the local board and the district's community council. The local teacher bargaining group has adopted a neutral position on this matter. So again, we are recommending that the board approve this waiver with conditions.
Thank you, Barbara. Do we have any public comments on the item?
Yes.
And then we'll go to board comment.
Would Doug Stouffer come to the podium?
It's actually Don Stoffer, and he had to return back to work, so with your permission, I'd like to speak on his behalf, if that's okay. Once again, Michael Flores Castaneda on behalf of CTA, and here for Don Stoffer, who is the president of the West Sacramento Teachers Association, which is also the exclusive bargaining agent for the certificated employees of the school district. And he says that he nor the association were a participant in the development of this waiver. He says the district offered a specific proposal just 2 weeks ago, and as any possible solution will entail us a change in their work day and or work year, both of which are subject to bargaining. This needs to be negotiated. He says that he has met with the bargaining team and has filed a demand to bargain, but that negotiations have yet to take place. He says that he and the association both recognize that the PE minutes issue needs to be addressed, and they're committed to making this happen quickly, but at this time, he's urging you to deny this waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comments? So Barbara, I have a question, and then we'll have other questions from the board. Is this waiver, my understanding is when districts go to block schedule, this dilemma comes into play, and so they need a waiver. So they're not getting less minutes total, they're just getting them more one part of the year than average over the whole time.
Correct.
Am I right? So they're getting the number of yearly minutes, they're just in great physical shape during one semester, and then not so much.
It's the 10-day requirement.
But it's the, right? I mean, it is the dilemma of block scheduling, I think, which I know people have kind of looked at. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that. So, okay, do we have other board comments? Let's see, Member Rucker?
Okay, so I'm confused. So when the staff and I looked at this waiver and we saw that the association had a neutral position, for us that meant, we assumed that meant the district had consulted with the association and they didn't have an opinion. So we're hearing something different at this exact moment. Why are we hearing something different? Do you have any? I wish Don Stauffer were here
for the first time as well.
I wish Don Stauffer were here so I could understand. But what the statement was that the district never consulted them or talked to them or involved them in the decision to develop and apply for this waiver. He's also raising the point that this is a collective bargaining issue. If our friend Ken Burt were here, by the way, he has retired. If our friend Ken Burt were here, he would saunter up to the microphone and he would remind the board in that very deep voice that a collective bargaining issue is related to this waiver, and the board should allow the local association and the district to work out whatever collective bargaining issues may be related to the issues of this waiver before the board issues the waiver and allows the district to unilaterally implement something that might be a mandatory subject of bargaining. Now, I rambled on, and Ken would be far more erudite in explaining that, but I'm telling you that's exactly what he would remind you of. So the association president said, and I heard clearly, they did not know about the waiver, the district didn't consult them, and they have filed a demand to bargain related to this issue. I think we should wait and get some clarification on exactly what's at. There's no harm in waiting one more board meeting, getting some clarification. I recommend we table this item, get some clarification both from the district and the association on exactly what is going on.
We'd like an opinion from our legal counsel.
Yes, you certainly can wait. The only there's no harm for waiting. It just means under Ed Code, waivers have to be considered within 2 meetings. So at the next meeting, if you wait, this counts as one. So if we wait until May, then a decision will need to be made one way or the other. And if the board can't make a decision, the waiver is automatically granted for 1 year.
I understand that, but since the point was made by the association that they didn't know about the waiver, that they were not consulted, we need to be clear on exactly what happened and what the concern is.
Thank you, Member Rucker. Superintendent Thurman wants to make a comment.
Of course.
I would say that we will submit to the will of the board, but having heard that there hasn't been dialogue in this area, if there's no consequence to the board taking action at a later time, and assuming that the departmental staff feel that we can provide the same level of support to the board, should the board choose to wait, we would recommend that the board wait, and we will provide you the support you need going forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Member Ortiz-Licon?
I think it totally makes sense to wait. I'm wondering from your end, as you receive a waiver request, is there something that there's a signature by the president of the collective bargaining unit that says, yes, I'm in agreement with this waiver? How does that work? So you heard it from the district, but is there a way that we could actually have a sign off that we could prevent this from?
There is. I think there is.
There is? So somebody signed up on it.
Signs off on it.
But the district, but what about the representative? Uy, ahí viene la Judy. I said something. What happened?
It's an online application. So the district completes it, and the district asserts and verifies that the information is accurate. And generally, that is true. So there seems to be a discrepancy here, and that's fine. We'll check. But the district has verified that it was accurate. So we'll find out what happened.
I just think that for future references, it would be good to have a second checkoff, because then we could say, hey, we took some time out of our board meeting to entertain your waiver, and it turned out that actually there were some inaccuracies in the request that you submitted. I think it would be fair for us, because we did just a lot, about 30 minutes of our time for this. Thank you.
Certainly find out what happened.
Yes.
So do we have agreement by the board that we delay till May and we do investigation? Okay, then we will delay this waiver. And, oh, we do have another question? You have asked all your questions. Okay, thanks for this item. Okay, thank you, Barbara. Put that on for May. Okay, so now we're going to go to regular consent. Okay, so this is regular consent for items 7 through 14. So do we have any public comments on the consent items?
Yes, we have a public comment on item 9.
Okay.
Would Kathy McKnight please approach the podium?
So item 9 is the health education materials adoption. Do we have our public comment here? Yeah. I guess not. Do we have any other comments? Okay. All right, so we have items 7 through 14. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor of consent items 7 through 14? Unanimous? Okay, thank you. Okay, we are going to move up from tomorrow, item number 21. And we're going to hear it today. And that is the Paradise Unified School District request for a waiver of assessment requirements pursuant to the Every Student Succeeds Act. So this is our colleagues and families in Paradise. And then while she's getting ready, board members, after this item, we will take the SBE liaison reports.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chief Deputy. My name is Shanine Coates, Federal Policy Liaison in the Government Affairs and Charter Schools branch. So due to the destructive wildfires in November 2018 in Butte County, the Paradise Unified School District has submitted a waiver of the federal assessment requirements of the Every Student Succeeds Act for the 18-19 school year. An addendum to the item is posted, which also contains additional information regarding the ongoing impact of the wildfires as well as student displacement. The district is not present today as they are managing the recovery of the wildfire devastation. The CDE recommends that the State Board of Education approve the submission of the waiver request to the U.S. Department of Education on behalf of Paradise. It is always CDE's intent to be helpful to our LEAs. Therefore, we ask that you also authorize CDE staff to work with the district to make any necessary technical edits to the waiver request to ensure that all federal requirements are met prior to the submission to the Department of Education. The CDE also recommends that the State Board of Education delegate authority to the State Board President to approve submission to the Department of Education of requests by LEAs to waive provisions of ESSA if the SBE President determines there's not sufficient time to bring the request to the State Board at a regularly scheduled meeting with sufficient staff analysis to support a reasoned recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have public comment on this item? Do we have board?
We have two speakers.
Oh, go ahead.
Would Angela Del Ramos and Michael Flores Castaneda come to the podium?
Angela Del Ramos, representing California Teachers Association, and we just urge you to approve on 21 because we think it's a good idea to support our teachers in Paradise. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Do we have any board member comments at all? Do I have a motion? Do we have a second? Second from, okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve this waiver? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move to our board member liaison reports, and I'll start with Member Burr. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Judy. Okay, so we'll take action to approve the preliminary report of minutes for the January 9th and 10th, 2019 meeting. I have approval. I have a motion to approve the minutes. Member Burr, second Member Rucker. All those in favor of minutes? Member Rucker, you voting? Okay, just checking. Okay, thanks, unanimously approved. Thank you. Thank you, Judy. Am I okay now, Judy? Okay. So now we're going to do our liaison reports, and we'll start with Member Burr.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. So my work revolves almost exclusively around CCEE, and you heard a lot about the work this morning. I think it's safe to say that we have a lot more work to do around refining the system of support. But I wanted to call to your attention at our last meeting of CCEE, which was February 7th, we had a really excellent presentation by Victor Valley Unified School District, and the PowerPoint is posted to the website, so I'd encourage you to look at it. Coincidentally, they decided to work on math achievement, and they talked a lot about short cycles of continuous improvement review and the kinds of improvements that they're seeing. So it's really a great opportunity at our collaborative meetings to get this sort of on the ground, what's happening, why is this helpful, how is CCEE providing assistance, and in this case, how's the county office providing assistance as well. So it gives a little bit more of a concrete example than what I think maybe we heard this morning, although I thought Twin Rivers did a really nice job. So I just called to your attention that work. The other thing I would say is on the CCE website is a calendar of all the work that they're doing. And I talked to Tom Armelino, the executive director, this morning, and asked him if I could invite you all to the next meeting of the leads. You heard them talk about They had their first meeting of the leads, trying to get everybody to figure out how to work together. The next one is in April, I believe April 9th. I don't have the calendar right in front of me. But if you're interested, wait, Dave is saying no, I've got to.
There's a Bagley-Keene issue.
What's the Bagley-Keene issue?
There would have to be a publicly noticed meeting if multiple board members are in attendance.
Go watch it. Because I won't tell you that we have been attending, but anyway. So we can take care of that if we need to. But anyway, I just want you to know that we want folks to be able to come and watch and participate and understand what's going on. So we'll clarify that. If you're interested and you want to avoid any legal issues, get in touch with Tom. Just send Tom Armolino an email or call him, because I know they're very interested in having people participate. And the next meeting of the CCEE is, let me see if I've got it up here, April 4th. So if you're also interested, we will be meeting here in Sacramento. Thank you.
Member Cardenas?
Thank you. First, I want to begin by saying may Stephon Clark rest in power, and I'm asking for a moment of silence for him. Thank you. We did this because we need to respect Stephon Clark, a young Black man, especially since we are in Sacramento, the city in which on March 18, 2018, Stephon Clark was killed in the hands of police officers. His story is just one of many stories of young Black men, boys, women, and girls who have been unjustly killed due to systemic racism, a story that communities of color, specifically primarily Black communities, are too familiar with. So we always have to remind ourselves that Black Lives Matter, and this impacts our Black students that attend public schools. Aside from that, in February, I attended the Obama's Foundation My Brother's Keeper launch event in Oakland, a summit which young men and boys of color came across the country to coming together and understand what My Brother's Keeper means, as well as seeing former President Obama speak, Stephen Curry, Michael B. Jordan, Alicia Garza, the co-founder of the Black Lives Matter movement, Sabrina Fulton, Trayvon Martin's mother, and many more. They were many of the few speakers who spoke. They did a lot of important conversations, such as the importance of having equitable education, mentorship, and how to dismantle toxic masculinity within all men and the impacts they have on all different communities. And so I bring this up because these are conversations we need to be having in the classroom. And so how can we implement that into history? You know, toxic masculinity has a history in the United States and hurting folks. So how do we have those conversations? And as well as in the grassroots organizing level, district, county, and state, and the national level, I have seen and hear that people are not engaging young people. People often want to make decisions for students without working in partnership with students. This is a huge issue because we students get impacted by every decision that adults make for us. And when we aren't being engaged and people don't try to engage with us, guess what we think? We think, oh, they don't care about student voice. Our voice doesn't matter. And so when we engage folks, we need to understand that we need to engage students who are being underserved, engaging students who have been historically been ignored. This means students of color, students who are part of the LGBTQ+ community, immigrant students, students in low-income backgrounds, and many more. We also have to engage our parents and guardians because they have a lot to do with how students are performing and are active. When doing this work, we need to understand that surveys, test scores, and other forms of data do not tell the whole narrative. It only catches a small percentage of what is being told. There's a difference between asking someone, how can we improve the education versus how do you want to be engaged in that change? And so I really want to ask the board that, how are you engaging with students and parents and having these conversations? Some of us interact with students and parents more than others. So I really encourage the board and the CDE to really engage students and parents and really have them on task force, have them in the conversations, because these meetings can be very inaccessible. So how are we making that accessible and equitable for people to have access? Because to be honest, nothing's going to change in the education system if we're not uplifting the voices who are impacted the most.
Thank you, Member Cardenas. Member Ortiz-Licon?
Thank you. I just want to say to Board Member Cardenas that I really appreciate the voices that you bring to this board. I think that we've often been criticized because we're in Sacramento, we're not in the community. And that is something that, you know, it is unfortunate because we're not accessible to everyone. But I think that you in particular have made it a point to bring the community to us and the youth and social justice and issues of equity and say it without filters. And I appreciate that. So my liaison assignments, I have misspoke when I said that I was working with ethnic studies framework. I think that was wishful thinking. It is called an ethnic studies model curriculum, and there's a huge difference. I think I was just putting it out in the universe, hoping that it would become true. But the committee had the first meeting last month. There was a lot of calibration and discussion. We have very passionate members. And there was a lot of discussion about what does it mean to be Latina, Latinx, Latino, African American, Asian, Native American. And so they will continue having these conversations. These are public, so I welcome you and others to join. Hema, that's something that I think it would be of interest to students because this is something that directly addresses our diverse student population. The next meeting's next week, March 21st and 22nd here at the board room. And the last meeting will be April 25th and 26th. And so they will be working on some of these model curriculum. So more to come. It was a very interesting conversation, and I'm sure I'll have more in after the next meeting. The health education framework, yes, this is coming to us in May. So there will be a March IQC where they will vet through 2,000 public comments that were received during the 60-day public comment period. So for more information, feel free to visit the CDE website. My page 6 EL liaison assignments, I was part of a reception. I was part of a panel with John King, who's the president of EdTrust, former Secretary of Education, Eloy Ortiz Oakley, the Chancellor of the California Community College, and I represented the state board, and we addressed the state of civil rights and education, and my particular focus was English learners. So that happened here in Sacramento. I want to thank Eileen Strauss and David Sapp, who stopped by the reception. I will be presenting at CABE next week, and I think I'm doing something with Lupita, for sure, Daisy Gonzalez, who's at the Chancellor's office, and I will be speaking on a panel on Latina leadership, and of course, our role with working with diverse students, in particular, in my case, English learners. I know Eileen will also be there, and I think I'm also doing a little guest appearance with Tom Adams with the EO roadmap. Is it you? It is, right? You're like, oh, I think so. I guess, to be confirmed. So I look forward to seeing some of you in my hometown of Long Beach. I'm very excited about having you all come to Playa Larga. Lastly, speaking of Long Beach, I want to thank Mr. Ashley. One, I want to wish you the best retirement life that you can have. I'm sure that your wife will be excited to have you. I love the idea of the dashboard. Please have her send me the template. My husband needs some summer projects as he's off from school. We share the Long Beach bond. I think that we're a small community in Long Beach where Mr. Ashley's sister-in-law, Ruth Ashley, was my husband's first principal and someone that he felt was a mentor. So this man right here is part of the Ashley dynasty. That's a real thing in education in Long Beach Unified. And they're well respected in the community for being the educators that everybody wants in their system. And I think you're doing a great job with the legacy here in Sacramento. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. Member Rucker.
It was a very brave but significant thing for you to say it. But again, I thank you for the role model that you have chosen to be, not only as a Latinx woman, but also as a student, because I have children who are my godchildren, and they look up to you and appreciate. You couldn't hear me? Okay. And they look up to you and appreciate all the things that you do when you come to this board meeting. So thank you very much. I'm just going to report on one item, which was the IQC meeting that was held for 2 days on January 24th and 25th. I know that Vice President Strauss, when she speaks, will probably give some more detail on it. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of what we covered. I want to give kudos to the Department of Education staff who planned a very engaging and interactive orientation day on January 24th. It was a way of inducting our new commission members. Eileen and I were both able to be there and participate in doing the training. The members learned everything, well, not everything, but they learned and received a very good introduction about their roles and responsibilities and understand their functions as a public member and as a public official. They got an overview about the IQC protocols and what their charge would be, not only on doing adoption, but on approving and making recommendations as an advisory body to the board. On the second day, they got down to business with the work of the commission, including looking at and reviewing appointments to new committees for the subject matter chairs, assignments of the members to the various subject matter committees. Then they also turned to the work of, for the Health Subject Matter Committee. They looked at and reviewed the schedule of significant events and took a look at the online instructional reviewer materials application. The Education Technology Committee took a look at and recommended the draft computer science standards that came to the board for our meeting today. The History Social Science Committee, in addition to their review of the activities that were going on, they made a recommendation for their committee leadership. And I'm happy to say I started on the board and the first subject matter assignment I received was math. So I'm excited to see the IQC now turn full circle and go back and take a look at and have an opportunity to have a conversation about math again. I was there to participate in that first conversation. I learned a lot, so I'm looking forward to working with the IQC again as we move forward on that. I also want to take another moment just to turn my attention to Carrick Ashley. You know, there's a way to tell a story. I could choose to be provocative and start a rumor. or I could just tell the story straight. You know, Carrick and I went out drinking one evening. So you see which way I chose to go. And we were not in California. Sookie now. We were at a hotel in Houston, Texas. I learned what an old-fashioned is, and he learned what an amaretto sour is. I like my choice of drink better than his. That's all I'm going to say. It's a wonderful opportunity to get to know any Department of Education staff, but when I got a chance to meet both Carrick and Tom Adams, they were not only indelibly a team of highly educated, very smart individuals, but these are two individuals that I respect and admire for their collegial relationship that they model, not only in the work that they do, but in the way that they choose to support this board. So Carrick without Tom and Tom without Carrick, that's going to be an interesting combination for me to deal with. I'm having certain abandonment issues because they have always been there for this board and for me. So Carrick, I indelibly cannot tell you the fingerprint that you have left on the work we've done, but I hope that because of the work that we've gotten to do together, I hope that I have picked up a friend and a lifelong drinking buddy that I can give that will enjoy amaretto sours far better than you will enjoy an old fashioned. So I wish you good luck in your retirement, and I'm looking forward to our lunch date.
Okay, Member Sandoval. Thanks.
Thank you. First thing, special education, as a liaison to that work, the Advisory Commission on Special Education met last month, and this commission works very hard over 2 days, every other month. And so I'm just going to touch on just a few highlights because they do a lot of work. So when they met last month, they discussed chronic absenteeism and then also the possibility of excluding medically fragile students from the calculation of chronic absenteeism. They also addressed the health education framework and explored that. And they obtained more detail on the multi-tiered system of support. And they also heard from representatives from the Ventura County Office of Education who studied the relationship potential relationship between improved academic performance for students with disabilities and their increased participation in general education environments. And then they also discussed the efforts to improve reporting of assessment results to parents and families, which we addressed today. And also I'm the liaison with Visual and Performing Arts, and regarding the framework for visual and performing arts, that work is happening this year on the framework development, so stay tuned for that for more updates. And equity and access is a lens that everyone working on this framework is viewing the work through, so that's really encouraging. And the California State Summer School for the Arts, the application period for this summer's school closed late last month, and the board of the California State Summer School for the Arts is actually meeting in Sacramento here tomorrow, and I can't be there because I'm here tomorrow. And so stay tuned for the next time we meet, because I'll share more information about who's applied, how many applications, how many acceptances. And then I also want to mention that on March 17th, 18th, and 19th here in Sacramento is the 42nd Annual California Conference on American Indian Education. And I have to acknowledge the work of the Department of Education in helping facilitate and lead and make this possible. It's really the premier professional learning opportunity for people working in American Indian education throughout the state. It has been for more than 40 years. So that's happening here in town starting Sunday and then going through Tuesday. And then also I wanted to mention, last year we had a visit from Judy Flores, who's the County Office of Education for Shasta County. And they were reviewing data and how they're using that to improve their services for students. And she had mentioned the performance of Native American students. And I had said we'd had learned some great lessons, and I was happy to help share. She called me up, and I've met with the superintendents in Shasta County virtually by conference call. I volunteered my time to share lessons learned. And then I also met with the group. I went to Reading, again as a volunteer, to help share what we've done with governance and systems to help improve our outcomes for Native students. And I have to say it was wonderful to see superintendents, Native tribal leaders from different tribal nations in Shasta County, parents, grandparents. It was just a really wonderful gathering of people. Representatives from the public health department. So they were really bringing all the stakeholders to the table in the same room, and it was powerful, and it was just the start of making a difference for our Native students. So I think wonderful things happen when we share information and tell our stories, and I just am happy to be a part of this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sandoval. Member Sun?
Okay, so where we are with career technical education, so many of you know that the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Improvement Act was reauthorized in July 2019. So states had the two options. One was to create an entire plan for 2019 through 2024, or do a transition plan and then wait and do the larger plan a little bit later next year. So we chose option one, given, of course, the short time. So the California Joint Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee has been working on that transition plan, or at least where I should say the CDE staff, Tom Adams staff, has been working on the transition plan. And so we met, the Joint Workforce Pathways Committee met on Monday to review the first full draft of that transition plan and provided lots of feedback. And then we should be looking at it again in April. And then this plan will be coming to this body in May for approval. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. What is really nice about this development of this plan is that we have had our guiding principles that we developed as part of this committee, and so this is going to be the first step in really actualizing these criteria and these principles that we've been working on over the past 2 years. And okay, so that's it for the CTE stuff. I want to say goodbye again to Carrick. I feel like I've been saying goodbye to Carrick for the last 3 meetings. In November, when we were saying goodbye to Tom Torlickson, I was getting all nostalgic, and so I said something very nice about Carrick and the work that he's done, not knowing he was going to retire at the time. And then in January, when we were going through the transition with Mike, and I was feeling nostalgic again and said something very nice about Carrick at this point. And then I came for a meeting in January, and here he was lurking the hallways of CDE. And so here we are again in March. And Carrick, I've meandered in and out of my relationship with CDE over the last, 30 years or so. And you've always been there. You've always been there in some way. And so appreciate the work that you have done and the water you have carried. And I talk about the time when Carrick had his little cubicle, and I, in the charter schools unit, would walk over to him and ask him about data when we were under CSIS. So it's gone a long, long ways, and I was thinking about the next phase of California and our data systems and how there won't be a Carrick Ashley involved, which is very, very sad to me. So thank you, Carrick, for everything you've done, and we will miss you.
So thank you. So I have a few reports, and I'll just say I was very fortunate to go to a state meeting where Carrick got to do presentation, and he did, if you haven't seen it, ask him to do his Hamilton impersonation. He's really, really good. So I'll just give him a special plug for that. So with that, let me just give you some quick updates. The Math Committee of Practice, you might remember that as part of Success, our county schools, they have some grants to bring together regional representation around our state to build regional capacity to implement standards. So I liaison to both science and math, and then each time they meet a couple times a year, and the job is to build capacity across the 100 people or so, with the understanding that they will then go back to the region and build capacity in their local districts and touch the classroom practice. It's taken a while to get going as far as full implementation, but it's really got a great energy around our state. You realize we have a huge state with a lot of mileage to cover. And in the math meeting at the end of January, covered differentiation with students with special needs in mathematics. It was really exciting. The speaker was so engaging that the science community practice is going to have her come back now too. So it's an opportunity to really hear some of the work. They do it here in Sacramento, so I'll let you know when that is, but it was just really exciting. And I just want to say about the IQC training that Member Rucker and I both participated in. We have 4 new members. The state board appoints to IQC on a staggered basis so that we don't turn over the whole committee at one time. But to Stephanie Gregson and her team, it was Patricia and I have been doing this since when IQC came back into being. The training was so engaging about how frameworks work, how policies work, when standards get adopted, the public hearing process. And I thought, wow, we're going to have a bunch of new board members on the state board, and the training and some of the materials that Stephanie and her team developed would be great to share when you come onto state board if you've not worked in this process before. So hopefully you'll share, because I think it was invaluable, and I think Patricia and I were incredibly engaged, and we'd done this a few times, and it was really great. So just a credit to that. The Concurrence Commission is the commission that meets twice a year. It's the subject matter projects that have been around in California for a long time. They are going to do a sustainability summit, which is UC, CSU together working on sustainability around environmental, climate change. It's really been an issue that they're carrying on. That's going to be in December at UCLA at the Luskin Center on December 12th. So you'll hear more about it, but there's a real commitment to bring the sectors together to talk about what we can do, K-12 through higher ed, to help on environmental issues and sustainability and climate change. So we did do a highlight. The math project shared their lesson study model, which a lot of people are using to try to improve teacher practice and get in depth in mathematics. So anyway, they meet twice a year. And then the science community practice, as I said, they met at the end of January. CTC met beginning of February, and they dealt with their state priorities and what they're working on. And what's interesting is they deal with lots of authorizations, lots of certification, lots of updates, and 3 in particular, bilingual certification, child development, and pupil services were talked about on that meeting, all around performance expectations. So you're really looking at ways you're going to be able to assess competency in these areas around the performance expectations. So that's definitely a trend in the credentialing process, and definitely spending a lot of time on that. Then in February, I met with the AXA Accountability Task Force, and let me just say, we pass all these policies here at the board level with a lot of input, but then listening to practitioners who live out in the field with the dashboard, with the how it impacts practice. For example, if you looked at the lowest performing schools on our state list, you saw a majority of continuation high schools who serve a really challenging population at the secondary level with kids that need to graduate. So listening to practitioners who have issues with kids that can't graduate in 4 years because they're so far behind, kids that have attendance issues, kids that have suspension issues, how they articulate continuation high school versus the direct traditional high school. Because if the kid goes back to the traditional high school, which you hope they do, the traditional high school gets the graduation credit and the continuation high school doesn't get the graduation credit. So one of the comments that I had asked CDE about was, how do we check to see if the policies that we're implementing are getting the results we intend, or are there other unintended consequences? And the practitioners' voices are helpful to us because they tell us about the dashboard and what happened and the data. And so I think the practitioners play an important voice, and I know we reach out on a regular basis to our stakeholders, and I believe that the technical design team is the one that looks and vets to, periodically to see what the consequences are. So I just would encourage CDE to continue to do a regular check-in to make sure we're getting the results we mean to do, and use our advisory groups that work together with us to make sure that the consequences are intended and not unintended. It was a highlight for me was I'm in LA County, and LA County had a engaging girls in STEM at the Arboretum. It was amazing. It was such great energy, and they create a structure where they have mentors for these girls to get them involved in STEM when they're in high school, going into college, and a lot of these business professionals come in and mentor girls. It was a diverse group, really exciting. It was an afternoon and evening with lots of breakout sessions, and just a credit to LA County and our work in trying to further the science field. Last couple, I'm almost done. Through CTC, there's some networks involved in trying to improve practice, and one is the Teacher Education Research Improvement Network, with several of us involved with talking about data. The data we collect at state, CDE, CTC's data, and how we look at retention of teachers, where teachers get placed, the diversity of the teacher workforce, and all. It was a really wonderful, engaging conversation about trying to further sharing of data when appropriate to look at how that impacts our teacher and leader workforce. So we'll hear more about that. And then there's another advisory group that deals with the advancement of instruction in quantitative reasoning. It has to do with needing a 4th year of math in high school and kids not being ready for pre-calculus or calculus. And all of those of us who've worked in high schools know how important it is to keep kids in math, but know how some kids, after they finish the requirements, either 2 or 3 years, depending on the local requirement, they stop taking mathematics. So CSU's been doing a wonderful project. It's quite a few CSUs to look at what this appropriate senior level course would look like. And there's a whole website on it, and they've been kind of sharing their practices, and they're piloting with school districts a wonderful 4th year of math for kids so that they'll be successful in placing into college. So it's a really wonderful project. It's a connection through the CTC liaison work that I do, but they're actually really working hard on that, and I think that will help to inform especially the revision of the math framework and maybe some examples of what that could be. Last thing is, I have two actually, but if you look in the hallway, you'll see the social emotional learning guiding principle that CDE posted. It's a beautiful wall out there. That's a result of a couple of years of work that started in 2016, led by CDE and a team that looked at social emotional learning and guiding principles. So there's great website that we have now with lots of resources, and I thank Superintendent Thurman and his team who posted that and really advertised that resources that we're offering. It was a lot of work that committee worked on we're on a national network for it, but it's really exciting work, and I had to highlight because it's out in the lobby, so thank you for that. The final thing is we have a standards implementation steering committee, which is a group of CDE, State Board, and the county offices that are trying to figure out how do we further implementation of academic standards. And we have come together around a key issue, which is how do we support leaders to further the implementation work. You can build capacity of teachers, but we know the second important factor is the leader at the site and the district level pushing the work. So we have a commitment to continue to look at building capacity of leaders. We are all committed to continuing the implementation of standards, and we know it's taking a while. In many cases, we have to build capacity across the system. both in pre-service and those who are in our pipeline for a long time in different places in their career. But the Standards Implementation Steering Committee is really committed to that. We meet quarterly, and it is a commitment of State Board, CDE, and CSESA to try to do that. So we will hopefully hear more and more about it as we build out the system of support. So that ends our liaison comment or reports. And at this point, we have public comment, general public comment.
We have one public commenter. Would Kathy McKnight please come to the podium?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I apologize in advance. This is my first board meeting, and I didn't completely understand what was going to be happening under the topic that I signed up for, which was item 9. So that's why I'm here during the public Can
you introduce your name?
Oh, Kathy McKnight. I'm sorry. She said.
Are you from an organization?
I'm the co-founder of an organization called Citizens for Parental Rights, but I'm really mostly here just, I'm a parent, a grandparent. I've taught college level nutrition as well as elementary school through grade 7. And I've been following the health education framework, and I have a lot of concerns about it. And what I was hoping to do was, I came across an article recently where there were 5 mothers that were offering their concerns about what's happened to their own daughters who decided that they were transgender and that they wanted to become boys. And I thought it was just something that might be really interesting for you folks to hear from a mother's point of view. And to consider when you go through, farther into this topic with considering approving the framework. So this is what one of the mothers said. She said, in August of 2017, our 7th grade daughter came home from sleepaway camp believing she was a boy. She had a new vocabulary and a strong desire to change her name and pronouns. We never anticipated that we needed to ask the camp if she was going to be in a cabin with girls who were socially transitioning to live as boys. We suspect that our daughter assumed that, since my wife and I are lesbians and we're liberal in our politics, we would support this new identity. We may be lesbians, but we are not confused about biology. She tried to convince us with a very sound or scripted explanation that she had always felt like a boy, but we had never once seen or heard from her any evidence of this feeling. We listened to her, gave her the space to talk about her feelings, and tried hard not to convey to her that we were utterly horrified by this revelation. As we begin to try to find information makes sense. Oh, how much time did I have? I'm sorry, just 1 minute?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I just wanted to wrap up by just emphasizing that a lot of people that are promoting this framework seem to think that most parents and most people in the LGBT community support this. And this is an example of a lesbian couple that did not support it. And I just wanted to just.
Thank you for sharing that. And thanks for coming
Thank you.
to our meeting.
And I'll hopefully know where to speak next time. But I just want to mention it's super hard to work full-time and to try to time when to come to your meetings.
You also can write us letters too. So
Yeah,
okay.
I could do that.
Thank you
All right.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm so glad to hear that.
So at this time, we are going to adjourn. We're not going to adjourn. We're going to recess until tomorrow morning. Oh, we are adjourning. Oh, I get to do that. Okay, we are going to adjourn the meeting today, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you, everybody, for a really good day.